hard committing under the jabs.
This is done. Get me out. Stick a fork in him. And the pincher, he lets him walk into the center. Oh, there's no easily getting out of this for Legolas.
Oh, that's a white. Okay.
I think this might be a GG call. I mean, by some miracle, for some reason the meta never got prioritized down here. That's how far ahead Recon is. He wins that fight while letting Legolas maintain his aura the entire time. He comes out of the choke point. Now, funnily enough, the Janissaries are just being ignored. Jabs have finally realized it, though.
He's got it now. You can see the jabs have focused down the javelins. The meta still stands even. And there's still 5 Jans, or 4, so they're still doing decent damage. And it looks like the hold is going to be in. Ships only 2 remain.
Never comes down, but Legolas is so clean, so quick.
Yeah, he's been real smart here. This is really clean for Legolas. I mean, he's going to win the water at the end. Well,
no, he's going to win the water.
Yeah, he's going to win the water. Demo 1, though, how expensive is Recon going to make it?
There's just nowhere for the fishing boats to go. So, like, even if you didn't lose these docks now, you've lost all that economy. House Guard raid. Recon's queuing up Lancers. That's rough because, like, now you've given your opponent a way of countering you an age behind. Not that he's going to remain an age behind. Shaolin Monastery now in the way. He's discovered this area is unguarded. He can just keep coming in and eating his elves. He's going to do it all day. Oh my god!
Did you see that? So he forced the Spearman into Spear Wall with the attack. So the charge was forcing the spear wall. The Springlets come forward right into the Knights.
He's blowing up the Meditation Garden as well. Like, I mean, I'm not coming to you with these Destinies. You can come to me. Looks like the Springwood isn't going to be safe either. This is just insanity.
We're coming in.
Wait.
Bait?
This is so dumb to watch. Abby and Trinity and Radiance are on the way, by the way. Wait,
no.
wait.
Disaster. Wait, Trinity.
Faye.
Oh, we are really going back in time. This is
Faye,
like...
please. Oh my... Dude, Relic Outposts are OP. Relic Outposts are OP.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I mean, it's 28 villages. This is not enough to stop it. It should be, but it's going to cost her. This, I've been saying this for a long time. Everyone's crying about different things about relics. The thing that is absurd about them is the vision. But, like, she's completely outnumbered here. Demo's going in against galleys. Against galleys. Just shoot them.
Oh, my gosh.
But he doesn't seem to care. And that wall.
It prevents his culverins from being at culverin, right? It lets him kind of sit up, and it lets his mangonels be really threatening to these crossbow masses. We see one shot coming over the wall here. The culverin's poking through. Oh man, I think we're gonna see Ably tap out here soon. This fight can't go his way. I think it could have been here a pretty similar time, or delayed the Rams by like 10 seconds. But yeah, no, it doesn't matter. I think he gets wiped here no matter what. The HRE mass here is just so good. There's 2 Landsharks in that army, supposedly, and they have not
who
been
cares?
spent. That's always harder to see.
It's a cheat sheet for Holy Island. Finally, he gets in the way. I love that. Body blocks as well.
He doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. Oh my god, what an amazing demo.
I'm more worried about Baltoon on the Viper after that last fight.
After that last fight.
Pushing in. Demos. Well, the body blocks, like, okay, maybe a positive of having them bigger. He gets around the back. Big return fire there. I mean, that's a lot of demos. But and Baltoon has proven that he's willing to take a few too many to the face here. But this time around, the archer ship count is healthy. Still enough left over. 4, in fact, just whittling them down one by one. And this is an expensive loss for Avali, one that's going to be hard to recover from. Like, that nerf where you don't have an immediate Shinobi was kind of needed. But, like, it's...
Oh, wait, no.
Gully, please. Look, don't worry, guys. These are scouting sheep. They're taking over Papa's job now.
That makes it sound so much more tragic.
Daddy!
Dad, no. They say no like that. They go, no. Oh my gosh. It's the final countdown. Do-do-do-do.
Everything
he's ignoring it and going straight for the fishing.
Excuse me, kind sir, kind sir.
I wish you could see my face. My jaw literally dropped to the floor, back to the floor again, back up.
He was gonna dive the
mangonels. The mangonels.
He hasn't even got textiles. I'm pretty sure he never got it, right? Okay, so, but here's the problem. If those mangoes get one shot out, Just one! That's a 30-year-old burn gone. Moves in. Certain.
No.
The wallop! The erase!
That wasn't that bad. Only 20 of those went down.
Jumps in though. Gullum's get on top of the mangoes. 2 left over. Villagers the dodge. Gully on point here. 3 landmarks down. 1 to go. He's got 120 population to make it work, but not long. Across onto the Castle of the Crow. The villagers now pulled by Zert, and this is it. It's over. There's no hope that he can kill a Castle of the Crow quick enough. The shivs come out. Even without shivs, the repair should be good enough. Gully, he needs every torch on this to stand a chance.
We're going to get a cannon soon, too. A cannon replacement is coming in.
We're getting boiling oil.
Oh, boiling oil. Even better.
That's it. What a way to end this, though. The Mango coming in for the final shots. It's undeniable now. Gully Deckle, he at least keeps us on the edge of our seats, but Zert keeps his calm and gets the win.
It doesn't matter. The demos could come in for a big hit. Are there enough airships?
The villager pulled first in the Barbican, and now for the men-at-arms. In the meantime, here's an interesting detail. Recon, he's going for the Skrill Cruise. That only matters if you've got distance. Demo won't let him have that. He's pinning him against the edge.
And another demo comes in. This could be the water gone for Recon fast.
It is. That's the loss right there. Like, this Skrill Crew only works. No, it doesn't matter. Like, think about it. Skrill Crew is good when you have range. It doesn't, like, being a sniper doesn't seem like an advantage when someone's 2 feet from you.
Well, the Mangonels not aiming the right way. They're going to turn onto the hand cannons.
Lanks, please. Lanks, please. Oh, no, it's falling apart. He needed balls. He actually needed balls. If he was hiding behind walls, this works, but now it's going to fall apart. I think this is going to be the GG. Dumu, he played with his food a bit, but it feels an inevitable outcome now in favor of our ball Benny boy.
This is going to be a big battle here. There's no siege on the field at the moment, so no splash damage. We're just going to have...
Recon should just go around right now with the War Scouts. Like, I legit think you just bail on the front side of this fight and you hit the archers instead. He spreads wide. He's overwhelming, though. I mean, the Donzos, they are more tanky to compensate against the Spearmen. Remember, those Spearmen also have not been upgraded. Somehow, though, Dumu managing to just will his way through that army. Archers carrying the tail end of this fight.
Incredible job by Demo in this fight. I think.
Lidder. An exciting first day to this tournament, an exciting tournament to be back on here. What has been your take already? Like, I'm jumping straight into because I'm just excited with how different this format is. What is your take? You've seen a little bit of the action so far. Hype it up for me.
Water. I feel like if I want to summarize everything in a single word, it's gotta be water. We've seen a lot of that, partly because a lot of these maps end up being hybrid or semi-hybrid. Like you see Holy Island, it's categorized as a water map. It's somewhat hybrid. Some people consider it a water map. Some people consider it a hybrid. But then again, you have maps that do feature a lot of naval engagements in other categories as well. Talking about Moving Out, for instance, a map that we might see in this series, or even Kawasan, which is kind of listed as a hybrid, or a hybrid map, but it's probably closer to a land map. So I feel like KP, one of the things that we've seen a lot of this weekend so far, as well as in the qualifiers, is a lot of naval engagements.
We have, yeah. It's interesting. I think the argument was made is, if it's water, it's something that you can't really ignore, whereas a hybrid is something you can kind of maybe neglect it to a certain degree. And I think we have seen that, for example, Kawasan. But for those just tuning in and like, oh, what the hell was this map draft? Looks a little bit different. This map draft brought to you by Surfshark is the way Master Realms is going to function. We have 5 categories. Within those categories, there are 3 map choices, and players will choose from them. So you go through the categories, you'll label them, and I believe it's the higher seed chooses the category, and then the lower seed chooses the map. Within those, you can already see some fan favorites from the past, as well as some blasts from the past, and a few new ones as well. I noticed people already probably eyes popping out their skulls at King of the Hill making a return. Some of them still getting PTSD about an English All Grand Finals on that map. On the other hand, we have got brand spanking new maps in the Chaos realm. My favorite realm of all, Lidder. Right? Honestly, I don't know if you've seen many of the maps on here so far. Absolutely phenomenal. I think Socotra over-delivered what people expected. Moving Out is proving to be quite spicy. And Floodplain, I don't know, man. I've been looking for more maps where Navy isn't just about fishing.
Well, I mean, we have a couple of these hybrid maps, specifically Floodplain, where you have a lot of this hybrid terrain where both ships and land units can pass, but you don't have any fishing opportunities. But yeah, as you kind of highlighted, most of these maps that do feature water do have quite a lot of fishing involved. Although some of these thumbnails might be a little misleading. Talking about coastal cliffs, for instance, you do have quite a lot of water in there, but it's separated by a mountain range, so you will never get there. It's basically a smaller version of Arabia. But we already have our map picks here, KP, in the Surfshark map draft. And we will be rocking with some old classics as well as some brand new maps. Talk about Dry Arabia and Hill and Dale as the old school competitive maps. And of course, we do have Moving Out as well, which is apparently one of the more beloved Chaos maps here.
Yeah, I think people come to engage with it. At first, there's few expectations on certain civs to be dominant. I remember I dissected this on my stream. I thought there was a lot more viable civs than was originally apparent. I still think China and Juji will be top because, for example, the fact you can tax A, right? You don't have to leave your starting island to tech up, which is kind of insane. Things like Marlians come to mind, though, that people wouldn't have thought of before. Because if you remember when Marlians first came out, Lidicore, there was this whole cheesy idea around garrisoning your villages in a transport ship. And I hear somewhere, out of nowhere, they just equip themselves with javelins they hurl at an unbelievable rate. That is someone that's going to be viable on that map. I've even seen a few people experiment with that. Order the Dragon is starting to make a resurgence. I think Recon was one of the biggest people to stick the lens on that on Holy Island, actually. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out. In fact, Lucifer's already got that in his draft. Biggest notation going into this tournament, I think it's going to be baffling by the end of this tournament. I'm expecting the most picked and banned civs outside of the obvious ones such as Rus in China. It's going to be Juji. Juji is creme de la creme. It fits so many different categories. It can fit into the Chaos realm quite well. It can fit into the water realm quite well. Even the hybrid realm isn't unheard of.
Looking at those civilization picks here, KP, Juji was banned away from Lucifer, but CSO actually made it one of his earliest picks. So, as you kind of highlighted, the versatility of that civilization could come into play with how this map pool is looking like. But we're going to open with a fairly traditional matchup here on Dry Arabia. It is going to be the Delhi versus Jeanne d'Arc. And KP, this is a matchup that has never happened before in competitive AoE 4. Not the civilizations, but the players. Lucifer and CSO have never played a competitive set against each other.
That was interesting. I was going to fact check. I was like, I don't know. I've been watching Jeanne have a field day up against Delhi's, but no, you're right. CSO versus Lucifer, definitely a new occurrence. By the way, I love the fact that we've just got Chinese players repping now, right? Like first Louis MT shines through at the end of the year. Now his teammate CSO starts to show up. Interesting detail between those two. When you come to this tournament, a lot of people would pit Louis MT to finish higher than CSO. But when those two clash, CSO is the one with a positive win rate. So play styles matter a lot. This guy could end up being Louis' kryptonite. The question mark is whether he can deal with the fire that someone like the Spaniard Lucifer puts out, because this is a guy that thrives on raiding, aggro potential. And I think CSO, where he's found success against Louis MT, he's very good at that raiding element as well. We know Louis is a late game master, but I find usually where CSO looks good, not only is he able to anticipate that late game, but usually cuts it off before it reaches its prime.
I feel like the other thing that we need to highlight here is that this tournament, when you look at the overall map pool and the potential to pick some of these very unconventional maps, it is something that's playing into the hands of many underdogs. So I feel like for players like CSO, players like Louis MT, who often feature a very different play style from the classical elite of AoE 4, for them, this map pool is something that could help them upset some of these bigger names and potentially end up finishing the tournament with a really good performance here, KP.
Yeah, and you know what? We've got so many games that we're going to be going across today. Just before we hop in this one, it's really important to let people know what's coming. Obviously, we're opening here with Lucifer versus CSO. We're also going to have Puppy Paw versus Recon following this up, Vortex versus Anatan, and then finally we finish off with Wham versus Baltoon. So if you were hoping to catch one of those sets and wondering where to go, this is the place to be. Just park yourself in the seat, get your popcorn ready, crank out a few energy drinks, because we're going to be here for the long haul. Best of fives all the way. And you know what? I think a few of these could even go the 5-game distance.
I mean, we've seen some sets go all the way to the distance yesterday, and some of them have been very, very spectacular. But here we're looking at Group C and Group D, the opening day for these two groups in the GSL group stage. And we only have 10 seconds left to go here, KP. So we're going to be kicking off this best of 5 between Lucifer and CSO with a Dry Arabia matchup between the Delhi and Jeanne d'Arc.
Let's get to it. An interesting matchup, one that we have not been seeing for a while, because for a long time, actually, it's just been kind of accepted that Jeanne thrives in this environment. We'll have to see if CSO can do that. A player who teams and regularly scrims with who I'd say is the best Zhone player in the game right now, on Zhone Dark, and Lucifer on the other side, on the stable and strong Delhi. It's an interesting matchup. I'm wondering what Lucifer's thought process was coming into this, knowing that Zhone was in the picks as an option. You know, Delhi have not had a fun time up against this Civ leader. All it takes is one sniffle, one misfight, and all of a sudden you're dealing with a level 3 Zhone that can insta-end the game.
This is an interesting matchup, KP, because, you know, back before the new DLC came out, well, it's not new anymore, I guess, but back before the big DLC came out for AoE 4, French versus Delhi were one of the most common matchups on maps like Dry Arabia. And now we see a new evolution to that. Jeanne d'Arc, kind of your French variant, still facing off against Delhi. I think one of the big differences here, though, is that you do have Jeanne from the very beginning of the game, which allows CSO with Jeanne d'Arc to contest the map early on. And that's something that's a little bit more difficult to do when you only have Knights playing as the French, especially now that the Delhi have Ghazi Raiders, which are really good solutions to the Knights problem early on.
Yeah, it's also the fact that Delhi are willing to trade out, right? Like, that's the thing that makes them so good, is they're very militarily efficient, they have great gathering rates, they value playing onto the map, and they're willing to pretty much fight anyone. But Zhone is that kind of X factor. Whenever you fight her, there's an extra trade-off. It's not just, hey, I spent this much resource, you spent that much resource. It's, oh, nice, now you get a tax rebate in the form of XP for your hero unit. And that's always been the downfall of Delhi. Is like, I think recently a few players have been trying to experiment with the idea of just going fast castle against Zhone to get away from this issue, because trying to play long feudal almost feels like a death sentence unless you can hit that perfect line and reach up to 60, 70 archers, so you're at a point where you can insta-snipe Zhone.
And Lucy opening with a Tower of Victory over here, so the more militaristic approach is taken. Whereas on the other side, we do have a School of Cavalry coming in. It's actually being built by not just Jean, but an extra villager here. But KP, just looking at the maps here real quick while we still have time before all the feudal age combat begins, this is not a generous map generation here for CSO. He does have that front gold mine very exposed, and the backup gold mines are also kind of out in the middle of nowhere. In general, the front of his base is wide open. Compare that to Lucifer's map spawn, a very well defendable base for him to start with.
He has some problems himself, though. Look at his berry situation. All foods are forward-facing except that one deer. So it's kind of a trade-off, right? One side has safe gold, the other has exposed. It's interesting as well because, like, you know, Delhi don't really care about the gold, they care about the berries. It's kind of like, to a certain degree, you think maybe they trade some of these elements if they could. But I think if CSO leans into that right side and walls it off early, he could have a very safe location. Like, one thing I've noticed time and time again when people play this matchup, and I think it's an overconfidence maneuver, is Zhone up against Delhi, they won't wall in their economy, even when it's so freely and easily doable, like that south side corner.
Yeah, that's something that's very common in pro games. Players just deciding not to wall, and oftentimes they do get punished for it. Well, we're going to have to see how that plays out, KP. But yeah, I agree with you. I think berries and in general food being exposed for Lucifer could be a concern. So funnily enough, if the two players switch sides, both of them would be very happy with their map generation.
Yeah, especially, like, imagine if you're Lucifer, you get the triple berry spawn like that with the deer.
Yep.
Like, that's an insane amount of food, right? And, you know, the thing is, the wood line's the only risky part, but if you played that south side, you've got a safe tree line as well once you wall that in. So I think CSO, you know, once we're past that first few minutes, this should be a quite comfortable spawn for him to play off of. Looking at the sacred site generation, the only issue there is if you, like, hunker your economy to the south side, you might lean east side of the map, and that means that Lucy should be able to quite easily lock in two sacred sites.
Yep, that's going to be a big thing. The sacred sites are not equidistant from one another. You do have two of them kind of offset to the left. So it's fairly reasonable for Lucifer to target those two and just focus over there. It's going to be interesting to see whether he walls in any of those, though, KP, because I think one of the most underrated elements of Feudal Age Delhi gameplay is walling in sacred sites. If you don't do that, at the highest level of gameplay, players will always send a single unit to decap the sacred sites, and you will never be able to maintain control over 3 of them, sometimes not even 2.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue that Delhi players have noticed is the inefficiency of it, right? Whenever you wall off like that, you're leaving units kind of exposed. You don't want to keep your whole army in one location. On top of that, you're missing out on wood that could go to extra archers, and that archer mass is so important against Zhone. Like, if you can't get that critical mass together to sniper out straight away, you'll never feel comfortable taking the fight.
Ghazi Raider opening here for the Lucifer. Of course, he did open with the Tower of Victory, but he's yet to mix in archers, as you would expect. In the long run, that's going to be his target, I guess. But of course, now with the Knights opening for CSO, you do want to go for those Ghazi Raiders. I love how he's healing up those Ghazi Raiders with the Scholars back at home, by the way, making sure that they are in nice and full condition. Both players just with one scout here. Both of them kind of using that as a scout unit for the army, making sure that they have full vision on the enemy troops.
And what we're seeing here, by the way, is the value of actually having that extra villager to build up the School of Cavalry here. It's allowed him to actually maintain an advantage on the Ghazi count. Like when you're playing Ghazi versus Knights, you kind of want 2 Ghazi to 1 Knight. So right now, like CSO's doing a good job of contesting that. Notice the poke does come in on Joan, but the problem here is if you keep targeting Joan down but you never kill her, the damage isn't permanent to her, but it is to you. So Luciferon, with these heavy injuries on initial Ghazi, he's going to have to consider pulling them back and now idling out Scholars at a critical point in the game to just heal them up.
Yeah, exactly. That's a big point over here. You do have that healing potential with the Delhi, but it still means that your Scholars are chilling back at home, healing your troops instead of aiding with research or instead of buffing production buildings. And of course, instead of actually capturing sacred sites.
I love this little poke as well. Like CSO, if you notice no reaction there, he gets 1 or 2 free kills, right? Like it's definitely worth this type of pressure because when you keep the Delhi boxed in their base like this, they're not capturing sacred sites. They don't even stand a chance. And that's important considering the sanctity timing is about to trigger.
Yeah, Lucifer almost lost his scout over there. He pulled it back just in time, but CSO saw an opportunity and he jumped it. Now, KP, one thing that's a big question mark to me right now is how CSO is going to pivot. Because he's mixing in archers. That's not something that is useful against anything that Lucifer is making right now. Those archers are being held all the way back in his base. He hasn't yet showed them. He is confining Luciferon into his own base, but at the same time, he's still playing just 1 TC himself.
Yeah, but that's fine in this matchup, right? Like, you're not allowing the Delhi to get any of their advantages right now because the sacred sites aren't being touched. What's really crafty about the way CSO done this, though, is like, it was very risky initially what he done, where he played into the archers ahead of time. When he saw the scout came home, he knew he could double down, and it's paying off now. Check what's happening. Luciferon now with a switch up into spears.
Yeah, this is clever from CSO if you think about it. He hasn't shown the archers, so Luciferon might think that this is only cavalry. Still, CSO doesn't have an answer to the Ghazi Raiders right now. This army is just something that's going to smash both of his knights and the archers, but the reason why this could be a little scary for Luciferon is because if he commits very heavily into spears, those will get evaporated by all these archers.
Yeah, one thing that's a little bit surprising that CSO isn't prepping a blacksmith yet. Like, typically, you know, you got to understand the timing of the Delhi here. If you haven't seen spears this long, it's probably a blacksmith's opening, so you know Undermesh should be coming in first. So we should be seeing that a priority soon for CSO. It's a little bit risky how late he's doing this. Like, if he was to jump out of his base, or say the Ghazi were to jump in at that timing, he could just risk losing the entire army straight away. Go sneak on the backside here, so should eventually turn into a wall in, right? Like with the Ghazi mass just getting as big as it is, there's just going to be an impending risk that Luciferon peels them off and sends them hunting, which is typically where the Delhi tend to dominate so many of these matchups.
Yeah, army numbers still pretty close, so is the army value. But again, I think one of the big things is that Luciferon has his entire army together. And don't forget, these Ghazi Raiders are quicker than the Knights, so they're getting a couple of freebie hits here as CSO is retreating. And he still doesn't have a lot of answers to these Ghazi Raiders. Of course, Jeanne d'Arc can be a game changer in fights like this, and he finally does show the archers.
Yeah, and you just see the value there. 1 kill, immediately 14 XP. This is exactly why Delhi players crap their pants when they go up against this unit. Like Joan, she completely changes the dynamic of this matchup. We talked before about the French versus Delhi matchup. Felt like a good one for Delhi, but you know here, Joan can just contently play 1 TC. We've even now got CSO adding in spears, an unexpected detail, but a really cool one. It just allows him to pressure these fights more, right? If it turns into these little probing fights, Lucy stands a chance of reaching critical mass. But if you start pressure pointing him, where you force brutish fights toward his base, he's going to have to engage you before he's ready, and that just equals level 3 for Joan.
Luciferon is still only on 2 scholars, by the way, and one of them is capturing a sacred site. The other one was busy healing for most of the time, so he doesn't have a lot of blacksmith upgrades, KP, right now. In fact, he has only gotten the ranged defense upgrade, something that's going to be useful against these archers, but nothing else available for him right now. Curiously, he's actually getting the ranged attack upgrade next.
Yeah, because he wants to transition into the 1-1-1, right? Clash coming in though, Ghazi just trying to ride on top of them, but the Knights trying to cut them off. Cleaves coming out from Joan. The archers do peel back beautifully here. Finally, Surround's going to come in. The Spearman are being dwindled in numbers, but the archers hit even harder here. But the trade is big. The amount of XP and the Divine Restoration at the tail end of the fight shown most definitely going to go down here, but not before she farms up a Storm.
And all the knights are alive, KP, and that's the big thing. I think CSO lost like 1 or 2 knights at maximum. He had a couple of spearmen come in late to the party, but those were also clutch, picking off some of those Ghazi Raiders. And as you said, Jeanne is gone, but she has gotten a lot of XP, and most importantly, she has gotten rid of most of those Ghazi Raiders. So suddenly, you're looking at a game where CSO has 11 knights compared to just 4 Ghazi Raiders. This is a big mobility advantage for CSO, and this is something that could be exploited for some future raids.
Exactly, right? That's kind of the deceptive thing. It's not just that Jeanne wins on the XP front, like she must be getting so close already off a fight that ridiculously large. It's now that you are in charge of the dynamics, which is not something that many people can brag over the Delhi. Lucifron is trying to stockpile back in those Ghazi, but remember, every time you invest more in a Ghazi, that's less archers you have. And the end goal of Delhi here is to reach that critical bundle of archers to beat anything.
Yeah, that's a big point, KP, and let's not forget the fact that Lucifron aged up with the Tower of Victory. It's a landmark that he has barely gotten any use from, and it's something that's going to be alarming for him. And now he's pivoting into archers, which is all right if you supplement it with a lot of spears against these knights. But one thing that Lucifron is doing right now is forfeiting mobility, and that's going to make it very difficult to protect these sacred sites. Don't forget, he only has 2 scholars still. If he loses those scholars, it's going to be a pain to replenish them.
Yeah, I just love these walls on the west side. They just got pointed out, right? Like CSO is trying to condense the battlefield, so there's no flanking options. Because at this point, this Ghazi count, they can't mirror and block the knights if they go roaming. They just have to try and trade on the other side, right? So you strip those options away. There's no way 7 Ghazi are going to burn through a palisade wall quick enough.
I would love to see CSO just detaching 1 or 2 knights to probe these berry patches. I think it would provide so much value to threaten Lucifron right now. He has all of his troops up front. Even just 1 or 2 knights could do so much damage here. Jeanne is back on the field. Both the players now posturing towards this sacred site here. Spear's getting picked off early, though, here from CSO.
Yeah, it was a buyback shown as well, so 250 gold spent on that. It's a little bit difficult, right? Like, it's a little bit dangerous running this many spears because you can't bail out with the knights if Jeanne gets pinched. On top of that, the attack speed is just out of this world good, right? So that's why you're seeing CSO a little bit careful, a little bit precarious about his probing. Almost going down with Jeanne there. Divine Restoration gets forced, and that's not a good sign. CSO gets to back up.
Oh yeah, Jeanne gets pushed all the way back, but the level up comes in just in time. Jeanne falls a second after. CSO is going to have to bail on this, but he does get the level 3 on Jeanne. KP, is that enough here?
The problem here is I think he still has buyback cooldown, right? And even if he doesn't, it's 500 gold now. But just think about that for a second. 13 minutes for Jeanne, level 3, right? Those are the type of numbers we didn't see frequently unless you go all the way back to Assault Ascent's release when people just didn't understand. This is kind of unrivaled in pro play, and it's exactly why the Delhi have been struggling with this particular matchup. Once she's up, I think we're going to see big issues for Lucifron, right? Like, the reality is this should be a champions play. Champions just thrive really well here. Your opponent has gone into mass spears. You have to remember champions do get bonus damage against those. So besides that, the fact they're so absurdly tanky, it's fair to say Lucifron's going to have to pull something magical out of the hat now.
And he's been a little slow capitalizing on this momentum. He's capturing sacred sites right now, getting a market up to start and balance out that eco. Now, CSO does have a lot of exposed villagers to the south, especially those villagers on the hunt could easily become the prey of those Ghazi Raiders soon. He has started building up some towers back at home. He's understanding that he's going to be on the defensive for the time being, and he did lose a lot of his archers in that fight. He had to pull back, he saved the knights, lost the archers. Now the army count is heavily in the favor of Lucifron.
It's kind of interesting, right? Like, CSO going to these spears, there was a point where it made sense, but I'm wondering if his fixation on it now is more due to the fact that he wants someone to defend the food. But then, like, why not just wall, right? Like, a wall costs you, what, 3 spearmen? Not even that. And then you can focus on getting your critical archer mass or getting more knights, right? I think the key to victory now here for CSO is build enough archers to hold the base of the champions in Jeanne and just send the knights in for the kills.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Now, Lucifron does have 13 Ghazi Raiders and 20 spears, so he should be able to respond to this fairly quickly. CSO does have a lot of food in the bank. He has gotten some of the champions, and this is the first time in this game that we do have a raid going on. Quick reactions by Lucifron will minimize the effects of this, though.
I don't know if he saw all the knights. Yeah, I think he glanced it. He's moving south side now with the villagers. In the meantime, Ghazi are going to discover the wall. No, there is not. No way in. Back where you came from. Looks like there was a dodge on the berries. Villagers are coming back at the worst time. Army is here, though. It's so unfortunate as well. I think CSO, a little bit of a blunder here. He never rebuilt the scout. If he had a scout on the fort with those knights, he could have snuck around the back unseen and found those berry patches.
Yeah, that's one of the big deficiencies of knights when you use them as standalone units. Their line of sight is horrendous. This is why you commonly see players accompanying their knights with one scout. As you see, they barely see anything here. In fact, they don't even know that they're still being chased by the army of Lucifron.
Yeah, honestly, it's like watching a death burst try to do echolocation. This is the risk you run, right? And it's like, it's so crazy how often, even at the highest level, we see people overlook that reboom the scout, especially when they've already got stables, right? You can at least forgive it when you're a civ that doesn't have stables, but in this case, it's a bit of a sin. He does at least have Zhone with level 3 and the champions in now, so you can look for the main fight. The problem right here is the sacred sites are locked in, right? Like, Lucifron is starting to farm up a storm here, and the military numbers tell no lie.
Yeah, blacksmith upgrades also finally came in here for Lucifron. And that's something that he has an advantage of as well. Needs to be very careful with Jean, CSO does, because that already has been a lot of damage dealt to her. But he needs to fight here. This sacred site needs to be decapped.
Like, this is the thing, the range just doesn't hurt anymore, right? This is perfect. If you keep hitting Jean like this, you gotta be happy, CSO. You just need to deal those spears. Flash comes in. Sacred site looking like it may get decapped here. Lucifron may be hemorrhaging troops a bit too fast. If one big cleave comes out here, it could push him all the way back. And there's the cleave out. No grab straight away. Archimass is maintaining, and Lucifron, he's losing the number advantage.
Yeah, a lot of spears went down over here, so this fight is a little deceiving. Once the spearmen are gone, these archers are useless against all these knights. Bit of a flank coming in here from Lucifron with the Ghazi Raiders, but numbers are equalizing, and the army value is now in the favor of CSO.
Still keeping so many of those knights alive. Zhone, I mean, we must have Divine Restoration come and cool down soon, right? Imagine. She's ticking up so quick behind this. The Archer Mass really isn't high enough to put a serious dent in her anymore. Knights are just going to clash in. Lucifron, he's lost the front line. Remember, all of his troops aren't here. There's reinforcements coming, but he's about to get mopped up. And from here, I think we're going to have a cleanup for Zhone.
Yeah, that is looking grim now for Lucifron. He still has the 3 sacred sites, but he's about to lose one. He's trying to regroup here, but he's down to just 5 spears, 4 Ghazi Raiders. And when it comes to the archer numbers, that's dead even as well. But Jean does get picked off over here, which is a big loss here for CSO.
Sometimes he's CSO, and sometimes he's CSO no. I mean, that's the second time he's lost Zhone in an unnecessary fashion there. Immediate buyback's going to come out. He just needs to not let the confidence get to his head. Right now, he's out-micro and won the micro masters, right? Like, I think the way that he's been handling those fights has been absolutely beautiful, min-maxing Zhone. He just needs to not get overconfident. It's very easy sometimes to think the game is over against Delhi, and then they fire one last shot along the broadside.
Yeah, numbers are still neck and neck over here. Don't forget, Lucifron is still controlling 3 sacred sites, and that's a lot of gold income for him. Something that he can turn into extra food he desperately needs for these Ghazi Raiders and archers. Let's not forget, this is, I think, the domain where the berries start running dry. Same for the hunt on the opposing side. So this is where that momentum could shrink on either side very quickly.
Lucy needs to be very careful, though. He doesn't have many spears here, and if CSO reads that, he can just dive into the archer mass. And go,
oh no, CSO isn't noticing.
This is bad. He needs to get some good trades right now because I think he's so focused on the fight, he's unlikely to notice before all the villagers are gone.
I think it was like 5 vills going down, but that's a big loss in a game that only saw 6 villagers killed combined between the 2 players. He's going to have some long walls coming in on the left side. It's going to be a nice safe haven for him. But that one Ghazi Raider is just wrecking havoc right now. 6 villager kills on Lucifron's side. And let's not forget, he does have 2 sacred sites still, giving him a decent gold trickle.
I mean, it goes back to the lack of a wall there, right? Like, a wall would make so much more sense, would have alleviated that concern, made it at least more noticeable as it came in. But, you know, this is the punishment you reap, right? When you're being a little bit too greedy. The crazy part is that he was willing to wall that entire west side, but wasn't willing to wall down here. Crazy to think how different this game could look right now, because yes, he's ahead, but that eco lead that Lucifron now has with the 2 sacred sites locked in means that CSO is going to have to rush to try and take advantage of the remaining lead.
Lucifron also picked off another Veil there and pulled back that injured Ghazi Raider. He's just microing the heck out of those villagers. But big fight coming up here. Not a lot of knights on the field anymore for CSO, and that's a definitive difference between this fight and the previous ones. His own frontline has kind of disappeared.
I mean, the other issues you notice, and he has to focus on cleaving down the Ghazi because he has no protection for the archers anymore. You want to be diving into that archer mass. They're your real long-term problem here. It's just not going to work. This retreat is going to cost him dearly. Good dodge as well. Luciferon just making sure he doesn't hang around Joan for too long. The champions more or less are being ignored through all of this. And CSO, I think he's going to be fully pushed back here.
His eco is a train wreck. He doesn't have the eco to supplement this assault anymore. He only has food income right now. No wood in the bank. Those gold miners got butchered. That's why he doesn't have any knights on the field. And he's lucky if he gets out of here with Jean, but he won't. Villagers were actually pulled.
What?
This is either a misclick or a complete kamikaze. No, that had to be a landmark snipe attempt.
I think that was in... He's still got some economy on the flanks. So this... If it's an all-in, it's a very intriguing all-in. I think CSO's brain is rotted from what just occurred the last few minutes, because none of this makes sense anymore.
He pulled every single villager he had. Look at the income.
No, look at the berries on the south side. Like, he has some people still out on the berries. So they didn't get the memo.
Now he's sending them... I'm so puzzled, KP. This is either a giga misclick, or this was an all-in attempt.
I mean, can we check if he has textiles? Because if he was doing that without textiles, then no. Just no.
Yeah. That must have been a misclick then.
That had to have been a misclick. I can't imagine you make an all-in play there and you don't pump textiles to make it happen. Like, even then, it's an absolute stretch against that many archers to say, I'll end the game here. But I can't believe this, man. Like, CSO, the first, 16 minutes of this game? Mwah, chef's kiss. Creme de la creme. Looked like he had Luciferon on the ropes, dead to rights. But then within 2 minutes, everything goes scramble brain. Luciferon just turns him in the blender, and all of a sudden we've got a game that looks almost impossible for the Spaniard to lose.
I don't want to over-exaggerate the significance of that one Ghazi Raider, but that guy is the hero of this game. He single-handedly pushed away the villagers from this gold mine, also managed to kill 7 villagers in a game that only had 8 villager kills in total. And that is why CSO started to lose out on that Knight's production. Compound of the Defender coming in here for Lucifer, looking to get to Castle Age. Same thing here for CSO. I think he's banking resources for Castle. Big difference between the two, though, is that Lucifer has triple the army right now.
No, but I agree. That Ghazi needs to be dubbed Ghazi of De Leon. I mean, it was incredible what he managed to pull off there, because CSO, you can tell that he was microing like a god in those fights, but the problem is, it's one thing to be able to micro fantastic in a fight, but you have to argue, what are you giving up? What are you not looking at? And that's something that Luciferon was just fully attuned to. Raw Institute now on the way, but this is one of the most depressing-looking institutes I've seen in a long time. Like, it's the type that sends you to a different kind of institute that maybe makes you a bit stir-crazy. 2 knights, and you're going with this choice.
I don't get it, KP. Obviously, Guildhall would be better in the very long run, and I feel like he knows that this game isn't going to go 30, 40 minutes long. But at the same time, Guildhall gives you something, whereas Royal Institute barely gives you anything right now with only 2 knights on the field. And it's not like he's got any more knights in production. He's got 0 knights in queue, he's got 2 on the field, and he's going to get Royal Institute.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe counter saddles for that one shout on the backside could turn it around. It's like, if a Ghazi can do 7 villager kills, how many can a knight do? I wouldn't bank on that. This is looking a bit grim. It was compound defender, which means we're going to see eco scaling as time goes on. Great job by Luciferon to consistently maintain 2 sacred sites throughout this game, by the way. We talked about this whole idea that the pressure would be leveraged to the east side of the map, and that's exactly the way it played out. It's because CSO needed to defend that eco, and it's still what makes the fact that there was even a sneak in the first place all that more perplexing. But now that we move a little bit deeper into the game, we've got to look for some sort of recovery arc here for CSO. If this knight pulls off a miracle...
Nah,
okay, okay, go next.
Yeah, the big difference between this raid and the one that came in from Luciferon back then is that Luciferon isn't distracted. He doesn't need to micro his army right now, so the moment he gets an attack notification, he knows it's a raid coming in. Compare that to what happened to CSO. He was actively fighting a battle, he was microing Jeanne d'Arc and his army, and he didn't notice that his villagers on the gold mine got butchered.
Yeah, another thing that's just beautifully done is Luciferon, his farm transition came in so much quicker, right? Like, CSO's in the midst of that. The discounts do help a little bit with the Consecrate, but they have the limitations. Lancer now shown up till that night as well. Clash into the main. Archers peppering in. They don't even have the veterancy, but I just don't know if it matters here.
This is a little dicey here for Luciferon. Don't forget, you still have a full HP Jean over here, TC Fire as well. You're fighting against veteran archers. I don't know, this might be a little overzealous from Luciferon.
I mean, you say that, but he's trading out pretty well, right? Like, raw mass numbers make sense here. I've talked to a few pros on this, and they have this feeling like sometimes veterancy is overrated.
Yeah.
Just having numbers can be the MVP, because otherwise, when you have veterancy like this, you're often overkilling these more squishy archers.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but I feel like this might have been a little overly aggressive over here. I'm not sure if he needed this assault against the enemy town center. Now he's kind of falling back. He's still far away from the veterans, and you see he's starting to lose all those archers. Suddenly, the numbers are equaling out.
The interesting thing is if he can secure the relics behind this, right? Because then you can argue it was space. There's a bit of logic behind it. But if he's a little bit slow to recoup that last relic on the right side, then I agree. This starts to look a little bit wavesome. And then the other issue I have with this, right, is like you're going into crossbows now against Arbitrier. Long term, that game plays out against you. I don't care what people think about Tower of Victory. The reality is Arbitrier with ranged armor and how Jean uses that element in a comp as the game goes on just eclipses practically any crossbow civ in the game right now.
And you're also playing crossbows into enemy archers that already have veterancy. So I guess CSO lives to see another day, but he's still only on 2 knights. He's actually finally making that scout again, so he's going to have that vision. I really wish he went with the guild hall here, KP, because I feel like, given the status of the game right now, a guild hall would actually be a very valuable landmark going into minute 30.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going for like an all-in punch with Arbitrier, which is kind of perplexing, right? Like, you don't typically do this in Castle Age, whereas Jean really thrives on Arbitrier as in Imperial, right? You don't have to force it this early, you just kind of grind it out and you reach the next stage, courtesy of guild hall's power. But the biggest issue I'm seeing here is, like, we haven't even seen the eco-inflation yet, right? That's coming in about a minute and a half here. Relic situation is still one to be grabbed. I wouldn't be surprised if we look at the fog. Maybe Lucifron doesn't see that relic on the east side, because that should definitely have been picked up by now. And more villages.
Oh my lord, again.
Eco.
Look at that, 12 villager kills, and that's a big difference now. CSO is mining stone like a madman. I think it's going to be for an extra TC, although it could be technically for an all-in keep approach. But he needs, if he wants to play a long game here, he needs to have additional town centers. He's down by 14 eco. Lucifron is going to have keeps for extra villager production. And most importantly, Lucifron is going to be sitting on 4 relics and 2 sacred sites. That's a heck of a lot of extra eco here for Lucifron to work with.
Yeah, I mean, his farm transition as well has just been so much cleaner on the timing, right? Like, that's why you're seeing CSO struggle so much. That's usually why you go Guild Hall so often, right? You only go Raw Institute when you think you can end the game, because then you kind of pad your economy at this very fragile state. We have got that second TC now coming on the west side. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes up to 3 in that corner, because anything less feels like it's going to be too slow.
I think he's going to go for a keep, because he has gotten the keep discount upgrade already.
No, that's for consecration, right? You just get that on all buildings. So any building you consecrate, you're talking about the one where you get gold and wood cost discounts, right?
Oh, no. He has gotten the actual upgrade for the castle knight discount.
Companions equipment?
It's the name of it. I actually forgot the name.
Give me the one in the top left. Yeah, like, I'm trying to frag my mind on what you're talking about. You sure? Like, no, you're talking about
enlistment
French, right?
incentives.
No, so that's French. Remember, with Joan, it's the one that gives you consecration discounts on wood and gold costs. So it's like all the buildings she consecrates. Usually it's just food, but when you get that,
I get baited by the icon. It's a ordnance company.
Yeah.
It's so weird that it's 2 different decks, but you do have the same icon for them. All I know is that there's this discount deck coming in from the Royal Institute, and I saw the icon for that like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, it's a little bit base. So basically, that allows him to get wood and gold discounts on consecrated buildings now. Usually, it's great in this matchup for Mangonel transition, but I'm shocked we're not even seeing that. Like, that's the one way I could see CSO recovering this. He's got low food, loads of access to wood and gold. Like, you're up against an army that is 2/3 ranged here, and you're not playing into siege at all.
What I'm baffled about is no walls on the right side for CSO. He walled off half of the map on the left side, and he refuses to wall on the right side. And he keeps bleeding villagers as a consequence. He has lost 17 vills in this game right now. And that's part of the reason why he's behind in eco. Even without those losses, he would have a tough time against all those relics and sacred sites. But at least he does have level 4 Jean, and that could be a big game changer here.
Yeah, he's got Mecha Jean. I think this is the logic, right? The attack speed booster, which you just see there, Vows of Inspiration activated, as well as Crossbow Skirts down the line. He's hoping that the Arbitrary can just carry him through everything.
But he's still getting candled settles for his 3 knights.
It's very important that they get maximum damage, Litter. They might kill a villager sometime this game.
Lucifron is not fully walled, but he's getting pushed all the way back, and his villagers are starting to get exposed over here. KP, CSO is still in a tough spot, but he is holding on, mostly thanks to Jean here.
Well, yeah, I think Lucifron made a mistake taking that fight the way he did as well. Whenever you see Valorant's Inspiration get activated, you need to back away, right? It's one of those classics. Like, I always use it in other games. Like, you know, if you think your high-value activatable abilities, if you can disengage from them, do it. Like, Dota 2, one we always just say is some BKBs just walk away, right? Because they use their magic immunity, but if they can't do anything with it, you don't care. It's the same here. If Valorant's Inspiration gets used there, and you're up against just crossbows, back up. Just take a few steps back,
Lord, there's a
and
keep
nothing happens.
coming in, though. CSO can counter keep this, by the way. He does have enough stone. There's an overchop on the wood line, though. So Lucifron can commit against this.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you definitely cannot try to drop a keep here. So, like, CSO's at risk of losing his double eco up in the corner, right? Like, he's going to go for a very defensive keep. Honestly, all Lucifron needs to do now is drop a siege workshop behind this and start to slow siege.
Yeah, I agree. Especially because CSO is still down by 20 villagers despite being on 3 DCs. Like, his eco is just not good. And I think part of the reason why this is not working out for him is because Lucifron is simply flooding him with a lot of units because his eco is so much better.
Yeah, I mean, that comes to the earlier farm transition, right? The reality is, even when you're just going arbitrary are quite food expensive, same as crossbows on the other side. Clash coming in, though. A few villagers are going to be chopped down as they build up the castle. And this is where Lucy should likely just drop the siege workshop behind it. I mean, there's so much value on the screen as well, right? I don't think you even target the keep first. You just take out the 2 TCs.
Yep, exactly. Especially because the front DC is very much exposed over here. There's the siege workshop you kind of mentioned. And these are expansion DCs. They don't have a lot of HP, so it's fairly easy to trap them down. On the opposing side, CSO is going to have to invest into siege of his own because it's not just the TC that's being exposed. It's the whole front of his base.
Yeah, and I mean, the weird part is he set up the farms on the south side, but his way of building villages is entirely on the west side. It's a little bit of a fragmented design here. I guess the logic is if one area gets shut down, both don't. But I feel like if one area fails, you both do anyway. It might have just been better to keep this all together. But it seems like the logic for CSO was to hide the play. Thing is, it's very hard to sneak these type of moves by Lucifron, right? A player that focuses on raid is one that's always looking for free information. Lucifron has definitely paid his dues in blood to grab this info. So, oh no. We seem to have a small gap in the defense line here. This is starting to hurt, by the way. Like, Zhone isn't feeling as tanky anymore.
Exactly. I mean, it's tough to be tanky when you're outnumbered 7-1.
But don't worry, we have a cannon lytical. Oh, okay. They almost killed that knight.
That cannon is going to be short-lived, although, once again, Lucifron is diving in, but I feel like, again, CSO is just being outnumbered so heavily over here.
Yeah, it's like Zhone always gets away, but it's almost like that dastardly villain that makes off into the sunset, but leaves all of his little companions to die, right? That's the kind of feeling you're getting here. It's like, congrats, Zhone lives again, but now you once again have been reset to 0 army. If this was a guild hall game, that's great. You probably have like 3,000 food in the bank to build a new army. This is not a guild hall game.
Exactly. And don't forget, the first time that Lucifron had most of his army cleaned up in the enemy base, he didn't have the veterancy upgrades. Now those upgrades are coming in. He's going to be full blacksmith upgrades. He's got a lot of food and wood in the bank. On the opposing side, not a lot of gold for CSO to work with. In fact, his gold miners have been raided for quite some time. So his gold income is atrocious. He doesn't have a massive resource bank. And he is actually behind by 60 population right now.
Yeah, and the reason why Lucifron just keeps pushing like this as well is he's trying to stop the full heal coming out for Zhone so that she just basically eventually dies, right? Because at this point, paying 1,000 gold to bring her back just doesn't seem feasible. Like, CSO is stretched thin as it is. He's barely got any gold to work with. He's gathering way too much stone for a castle like I just don't know why you want to invest in anymore. Like, your opponent already started to build a counter to castles. Army size is practically non-existent at this stage. I mean, I'm wondering what CSO sees as his recovery arc here. Has he just been reading a few too many Reddit threads? Has he heard that Zhone is OP?
I feel like he's just hoping that Lucifron makes a mistake at this point. And let's not forget, we see everything, players do not, so he might not know how big Lucifron's lead is. Although, at this point, he should rightfully assume that Lucifron has the relics. He knows about the sacred sites. Interestingly, Lucifron never captured that 3rd sacred site back. He actually could have that timer for quite some time.
Yeah, I think it got like decapped one stage. It's going to be coming in again soon with the keep drop over there. That's pretty much confirmation. But you know, the interesting thought here as well is March and Drills isn't too far away. I actually think once Marching Drills is in, this is over. Because Zhone won't be able to run away anymore, right? Like, you'll be able to run him with Men-at-Arms and Pincher to get the finishing blow.
I feel like the big problem here for CSO is that if Lucifron just sits back and fortifies those 3 Sacred Sites, by the time CSO booms back into this game, he's going to have that Sacred Site victory. Although, you do have to credit CSO. He actually tried to save that relic from Monastery. And given how little his map control was, it's actually a miracle he had a relic even.
Yeah, well, that one was boxed in the corner where he set up the GTCs, right? So that was always going to be a given there. I'm glad he picked it up. I've seen games where players just ignore it for a long time. And what is that atrocious castle?
Lord Doubt almost smiled upon us, but looks like we're going to have to wait for that a little more. CSO's got a lot of stone, and I guess he's trying to just hang on to this game, try to survive, dropping keeps, but don't forget, Lucifron does have siege as well. And I'm not sure if CSO has boiling oil. So, like, at this point, given the lead that Lucifron has, he could dive castles with Men-at-Arms.
I believe you mean lukewarm oil, and yes, I have a feeling it will not stop Lucifron from going in. That just gave me a nightmare. He's trying to send mangoes back home from out here. Like, this all went wrong 16 minutes, right? But, like, what we can say this castle age is CSO's idea of spreading the map wide, in theory, seems like a good idea to divest your risks. But when you're this far behind, just stick all in one location. It's do or die anyway, and it looks like it's finally going to be die. Zhone not feeling that tanky anymore. Her own choke point's working against her. An opening to wipe out all the arbitrary, and this surely should be the point where CSO admits it's all over.
What a back-and-forth game, KP, though. I mean, we ended up with a 37-minute-long opening game here, and CSO definitely had his moments. At the end of the day, I feel like he was a little short-sighted. In general, I feel like he did a lot of things that could have been done differently, and I don't think he adapted to the circumstances as well as he could have had. Talk about this whole Royal Institute setup. And in general, I feel like his responses to what happened in this game were a little slower than Lucifron's, and that's part of the reason why, in the end, Lucifron will take game number 1.
Yeah, I was starting to wonder for a second there if Zhone translates to Lu Bu in Chinese. He was believing a little bit much in what she could actually do with the level 4, but finally willing to wave that white flag. An unexpected victory of the Delhi, but not unexpected for a player like Lucifron. Great start to this series. Really great composure coming out from him. I think that's the difference we're seeing between these two players already. CSO has definitely got the cojones, the muxy, the ability to end games against some of the best players in the world. The problem is actually getting that killing blow, right? Like, he played 90% of this perfect, done everything he needed to, and then slipped up in one vital, crucial moment. And you see how quickly all the work can unravel against a pro like Lucifron.
Yeah, I feel like one of the big differences between the two players over here, especially highlighting the fact that these two have never met in a competitive set before, is that Lucifron does have a lot of competitive experience, whereas CSO, he did play in tournaments before, but he's more of a team player, actually, rather than a 1v1 player.
Yep.
And in a team game setting, you do have a small breathing room where you can recover. In a 1v1, all the attention from your opponent is on you. And oftentimes, if you're on the back foot, if you're struggling a little, a pro player like Lucifron will never give you that breathing room to recover. And I think that's part of the reason why CSO tried to stay in this game, but he was never given the opportunity to come back into it.
Yeah, I think, the interesting thing now as well is with the second map when we're looking at moving out, which was a creation by Cavalli. Really fun map, by the way, folks. Basically, you start on a central island with basically just wood. You have to go out to the edge to get gold, right? It's meant to be quite a late feudal timing. But an interesting detail has already arisen. Is CSO, given all the options at his disposals, things like the Malians, the English, maybe even some Abbasid picks I've seen a few players experiment with, he chose the Juji. Not necessarily a terrible pick, but also is now weak in his draft later on, right? Because now what happens is Holy Island has to be English. Lucifron will just pick Mongols there. We've discovered recently that Mongols actually do still have some viability in tournament play, and surprisingly enough, you might remember a long time ago, they were discovered to be the one solution to English cheesy men-at-arms plays in the early age, right? Where you just shut them down with horseman spam. So that might prove to be CSO's undoing. The interesting detail is what Lucifron has thrown out as reaction to this. Order of the Dragon was something that's being slept on, memed about. Lucifron's own bro put it S tier last tournament in his tier list, then proceeded to not pick it, and almost everyone lost with it. So felt like he was doing a little bit of capper on us. But the interesting part is I think Recon was the one recently who discovered This Civ actually slaps on water maps. He was able to dunk on some players on Holy Island in particular, and I think a lot more people are now revisiting the Civ when it comes to an opportunity to fish and play Navy instead of having to build those very fat and expensive units.
Exactly. We've actually seen a lot of Order of the Dragon in these water or hybrid maps recently. So it's definitely not unprecedented to see this civilization being picked here by Lucifron. And at the same time, we also need to highlight this second map pick here in the Surfshark map draft. You do have CSO picking the Chaos map of all, and I feel like that's kind of what you expect from him. He tried to play a traditional game on the classic Dry Arabia, but, you know, that didn't really work out for him, so he's going to try something fundamentally different, and I would not be shocked if he played a very crazy game over here, truly living up to the name of Chaos.
Let's see what we can deliver. I mean, looking deep in this draft, there's probably going to be, what, Ibids for Hillendale, then that leaves you Abbasids for Kawasan. I would be surprised if we see a Malian pick come out unless he felt like there's something he could counter here. Definitely shouldn't be seeing on Holy Island, but, you know, Lucifer, he still has strong picks throughout the draft, right? Like, Japan is probably top 2 for Kawasan, I'd have to say at this stage, it feels like. Maybe top 3. Then Hillendale, Byzantines have actually been looking really strong there. They get a very safe, fast castle. They even have a way of pressuring early with Lombos. So, like, you know, if Lucifron wins this one, the rest of his draft looks pretty clean and cut. I think CSO may be a bit more of an uphill battle. We'll have to see if he can start to reset things here. Game 1 goes to Lucifron, but now we hop to the second one. It's time for some moving out. And we have got CSO on the Juji's legacy. Lucifron, meanwhile, taking to the polar opposite, the underrated Civ that no one wants to touch. It is Order of the Dragon.
Moving out, the map of choice here in the Chaos category in the first round of Masters of Realms. And you know, KP, this is one of my favorite maps. It's definitely on the wackier side, but that's exactly why I love it. Very little place that you start with here on the Central Island, no gold to work with, but as you kind of highlighted before, one of the cool things that you get from the Chinese and their variants on this map is the ability to get that gold you need for Feudal Age with the tax.
Exactly, right? And it's not just that, there's other crazy details. Like for Juji in particular, you'll still go for a meditation garden in the corner, but quite often if you check all these corners, you may be noticing a recurring theme. There tends to be stone there. That equals hand cannon slits. The mid-game could just turn into a plethora of outposts on that central island, sniping down the enemy eco. So keep an eye out for that if it goes deep enough. I think Lucifron's goals do not let it get that deep. Likely, he's going to be very aggressive with his positioning on the outside. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see some early gilded meta-arms to try and control the outer island.
This map is actually a classic AoE map, by the way. This is a map that's kind of inspired by Hamburger in AoE 2, which is probably an even crazier version of this. So, I gotta say, I'm very glad that this made it into AoE 4. I'm not so glad that the map's name is a little bit more boring. I personally prefer Hamburger to moving out.
I think you're just hungry. Plenty of fish in that CV to dive in and munch on, though.
Yeah, that could be true as well.
The interesting thing is, like, I was talking to Cavallo about this, and he said he liked the idea that I came up with for like an alternate map. I said it'd be really cool to see this map if there were cliffs like cutting the players apart. So kind of like if you imagine wood walls center, right? So that basically you couldn't just run across your opponent's side. You had to play out onto the flanks and then round, or you could chop through the tree line. So we might have another kind of hybridized map coming in from Cavallo on that front soon. But this is very interesting because of its design. There's so many quirky plays, like Malians in particular was an undiscovered gem. I remember I looked at this map, I got flashbacks to when Malians first released. The whole idea of just putting javelin throwers inside a transport ship, or rather anything inside them to get the javelins, proved pretty effective. I think I even saw 1 or 2 players actually practicing that particular strat. So don't expect to see Juji everywhere, right? Like, I do maintain that I think Juji are going to be probably the most lethal pick next to the obvious kings of AoE 4 right now when it comes to Master of Realms, and it's solely because of their presence on these water hybrid maps.
Yeah, and you see the advantages of getting Juji over here. You do have that Imperial Officer already buffing your wood income. That's something that's going to help tremendously when it comes to getting the wood you need for the fishing boats. And of course, you do have that tax income as well. So looking at CSO, he's already at 130 gold compared to 100. Lucifer is yet to mine gold for his Feudal Age progress.
Yeah, and there's so many added benefits, right? Like, when you're always just supervising wood, great. That means your housing is cheaper. Well, village is already cheaper anyway. And this, in some ways, kind of hurts Lucy more, right? It's like you're actually idling more of your efficient eco when you walk 4 villages out here like this. As you guys got the scout there as well. And the other rough part is like he did choose to go for the alternative corner. He didn't try to get the center, which I thought he might lean into. Logic being there is if you want to contest the Juji on the mainlands, you're half the distance away, right? Now this is maximum distance away.
Yeah, this is something I also wanted to highlight, KP, but you beat me to it. When you move out to this outside area, you basically idle your villagers, and that's not something that CSO needs to do that early. Of course, Order of the Dragon, your villagers are also worth more, so you actually have a lot of idle time, I guess, what you would call it. But when you look at Juji, you do have that gold income mostly coming from tax. So, as you said, you basically can get the gold you need for Feudal Age without actually moving out, so you have a lot less effective idle eco.
Now, you didn't get the OP spawn there on the west side. Just notice the berries didn't spawn next to each other. I've noticed some spawns do this. Like, if you check the northern corner, you can see it very clearly. Double berries next to a big fat tree line, and you could probably clip the gold there. That would be an absolute jackpot here. But most notably, what he's getting from that west side corner is that stone. And I can guarantee you, if this game slogs out and we go 25, 30 minutes, you will start to see outposts erected on that central island with hand cannon slits coming in.
Yeah, second dock coming in here. That's going to be all the way at the very northern position here of this island. There is a second dock as well for Luciferon, but big difference between the two is that Luciferon is just now aging up, so he's going to be quite a bit behind compared to his counterpart, and CSO should have the upper hand when it comes to getting the first combat ship out.
Yeah, and this is something I think is a bit of a disadvantage for OTD and HRE in this map, is like you're not going to drop an Archon on the outside, you're always going to drop it inside. So these defensive outpost emplacement type civs are just going to get more advantage out of blocking you, right? Another thing I'm expecting to see, actually, as time goes on, is people starting to use these transport ships, not just to scout as they are now, but also to body block. I've seen some cool plays. Like, the beautiful thing is, you know me, I come from Dota 2. I love body blocking. Some people hate it. It's very hard to do on land, but you can do it. But on water, the hitboxes are so clunky and the pathfinding is so delayed, you can actually delay your opponent a lot. And one thing I did notice one or two players doing, at least the transport ship, is when their opponent goes out later than them, they take their transport ship over and delay the villagers from ungarrisoning on the other side.
Yeah, here is the first junk already firing away at those fishing boats. Lucifer is going to opt to repair that fishing boat instead of actually garrisoning it into the dock. He's trying to just maintain as much working force here in terms of fishing boats until that first Hawk arrives.
Yeah, and you should have enough time to break away, right? It's come out south side dock. Unfortunately, for the north side, I actually think he probably could have killed the archer ship, but CSO should be able to, quite frankly, leave this. He's going to be annoying, though, right? He set up a dock on the south side as well, so if Lucifer overchases this, it could even be like a second archer ship coming in from the south side.
Yeah, this is an interesting setup here for CSO because, ooh, nice little body block here by Lucifer using the transport to try and keep that junk. CSO does get away, but...
Yeah, it's a difference in move speed, right?
Back to the point of those docks, this allows him to threaten Luciferon's fishing eco from both sides, and it's something that could be very interesting to look at, especially considering that this way, Luciferon might actually lose out on some of his fishing eco, whereas CSO's own fishing eco is very nice and safe right now.
Yeah, it's like Lucy's in a reactionary state, right? He's got the 1-1-1 build, whereas CSO, I really want to see him use that summon dock. He's waiting for his moment, right, to just kind of distract on north and then send one in. Could be huge here. Like, the idle time alone could just set Lucy back. And we are seeing that Rax play we talked about earlier. Lucifron queuing up the first Gilded Men-at-Arms. This is an expensive investment.
Yeah, I think the other thing that this dog gives you to the south is a vision. So many times we see players trying to flank around with a couple of demos, surprise the opponent. Having that dock out there gives you some sort of vision, and that's something that's going to help you potentially detect this aggression coming your way. Looks like CSO is going to aggress this once again. He's got 3 war chunks to the 1 Hawk of Luciferon. Luciferon does have a single demo to work with, but he's investing some of his resources into some Gilded Men-at-Arms.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Like, you play the mainlands because you come after the Meditation Garden. It's not quick. It does take some time, but long-term it pays off, and it's very important here because if you look what CSO has done, he's actually carved up territory. He's taken 3 of the 4 fishing pockets. If we get to the stage where naval aristocrats come in, it's going to be very difficult for Luciferon to contest either side. So it's critical that he tries to get in and start denying the value on that Medi-Garden. Sadly, playing as the Order of the Dragon, that's very difficult to do, right? Like, you decrease what it gives by 10% per unit. Well, sucks for the Dragons that the units cost double what anyone else's do.
Oh, that Gilded Men-at-Arms eating a lot of the firepower from these combat ships, and this is actually pretty big. That is a half that Gilded Men-at-Arms.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's going on land, though. Like, I genuinely thought he was going to go for the Medigarden. This is a little bit shocking of a play. I'm not sure it's going to work. I mean, he might get a little bit of idle time at home. The pressure on water is bigger here, right? Like, the demo ship's trying to sneak in. Funnily enough, CSO could have actually tried to pump a demo ship right now. With that 10% increased production speed, they actually come out very quick. Instead, it looks like he's at risk of losing double Springald here.
Oh, nice little snipe with his own junk. He actually does not sacrifice a single ship for this. In the end, he does lose the fishing boat. But he does have that war junk coming out, and suddenly Luciferon is retreating. He did lose one of his ships to the south here. And I guess this is... Oh, back at home,
side.
though.
Yep, bigger problems. Demos are coming in to chase. So it looks like the Springald ships... it's not even lose one.
He gets away.
I can't believe this. Dude, Luciferon, I think this Gilded Men-at-Arms play actually cost him control of this game right now. This is insane. It done nothing. You're sending a Men-at-Arms in, past ships, to dive a hand cannon split TC. I'm just puzzled what the thought process there was. Is there really a world in which you get enough idle time to ever justify that?
Yeah, it's a weird choice. Now he's going for the Meditation Gardens, but his own fishing eco is being shut down. I guess the silver lining is that he actually damaged a lot of those war chunks, so CSO had to pull those back. But when the dust settles, it's 7 war chunks against just 3 Hawks, and now you're looking at a position where the transport ships get picked up, so access to this outside land area for Luciferon will be limited.
It's like villagers do realize they're being stabbed in the face. They're going to try to run away. Archer ships, in the meantime, chasing down Demo to keep it busy. But this turned into quite the pincher. Sure, you're keeping these Springald ships alive, but it's deceptive. The cost is high. Fishing boats are getting taken out, and CSO's eco lead is extending. Transport. Oh, we need to be careful that gets target down. I think that's 6 villages.
That would be massive. The junks are gone.
Dude, Luciferon is playing a serious game of chicken here, and he's trying not to get roasted.
I wonder if that's a bait. I actually wonder if he's trying to make CSO target that, because it's a very tanky ship. And at the same time, it looks like he gets away with the villagers. Demos do trade off. Still 8 war chunks, though, for CSO. I think his reinforcements are just now coming in.
Yeah, Luciferon is about to lose all control of water. This is a bad sign, especially when you consider that Archon on the mainlands, or rather Central Island, rather, only allows you to get wood, right? So you're not buffing up the rest of your economy. Yes, you are Order the Dragon villages, so you are still better, but it's going to be a huge advantage here for CSO. He's even got the demo ships coming in. This is an indicative sign that he's going to clear up the docks. Luciferon doesn't really have much to contest this.
Yeah, Luciferon doesn't have a single galley himself. Actually, he does have one somewhere, but he doesn't have a lot of answers to demo ships on his own. His fishing boats are now gone. His navy is mostly gone as well. And I guess the silver lining is that CSO is out of gold.
Can we just highlight, by the way, how appropriately named this is for the Chaos Realm? Like, this is one of the most chaotic games I think we've seen so far. That fight on the ponds, like, amongst the fishing boats, has been an absolute slaughter on both sides. You are right, the gold is now a problem. CSO can't pump additional demo ships here, but really...
Yeah, but look at the food for Luciferon at the same time.
Yeah, that's it. He saw it, he agrees, he calls GG. So CSO, a shaky first game, but firm on the strike back in number 2.
Oh man, you summarized this perfectly. This is exactly why this map is in the chaos category. Back and forth naval battles all across the board. Villagers in transport ships potentially being used as a bait or just getting caught in the crossfire. At the same time, scrappy ecos back at home as raids do happen on both sides. In the end, CSO utilizes this chaos map to turn this set back on its track. And, you know, this is a big one for him. He had some momentum in game number 1 on Dry Arabia, but that fell into the hands of Luciferon. Now we are looking at an even series heading into game number 3.
Yeah, but this is where things get very telling, right? Like, when we look at that game 3, I did mention picking the Juji here does somewhat weaken your draft as it progresses, makes you very predictable, whereas I think Luciferon has a little bit more flexibility as to what remains. And it looks like it is going to be that Abbasid pick. When I mentioned this, it's likely now going to be CSO picking English on Holy Island, and Abbasid should be coming out in Hillendale. People recently discovered that Abbasid is actually quite effective in Hillendale because it's cheaper to wall off your high ground than it is to build double outposts to protect your gold investment, right? So you get a little bit of a freer castle age with that type of build. I think I've even seen a few people trying advancement wing in feudal just because, given how defensive the map is, usually desert raiders struggle to find raid value. But we'll see if we get to that one. China versus Abbasid is an intriguing one, though. You know, I think Abbasid have been looking very strong this map at the moment. I don't want to discredit China, but I'm wondering if this newly found desirability on getting the Rams ultra early may just screw the plans for Luciferon.
Oh, hybrid map here. I I see this setup as an interesting one because you kind of highlighted how China and its variants, the Juji, can make things very interesting on these hybrid maps. But at the same time, I'm actually wondering if CSO is going to once again channel that inner chaos he's looking for and play something very similar to what we've seen here on Moving Out. Because Kawasan is closer to a chaotic map than it is to a classic open land map like Dry Arabia. So in many ways, this map could also play into that play style that he's going for. Definitely more so than, let's say, Hillandale would.
Yeah, what I'm wondering is actually if we get into any sort of Camelot comp. You know, if you see a world in which Lucifron isn't bothering to mass Chiganu, Camelotches have been stomping on this map at the moment. The extra food, like it's a revelation to players how good Camelotches can be. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that type of thing. Obviously, Feudal is critical here. You know, Lucifron, he may have to consider dropping the Barbican first, which is something Chinese players are never happy with. You should be able to tell that quite quickly. If he decides to not go for an Imperial Official straight away, there's a good likelihood that we're looking at an Imperial Academy opening. If he does get it first, still could be an IA, but all of a sudden Barbican's on the table. But it's time to stick game number 3 on the table. We are heading into Kawasan, China versus the Abbasids. And while China is definitely looking like a strong pick all around, it's fair to say these recent buff the Abbasids have gone the extra distance.
Exactly. Spawning in on the right side is going to be CSO playing as the color red with the Abbasid dynasty. And on the other side, you're going to have Lucifron playing as the color yellow with the Chinese. Once again, this is the first time that these two players have ever met in a competitive set. And we're not just talking about S-tier tournaments, A-tier tournaments. We're looking at an ever situation. They haven't met even in a tiny show match or a tiny tournament before.
Yeah, and it's funny, right? Because like getting into this day, a lot of people were like, "Oh, 3-0 for Lucifron." And I'd already predicted a few days ago. I think this is going to be a 5-game series. I think these two are actually surprisingly closely matched. CSO is a rising phoenix right now. Like it's incredible what he's done. We even mentioned earlier on the broadcast that he has a positive win rate up against Louis MT. Louis, I think most people would actually fairly agree is a top 6 player in AoE4 right now, hands down. So you know that type of caliber in mind. CSO is definitely not one to be trifled with or underrated. And with a pick like the Abbasids, with how they've been performing recently, especially on this map, I actually would maybe even slightly favor him here up against the Chinese.
Yeah, it's a tricky setup here, but one thing is sure, KP. Looking at Group D here in Masters of Realms, we have Lucifron, CSO, WAM, and Baotoon. This is a stacked group, especially when you consider how much in shape WAM is right now. So this is going to be a tough group to advance from. And of course, whoever wins this first series is going to win, is going to have a much better chance of qualifying to the playoffs in the end from this group.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of these groups aren't easy pickings per se, right? Like I think the one that I felt might be a little bit easier is like Group B. I think like BC and Killjoy the standouts there for me, especially because B, you know, there's been question marks about how much you're playing. Group C though, Puppypaw, Anatan, Recon, Vortex. I mean, Recon may have just been seen as like, what's going to happen there, right? But with his recent resurgence coming back after a little bit of a break, he's looking on fire again. Vortex, he's been playing a decent amount. It's similar to B, has he been splitting time? And then Group A, Louis MT, Marine Lord, Cat, Dimmu. You know, Cat is the question mark. The other 3 definitely capable, especially with Dimmu playing some of his best AoE4 at the moment. So fair to say that we've got stacked groups across the way, and I'd have it no other way, man. I hate it when you get those groups where you just haven't got enough good competitive players. It's like, oh yeah, that one's going to go through. Oh yeah, that one's going to go through. Oh, and that one, and then I don't care about the rest, right? Like, we've got, I think, a pool of players where I would say there's maybe 2 or 3 maximum where I'd be like, I would be shocked if they would make playoffs.
Yeah, but that's, I think, the cool thing in this scene right now. You have a lot of up-and-coming players that are challenging the quote-unquote old guard, and that makes this tournament, as well as the upcoming Red Bull Vololo, a very exciting tournament to look at. But first, I think we are going to have to take a look at how this game is playing out here, KP. So far, very standard openings here, but the 2 players do share the same bond, which is basically the first benchmark to look at when you look at a Kawasan game. Are the players sharing pawns, or are they splitting the pawns between the 2 of them in Dark Age? The fact that they are sharing pawns makes it even more important to be the first player in Feudal Age, something that's a little difficult to accomplish with the Abbasids if you go the classic way.
Yeah, this is like one of the tough things when the map spawns like this though, right? Like they both actually spawned east side, so they're going to be pivoting towards that east side lake 'cause it's more efficient. Can we check in Lucifer's base? Really important detail here. I mentioned the Imperial officials. He did build one. Okay, so that's a good sign. Like you can tell very quickly if it's going to be IA first. I've actually, weirdly enough, seen some players play water maps where they don't build an Imperial official. Little tip to everyone: don't do that. It's not more efficient. You know, I think I was talking to Kraken about this, and he'd actually brought up Louis because Louis is one of the people who regularly does the no IO build, and Louis even went, yeah, it's not good, and then continued doing it. So like, it's a bit of a weird build at the moment. But the problem with doing Imperial Academy first here is it means you don't have a Barbican to shut out one of those ponds. Military wing is going to be on the way, and that's what kind of worries me. Is like CSO, a popular play right now for the Abbasids is to immediately open with a ram and delete these docks. I think that's exactly why Lucy opened with a second dock on the same leg.
Yeah, it's going to be double docks for both of these players, but as you see, CSO is going to be the second player reaching Feudal Age here. He opted to go with the military wing, but on the other side, that Imperial Academy is going to finish a lot sooner here for Lucifron. It's going to be double docks for both. But it looks like CSO is expanding to the other pond as well, something that Lucifron is not yet doing.
Something that's very efficient as well, right? Like, it's crazy to think about this, but Lucifron has spent 300 wood for 2 docks, and CSO has spent 225 wood for free, right? So, like, you know, that's already halfway towards that RAM idea I talked about. Or he could just choose to be greedy and put the extra wood investment into a fishing boat. One tough part, of course, is like at this stage in the game, I do favor Chinese slightly. The reason is that they are obviously able to escalate docks quicker, they're able to tech up quicker. The other detail, though, is like we're not at Golden Age 1. Golden Age 1 at least offsets a lot of the Imperial official advantage, but we're not there yet, right? We're still, I think, 3 or 4 buildings away for CSO.
Oh, yeah. I think the bigger thing is that that's something that scales as you go deeper into the game, whereas at the very beginning here, the big thing is how this fight on the ponds will shape out. Feudal Age will just now kick in here for CSO, but he has already had to garrison all of his fishing boats. And I'm not sure if Lucifron found the dock yet, or well, I should say the dock on the second pond. He might actually have found it. But even if he didn't, I think at some point he's going to have to expect CSO to move out to that second pond.
Yeah, but you can't really do anything about it now because if CSO just parks his scout there and keeps the military units in the center, he can now just camp that, build a ram to deal with the east side lake, and then come back in later. It looks like Lucifron is trying to sneak a villager out now to that left side lake. There's no way this works, though. Yeah, eyeballs are already on it, so Lucifron is about to lose an eco unit.
That's the cool thing about the military wing over here, because it gives you that early presence. And when you look at hybrid maps, oftentimes what you see is that players commit all of their resources into naval combat. That means that even if you have just 1 or 2 land units, that gives you a lot of map control. So, sure enough, CSO is right now pinned inside his docks on the right-hand side pond. But at the same time, he has that second pond, and he has safety over there. And let's not forget, if he snipes the enemy fishing boats here, that's just as good for him as cleaning up the fishing boats from CSO is for Lucifron.
Yeah, and good job by Lucifron there. Actually pulled back the villager straight away. I think CSO a little bit neglectful to actually attack the scout like that. You don't need to reveal yourself, right? Like, the villager doesn't have range on you. You just let him bait himself into trying to build that dock. A little bit of chaos happening on the east side lake here, though. Fishing is still underway for Lucifron, but we have to remember it's a lot freer and a lot more floatable for CSO. And this is where we should now be seeing, what, a ram coming soon? Because this is the stage where you're not contested on what...
Oh, my lord. Now, talk about a non-sneaky dock over here. Don't forget, CSO's units are slow-moving, and it looks like he's going to just allow that dock to go up. He definitely should have seen it, in theory. Oh, demo coming in.
Dude, like, you wouldn't look at that. You wouldn't look at that at all, right? Like, there's no reason to look down there right now. I can't believe that.
That's exactly what I'm thinking about. It's the type of a thing where it's in your vision, but are you actually seeing it? Because why would you look down here?
Right underneath his nose. Ram is at least going to come up to try and contest this dock, but now CS has bigger problems, right? Like, you know, this is meant to be free economy, all focused on the right side, but Lucifron, the crafty bugger that he is, and you have to remember, it only takes China a matter of seconds to get those docks up due to how fast their build speed is. He's even adding in a second dock to guarantee he doesn't get shoved off this lake.
I love it. And at the same time, CSO's busy trying to inflict some kind of damage on the opposing player on this eastern, on the eastern pond. And it didn't really work out. He's going to slowly take out these docks at the ram, but he also invested a lot of resources into ships that just got scuttled immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that he wasted efforts building boats like this. I think it was just a wasted effort compared to just, you know, getting more defenses up on the west side. Like, one archer ship out here would have done the world of difference. A second ram, maybe, to actually block your opponent's eco quicker, because look at what happens when you got one. Great read, Lucifron, he prepped the archery range ahead of time to get triple archer, and all of a sudden you can't contest. So docks aren't going to go down, ram is going to be lost, and all of a sudden Lucifron's going to have the east side for free. West side is now a giant war zone waiting to happen.
And that's the problem for CSO, because now his fishing eco is going to be contested on the spawn, but at the same time, Lucifron does have some untouched fishing eco here on the right side that he simply cannot contest.
I'm sorry, I had to laugh at that. Like, when you're that bad off, you're using 2 villagers to try and burn down dock, you know it's gone bad, right? Like, this ram, I think, is meant to be coming back to assist with that. It's going to be too late. I can't believe Lucifron has walked halfway across the map without wheelbarrow to do that.
And now archers are coming out as well for Lucifron. He's got 3 of them on the field. CSO is mixing in a horseman, but things are slowly slipping out of his control. He doesn't have any fishing eco, although Lucifron is housed right now, so his own combat ship cannot pop out of that dock. But I feel like he's now in firm control over this game.
Yeah, 5 eco lead. We haven't got any Song Dynasty, right? So the land eco at least isn't scaling. But we should now have the military vessels pumping out. First one comes out, it's just to contest this. Arch ship follow up just to try and clear up the fishing boats. And you know, this is tough now. I mean, CSO's only play to get back in this game is more rams. It sounds trivial, but like that is the only way he can do this now.
Yeah, it's not looking good for CSO right now. He's getting some horsemen out, but yeah, I'm actually wondering if he's looking for Castle Age here. He's banking up a lot of resources. He's also mining stone, so he might just completely forfeit the pawns and say, okay, I'm going to go Castle, I'm going to play 2TC and see where it goes from there.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, I understand stone for the arrow slits, right? So that can be a way of you trying to maintain control here. It's just difficult to try to play mass arrow slits when you only have double dock. You kind of need 3 to really feel like it kicks in this position, because otherwise there's always a safe area for Lucifron to retreat to. I think that's exactly what CSO's going to discover quick here. The problem with this whole idea of going like 2TC fast castle at this stage, I feel like you open the door for Lucifron to get castle quicker and just have a superior force.
I'm not saying it's a good way to play this. I just feel like this is the direction that he's heading at this point. Yeah. It's going to be a tough one, though, because Lucifron did have untouched fishing eco on that right-hand side pond for some time. In fact, if we look at that pond, that is full of fishing boats now. Lucy only opened with 3 fishing boats. Now he's up to 7. He's escalating his water-based eco. Now he's starting to add fishing boats on the left side as well. So, yeah, by the time you catch up in terms of villagers, it's going to be too late. It's already a 14 eco difference between the two. And you see Lucifron himself is banking up resources potentially for Castle Age.
Yeah, and CSO's adding a second ram, so he's trying to delete these. I think this is just to reclaim his own lake. Yeah, there you go. So it's coming in on the west side now. So he will eventually reclaim this pond. I just don't see a world in which Lucifron contests this. It's too far out of his area. But the price is going to be high, right? Like, I actually could very easily see Lucifron being Castle Age a whole minute before CSO.
And CSO is actually using up all of his wood here. He's actually making a second battering ram. He's making new ships as well. So even though he does have a lot of stone in the bank, definitely more than what he needs for the arrow slits, he doesn't have the wood for that second town center. He's just not going to have enough resources for Castle Age, but don't forget, Abbasids take their time to go up to Castle, although the demos are beautiful over here, and that's something that might give a lifeline here for CSO.
Yeah, like I said, he's always going to eventually pull this back to his side, right? Because you can see with the rams, it's always the advantage. Lucifron, like, he can't bring 5 archers near the pond like this because there's boats that can kill him. But, you know, the bigger problem now is about strike, right? Like, you need to be at the eco to tech up when your opponent is about 800 short at least. It's not working out that way, right? It's actually working out a lot worse. We're probably going to be looking at, I think it has to be Culture Wing. If you go Eco Wing here, you just don't have your techs quick enough to contest.
I agree, 100% agree. CSO is still trying to clean up this spawn, but again, he's just a little too slow to the party. He's going up with the Culture Wing, second TC just now coming in, but on the opposing side, you do have a Chinese player with a lot of food income, and that's exactly what's going to happen when a Chinese player has a lot of food. They're going to get to Castle Age, and they're going to flood you with Palace Guards, not something that CSO will have an immediate answer to.
I always find Palace Guard a bit of a scam, you know? You can't have a name like that and actually leave the palace, right? Like, you're not much of a guard, are you? Like, yeah, we're guarding people because we're killing everyone else around the world. Like, wait, what? But
yeah, you're basically guarding the rubble of the opponent's DC.
There you go. Yeah, we're guarding the future palace location. The interesting thing is that TC placement, though, is very far forward for CSO. Like, in a game where he's about to get flooded by Palace Guard, he has to be anticipating that, right? Like, he doesn't try to play it condensed at all. I don't think that's even connected for Fire Armor. So, like, if 20 Palace Guard come in, it's just going to evaporate.
He actually cancelled his initial TC and replaced it more to the front. But yeah, I agree with you. That's a very, very exposed. I feel like this game reminds me a lot of the Dry Arabia game that we've seen, in a sense that CSO feels like he's taking giga gambles. He knows he's on the back foot, and he's not saying, okay, I'm going to play this safe, or I'm going to do quote-unquote reasonable things. He's just gonna YOLO that second TC spot and see where it goes. Yeah,
I mean, you have to take risks. Like, I respect that. I hate it when players are like, oh, well, the next calculated choice is like, no, you're already behind. Yep. All right, get off the beaten path. We played this out a million times. He's at least being wacky. But you know, it's hard to see a clean way to the light here. Like, reaching cast lanes like this, if you at least had good food eco, great. But your only food source is on the front line here, right? And that front line is going to move uncomfortably deep into your base.
Yep, that's exactly what's going to happen, and this is why this DC spot is going to backfire. But again, let's be honest, his alternative is playing it safe, in which case he likely ends up losing the game. At least he's going to try something with a high upside, but it's just so unlikely to work out, especially because he's responding to this Palace Guard raid with Gulam.
Please stop. Like, this is going to be the most Benny Hills thing we're going to see this game. I mean, all you have to do is run, right? Like, this is the thing that I think a lot of people hate about Palace Guard. You always get the counter argument, yeah, but they're not very tanky. It's like, yeah, but they just run away, so I never get to prove that they're squishy.
Exactly, and you can mass produce them so quickly by supervising the barracks. Lucifer is up to 13 of them already. Compare that to CSO's production. It's almost non-existent.
Yeah, but they're not tanky. Look, villagers can fight them. Please, turn around and A-click now. I dare you. Oh, God.
The thing with Palace Guard is that, sure enough, villagers can fight them, Gulam can fight them, but you repel the first wave, you lose 15 vills, and there's a second wave, and a third wave, and a 27th wave.
Yeah, I think so. Like, whenever someone says you can do something, I'm always reminded of a friend of mine, Pycat, once in a cast. He said it'd be like eating crap, and I asked, how do you know that the eating? It's bad. I was like, how do you know it's bad? It's like, well, you know that eating crap is bad. You don't have to eat it though to know that. This is the same situation. Like, you could fight with your villagers right now. You probably have to fight with your villagers right now. Nothing about it is going to feel good in this game, Lidicor. Like, I've got a feeling that CSO... I don't know if we're just going to see one of those demoralization slopes. Like, game one, I'm surprised that didn't shock and awe him to his brain. But this right now feels like him just going through the motions in a game that's already over.
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually wondering about his mindset over here, because staying in a game like this can have different effects on different players. Some just say, okay, I'm going to use this as some extra time to think about my strategy for the upcoming game. Or maybe I'm just hoping for a miraculous recovery arc. But at the same time, for some players, it might just increase that level of frustration that they have. It's like, yeah, I'm still trying, but it's not working out. And oftentimes, subconsciously, that leads to frustration that could bleed into the subsequent game.
Yeah, and like the kind of brutal thing here, right, is like CSO is probably getting this false confidence because he was being sick with the micro there, right? Like, I think actually the Chinese duo have been the most impressive with their TC garrisoning. Like, I've seen it from Louis as well, where he'll clutch up in moments by shift garrisoning to the other side, now that you can do that. But I just think, like, it's that kind of feeling when you make a sick move in a fighter game that looks really cool to watch, but then you look at the health bars and you see your opponent is still at 100 HP, and you're at 0, right?
Yeah.
It's a bit baiting.
I feel like he's staying in this game partially because he still has the pawn to the left, and I don't think he knows how big the eco difference is between the two. Yeah. In his mind, he might be thinking that he's down by, now after all these raids, maybe 20 villagers, let's say. He doesn't know it's actually 33. He actually repelled this first assault, but again, this is what we talked about, KP. You repel the first wave, there is going to be a second one, and there is always going to be a third one as well. A lot of villagers idled, and Lucifer is walling off the sacred sites. Worst case scenario for Lucifer right now is that he wins with the sacred sites.
Yeah, I mean, the relics go in the way as well. Like, there's no way CSO's sneaking out of his base, right? Even if he gathers that food, it's going to run out sooner rather than later. I think he's had enough. GG gets called. So Lucifer already now on match point. CSO, nothing but perfection if he wants to win.
Yeah, he has his moments, but I feel like the difference in tournament experience really shows in some of these games, especially when he starts falling behind. I feel like his responses are sometimes suboptimal. And a player like Lucifron, who is definitely part of the elite players of AoE4, he's going to exploit every single little mistake that you make. The moment CSO is on the back foot, Lucifron is just going to go pedal to the metal and finish him off.
Yeah, I think it's like more an issue if CSO really thrives on that early mid game, right? And the moment it splits out there, if he doesn't have the advantage he's looking for, like he doesn't seem to find a way to recover. He's taking these gambles, great, but the problem is at that stage in the game when he's taking the gambles, they become predictable. We saw that in game 1. We just saw it again in game 3, right? Like, by the time he's making the move that we say is risky, it's literally because every single other move doesn't exist on the board anymore. So I'm hoping that whatever he chooses in game 4 has arcing elements to it in the first 8 minutes. Otherwise, I think we're in for a free one.
Yeah, the remaining maps will be Hillendale and Holy Island. So I feel like Holy Island is more of a map where you could cause early chaos, but we're heading into Hillendale. It's going to be English versus Mongols. Definitely some opportunities for some early engagements, but you just feel like this is, besides Dry Arabia, the most classic map that you can go for, and that should play into the hands of Lucifron.
But like, what was the thought process behind Mongols over Byzantines is what I'm wondering here. Because like Mongols used to be popular for this Russian before the walls could go up, right? But like English don't care about that. So I'm starting to wonder, like, did Lucifron think that it was going to be English for Holy Island? Which, by the way, is a totally sane thought, right? Like if you're in a draft, a competitive draft against a top 16 player in AoE4 Lidical, and you know that Holy Island is map number 5, and their choices are English, Ayabids, or Malians, how high or drunk do you think they are to not save English for Holy Island? Right? Like,
Interesting, interesting question, Gabe. But let's just wait with that once we get to game number 5. If we get to game number 5, I should say. Lucifron right now with the 2-1 lead in this best of 5. And we only have 30 seconds left to go here, KP, until game number 3. Of course, this is only the first set of 4 today. We're looking at the opening rounds of Group C and D here in Masters of Realms. And we have some banger sets as well, KP. Just a quick preview, though. One thing I've looked at when it comes to the stats is that Lucifron versus CSO is not the only matchup that's extremely rare. Most of the matchups that we're having today have rarely ever happened before.
Well, it sounds like a day of action that everyone needs to be locked into. It also sounds like a day of action that people need to make sure they're not missing a single piece of. And the only way to do that is if you're subscribed to the channel so the ads don't get in the way. There's nothing else I can do to help you. Sorry, we got to get on with the game. Game number 4 on your screens. And I need Lucifron to lose this right now because I really need to know what the hell CSO's plan is on Holy Island with either the Malians or the Ayabids. I'm not going to lie. I just don't care about this game. Just give English the win, Lidical. I need that game 5. My brain can't figure out what the plan is.
Well, you're not the only one that needs game 5. CSO does too, because he's down by 1 in this opening round. And this is a GSL group stage, KP, which means that the final scoreline rarely matters for these players. What matters is who wins the set. So for CSO, losing 3-2 or 3-1, it makes no difference. He wants to have that win over here in what is a very stacked group here in Group D. Of course, alongside Lucifron and CSO, we do have Wham and Baltoon as well, 2 players that will face off against each other later today.
Oh, so many intense, enjoyable games. You don't want to miss a single beat of it, folks. And remember, like, we're not even done with the group stage at the end of this weekend. We've still got the winner matches as well as loser matches, decider matches. So be sure to tune in on them. A few more weekends of AoE4 action here in the Master Realms before it all concludes. But yeah, let's think about how this game's going to conclude, because this is an interesting one. Mongol is definitely a Civ that looks incredibly underwhelming, one of the weakest performing Civs actually in AoE4 right now. But in competitive play, still finding ways of wiggling in. This matchup, I'm not so sure about, though, because ever since the discovery of the 2TC Fast Castle English build, it seems the challenge is to find a way of stopping them. I'm not sure how Mongols stop them, Lidical.
I feel like the weird thing about Mongols, and this is something that's always difficult to wrap my head around, the weird thing with Mongols on this map is that this map begs for walls. It's actually a map in the closed map category. But Mongols cannot make walls, so one of the strongest elements, or one of the most iconic elements of Hillendale gameplay is completely removed from the arsenal of the Mongols. At the same time, we've seen players operating with silver trees, especially in team games on Hill and Dale. So I'm actually wondering if Lucifer is thinking about it. Don't forget, if English play the classic Council Hall opening, their army is traditionally very slow moving, so they might struggle to clean up trades. We've seen actually signs of that on a map like Canal back before. You kind of try to counter English by playing Mongols and just playing into the trade, but CSO has something else on his mind. It's the Abbey of Kings, and that is definitely a better response to the Silver Tree than the Council Hall would be.
Yeah, the interesting thing though is like, you hit it on the head already. You can't wall this map, and the brutal thing about the new English build isn't even the king. It's not even the 2TC. It's the White Tower. The White Tower that is basically like a Eurus stables. So you're about to be on a map against knights, and you have no way of walling yourself in. I think that's what has me most worried for Lucifron. So I need to see, I think, a feudal-focused game plan here, because I think if this reaches castle, he could be in trouble.
Yeah, the big problem, again, as you highlighted, is that trade is nice, but if you cannot wall, you are going to be in big, big trouble. So I'm actually curious how Lucifron is going to play this. Don't forget, oftentimes we see a silver tree, but it's almost a bait. It makes your opponent focus on trade when you barely have any traders going. So I'm actually wondering if it's going to be used as a semi-bait and only add traders if CSO is not really contesting map control. So definitely a somewhat unusual opening here between these two players. And, you know, when you look at these two landmarks, it's always funny to think back to the times where it was always Deer Stones and always Council Hall. You look at a game now, it's Silver Tree and Abbey of Kings.
Yeah, it's beautiful how the meta changes. I mean, there's some civs that I wish function like this, right? Like, there's still certain civs out there where it's always the same thing, right? Like, Chamber of Commerce, maybe one of these days would be nice. You know, I'm just saying. Like, it's not just like acronyms, but hopefully we do see some more innovations. I mean, the thing is, I know English are a little bit overtuned right now, but I hope they don't revert the changes here. I think the issue with the English build right now is just the White Tower itself. And it's always been that case, right? Like, so many times in AoE4, we can point to one of the big critical issues being how good defensive landmarks are, right? And I think White Tower definitely fits that category because it's able to ramp knights so quickly. Now, the interesting thing on this map about that opening king, though, is you mentioned the trade. You can't trade freely. You have to scale Keshik. So Lucifron needs a long feudal, because if you try to go fast castle as well, I mean, there's nothing there for you straight away. But also, the king will just kill your traders.
Yeah, that king acts as a proxy knight in many ways, and it's good enough to kill the traders if you have nothing protecting them. CSO is on stone, so there is going to be a second town center coming in. I'm actually wondering where he's going to place it. Usually you place your second TC on food, but that's less significant with a civilization like English that will transition to farms early on. And at the same time, you do push in the deer, so it's just going to be a very nice and condensed base protecting the golden stone.
So, with the TC mine, deer location, it's another thing that just makes it really good for the fast castle build is, like, you don't even necessarily have to add in farms that quickly. But given the TC placement, like, White Tower could easily just be dropped around where the deer is. You build farms around that. Usually, you want to lean it more towards the tree line, is what I'd say. That way, you can't be raided there. But I like that Lucifron's already pushing momentum here. This is really smart. I've seen a few players try to play this out, and their biggest issue is they don't just immediately pump. They go trade first. And it backfires hard, because if you don't have 4+ Keshiks, the king just shrugs it off.
TC is going to be complete, so it is now villager production time for CSO. Lucifron did move the silver tree to the corner, and it looks like he is early adding the traders. Now, because his space is so condensed, it is for CSO, of course. Because his base is so condensed, I think he can send that king out to hunt for traders. I'm not sure if he actually scouted the silver tree, though, because I think that's a big variable going into this game.
He should be anticipating it, though, right? It's the most logical play on a map like this. But interesting detail about that king. There is something that can make it very difficult to trade hunt with the king in this matchup. And it's something I noticed very recently. Like, I had pros in chat at the time that were even confused as to what the hell was happening. I don't know if you knew this, but the Khan's movement speed fluctuates. Like, I'm not even exaggerating. It goes up
and down. Is it a bug or is it a feature, though?
I guess it's a feature. Like, maybe some sort of reverse gravity thing that when he shoots his arrows, they propel him forward. I guess he's a Hanzo main, but, like, I've noticed that when I was watching a game where a king should have gotten out of range of the Khan, his movement speed kept fluctuating between 1.62 and 1.69. So, like...
Nice.
Yeah, perfect, right? Which is the movement speed of the king. So it's almost impossible if the king is in range to get away from the Khan, even if he doesn't have maneuver speed arrow.
Tower's already coming up here for the trade, and I guess we've gotten our response, KP. Luciferon isn't just adding 1 or 2 traders over here like players do in many cases. This is a full-on trade build. He's committing multiple villagers to build towers, and this should be the indicator for CSO to know that Luciferon isn't just going to add a small amount of traders, he's going to commit very heavily to this.
That's a big ouchie, though. Like, failing to get the first outpost like that, that's going to lead probably to a trader kill, because you can hang around, the Keshik's not immediately going to kill you. And, you know, like, 2 Keshiks doesn't dent the king quick enough, so, like, realistically, CSO could chip this down. I think he's just happier keeping the threat alive, though, right? And while he's keeping his opponent on the defensive, he's going for a tech up. Like, for a guy who's going all in on trade, this is going to feel underwhelming with how quick CSO's timing is here.
Yeah, normally, a trade build is able to beat a 2 TC build because the return of investment is much quicker, but let's not forget that because you do have that very quick production using the White Tower for your knights, CSO can punish this trade very, very quickly, and we're actually haven't reached a point where this trade build or where the trade-based eco of Luciferon is better than CSO's eco. And by the time you reach that point, CSO should have knights out harassing those traders.
Yeah, and notice this white tower placement, by the way. This is all because of the wood line. He wants to be able to protect that as well as the farm transition that will come in behind this. But you know, this scares me. I mean, Luciferon, he has a pitiful army. Normally in this type of game, you'd be prepping spears already, because the reality is, like, a good English player will just pump knights now. And Keshiks can't beat that. Like, you can't scale them quick enough, actually. It's kind of insane just how good the white tower production is. So Luciferon, with that in mind, you know, what is his options here? He can't fast castle. He's going to have to hang around in feudal for a good few minutes. He's going to have to spear up and hope that CSO doesn't transition to a meat shield of men-at-arms too quick.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, the best response against knight raids like that would be walls, but guess what? That's exactly what the Mongols do not have. And there's a side note here, KP. The gold mine for Luciferon is very much at the front. Now, most of his gold right now is coming from trade, but if he starts losing traders, his backup option for gold income is also very exposed.
Yeah, and can we do like a sheep count? I mean, he's on the deer right now, but like long term that matters, especially when you're pumping Keshiks like this, right? So like, okay, he's got 8 sheep. He's got like, what, about 2/3 of his deer left. It's still kind of precarious here. I mean, you know, what's even wilder is if CSO reads this correctly, he can just scale knights and go for the relics next. Like, I don't think there's any big rush to dive the enemy base here.
Yeah, I love his walls though, although it would have been nicer if those were made actually to the edge of the cliff, but I think he understands that right now, Luciferon has the numbers advantage, and Luciferon needs to distract him. That's exactly what Luciferon is doing. He's actually harassing these hunters with the Keshik. With a slow reaction from CSO. Very slow reaction from
Not
CSO.
again. No, game 1
Oh, no.
flashbacks. It's the Ghazi. He wears armor this time.
Oh no! And there is no excuse for this for CSO. He shouldn't be distracted with anything else. Oh,
Like,
that's a disaster. That is a complete disaster.
Can we just delete the Khan now? This is your new king. Like, I can't believe that, dude. Like, the value he just got there. And the balls on this guy. Luciferon goes Kurotai. I love this. Like, he doesn't have much of an army, but eventually he will, right? And you need this. Like, every time I watch a Mongol game where someone goes for step readout instead of Kurotai against English, I write it off straight away. Like, you're fighting into an aura without your own aura buff. You just don't stand a chance there. So definitely the correct call there, even though it feels bad when you have single-digit military count doing it.
And I was just praising CSO for walling off the right side to make sure that Luciferon can't just commit his Keshik to raid and distract CSO from those counterattacks with the knights, only to see that CSO gets his villagers on the food butchered, and as a consequence, he's got no knights in production. He's got the White Tower, which is a great landmark to mass-produce knights with, but he doesn't have the food to mass-produce them. We're looking at 1 knight facing off against soon-to-be 13 Keshik, and Luciferon is now in Castle Age, so those Keshiks are a lot more formidable than they used to be.
Yeah, I think, look, this is kind of a messy thing about Hill and Dale as well, right? Like, Hill and Dale is not a map that people have been practicing this English build on because, well, we haven't been playing Hill and Dale in pubs, right? It's very different because on a standard map, like Dry Arabia, you build 2 farm clusters and tech up, right? On this map, you don't have to do that. You actually kind of get Castle Age a bit too quickly, and I think that can sometimes hurt you. And I think that's what we're seeing here, is like CSO has got the farms coming in now. Down the line, he'll be looking great, but I'm worried about how he looks down the line, right? Like, the king is at least still actively raiding. You have to remember he does get buffed up when you age up. But with this many Keshiks, with the Yamor as well, it should be very easy now to pinch that king.
Yeah, and the problem is that we talked about this. Eventually, that trade build gets a lot better than the 2TC build from the English player. And I think we're reaching that domain. And CSO still just has one knight and one king to harass this with. Crossbows are not being mixed in by Lucifron.
Like, I'd love to see him just maneuver speed arrow now and pinch that king. Like, that would be a sick play here. Instead, he's just going to run him back. So Outpost coming in. Kurultai has been dropped in the enemy base, Lidicor. He feels so bad for CSO, he's donating a new landmark.
And he's got enough caching to chase down that knight and the king, as well as harass these villagers over here. Another villager does get picked off. CSO's villager count is still alright, but he's being idled out very heavily as well. I guess the only thing that really goes for him right now is that he does have a reasonable farming transition already completed, whereas Lucifron should be running low on deer and sheep soon, so that might give a little breathing room for CSO. But I feel like we're getting back to exactly where game number 1 was. Losing a bunch of villagers to a single unit, and now he's on the back foot, and being on the back foot is never a good thing for CSO in this series.
So like, I think that another issue is like CSO is going into crossbows, but he needs Spearman as well. Crossbows is too slow. This Kurultai,
He needs
like,
tactical nukes at this point, KP.
Hey, you're not, yep, no weird architecture here. Like, you know, I've heard, Lidicor, that London is the most culturally diverse capital in the world. And this is clearly proof of it. Don't you just love that, like, that architecture design? You've got English 18th century, English 16th century, Mongol 16th century.
I mean, at the pace we're playing this, KP, we're soon going to have a Brexit because the English player is going to leave this game at this pace.
I mean, should maybe consider Asia, by the looks of it. Mongols are quite inviting. They even want to be part of your kingdom. Oh, this is getting ugly, though, my friend. I think with the crossbows here now, like, you're already seeing CSO's outmassed there. He kind of just looks lost. Like, he's floating, on average, 1,500 resources at any given time.
I'm really wondering what CSO is waiting for with these resources. Because he does have a building that can mass-produce units. There's the White Tower, is barely producing anything. He's slowly adding crossbows, but you see his unit queue at the very top. He barely has units in queue, and that's alarming. You're in a difficult position, so unless he's banking up resources for Imperial, which would be pretty much suicidal, I don't understand why he's not mass-producing anything at this point.
I mean, it's like, what? Where are you even going to put the Berkshire? Can you just check his base? Because I think, what, maybe you delete lumber camps and you build it in the face of the Mongol player with a Kurultai in your base. No, I'm not going to finish that fort. There's not really anything to do here with an imp upgrade.
Yeah, and that's exactly the thing, right? Like, getting to Imperial doesn't help. And at this point, like, just make any kind of a unit. Anything is better than floating 2,000 resources and just waiting for something to happen, especially because now Lucifer is breaking in and he's getting bounty for burning down all these farms.
Please bring the Kurultai around here. Like, you know, Lucifer, don't be a noob about it. You know what you want to do. Wheel that Kurultai all the way around. Just park it on the farmlands, big boy. Oh,
I feel like he's playing with his food right now.
I mean, this is one of those games where you're just like, why don't you just GG? Like, bro, we've got a busy day. Can we just move on? It's brutal right now, though. CSO, I mean, he genuinely looks stumped.
And this is the big difference between the two. Again, I don't want to overstate the significance of that one Keshik killing a bunch of villagers before. But when you look at the overall villager kill-death ratio, it's 8 for Lucifron, mostly coming out of that Keshik. And on the other side, the moment this raid came in for CSO, Lucifron responded immediately, barely lost any villagers. At least, CSO managed to move out to the very south, and he stonewalled that part of the map off. But he's still in a very difficult spot, and Lucifron is doing a great job escalating this. It might seem like, okay, he kind of stalled out, he cannot really push into the enemy base right now, but he's collecting the relics, he's about to secure the sacred sites, he still is escalating his trade, and that's the alarming detail for CSO. Holding his base is not going to be enough.
No, and honestly, like, Lucifron, if he just switches trade now, switches siege rather, this is over. Right, like, he could actually start sieging down from where he was with Trebs. Look at this, though. CSO is actually going into Horseman. I mean, I guess that's one way to spend the overburst of food, but I'm not really sure how that's meant to help you against Keshiks. Like, my worry here, yeah, there we go. Like, Spearman, men at arms. Like, Lucifron can just kind of meat shield this now, and we have indeed got Siege Engineer in the way. I believe that is just the normal form, though, so Ram shenanigans. Okay, thank God. I didn't want to have to defend going Rams over Trebs here against the defenses, so this should be just a gradual siege down of the 4TC in the White Tower.
CSO is trying to mix in some horsemen over here. Remember, he's pretty much out of gold inside his base. That's not something that we haven't that we have talked about just yet. He only had a single small gold mine to work with. Indeed, he is completely out of gold within his base. He doesn't have any relics or sacred sites, so part of the reason why he's mixing in horsemen over here is because he's totally out of gold.
CSO now just trying to raid. It's so much harder in this age. Like we mentioned, no walls, but the sprint placements, the Yamura, it just makes it much more difficult to chip targets. And interesting enough, I think we should have some Keshiks on the way soon to deal with that. Like it's not that big of a force, right? Like you know you're having a bad day when you have to lay in horsemen to raid trade at this stage.
Exactly, and picking off a couple of traders, it's too late for that now. If this happened 10 minutes ago, you would say, oh yeah, this is good damage, but now it's just a handful of traders getting picked off, and at the same time, you do have a sizable force in front of your base from Lucifron.
There's a bigger issue, by the way. Like, CSO, please don't go Imperial Age. You have no gold. He's full on dry, 6 short of going Imp, and look at where all the gold is. Like, this game is basically over. CSO can't get out of his base. He can build
He's not making units, KP.
Yeah,
he is not
because he
queuing
can't
any
afford
units.
Them. Like, look, he just sold food for gold. He's genuinely going to go
He's going Imperial. He must be going into... Oh, he's Berkshiring the big gold on the far left.
Yeah, he has to because he has none. Like, he legit
exactly.
can't get anything. He cannot even get his hands on enclosures at that point, right?
This is actually a crazy play again. But we talked about this, KP. I think he knows that he's in a very tough spot. He's just going to roll a dice here. He needs to roll triple sixes at this point. But it's not a terrible idea. I mean, this is probably the best thing he can do in the terrible position he is in right now.
Yeah, and Lucifron won't expect this, right? Like, look at the vision. He's right on the edge of just showing it. It's unfortunate as well, because like Lucifron had played everything right. The CSO getting the sneak out gives some signs of life. The cruel tie is still a big problem. The siege is a big problem. Like, you may have this Berkshire, and you may be about to get gold at the core, but my worry is you may be about to lose food.
Food is all the way at the back, so that only happens... Oh no, that's a big problem though.
Oops.
That monk being picked off? Exactly. This is just such a terrible giveaway for CSO. He's
on fire.
Exactly. He didn't want to show that landmark over there, but of course the large range of the Berkshire just fires at those units, and now Lucifron knows exactly what's up.
It's like, you know when you're facing off, you've just got the military forces on the borders. They're staring each other down. Guns are pointing at each other. And then one guy sneezes and shoots someone. That's what just happened there. You're like, no, don't start the war. We're not ready yet.
Exactly. At the very least, CSO's base is very well fortified over here. He's got 2 DCs, a white tower, and a normal keep. And he can mass-produce Springolds to take out those siege weapons on the other side. Lucifron doing a good job sniping these Springolds on the opposing side.
Oh, big hit there, though. The mangoes pretty much wipe out the crossbows. I mean, there's actually a lot of damage already on the white tower here, right? So Lucifron should just reset with the siege, take out the buildings. In the meantime, those farms that we thought were going to be safe, turns out if you just bring enough bodies, you can run through anything.
Exactly. That's exactly what Lucifron needs to do. He just needs to run in here, because once you get past this initial defensive line, there's nothing back at home for CSO.
Oh boy, and he's going to find his way down to that corner. It's not just the farmers, it's also the lumberjacks down here. I don't think he's even prepped a gate ahead in time. He's going to try to run for the high hills now. But the Trebs, I mean, 2 of them, remember, this is the interesting thing. Cruel Tide doesn't just buff base damage, it buffs bonus damage. It's basically what geometry should be, which is why that white tower is dying so quickly to just a handful of Trebs.
Oh my lord, and white tower is barely holding on. And the big problem here for CSO is that, you know, it's one thing if you hold on to this, you still have to kind of turn this around, which seems impossible right now. He's got no army to clean up those crossbows with. He's sending out a couple of horsemen trying to desperately snap those mangonels, but Lucifron is creeping up with towers as well. That gives him the Yam aura, and it also gives him a lot of extra firepower once he gets Springbolt emplacements on them.
Yeah, I think the bigger problem with CSO is he's dead.
True.
Brutal end to the series. CSO able to get 1 point off of Lucifron, but not able to secure the series. And Lucifron just able to show domination of the Mongols like this. An unexpected outcome in the end, but really cannot fault him at all. Already looked like it was going to be a shaky affair if we got to Game 5. I am not going to lie. I was a little bit biased and I wanted to see Game 5 just to know what the hell CSO's thought process was on Holy Island. But Lucifron stops him in his tracks here with a 3-1 scoreline.
experience in the competitive scene really helped Lucifer over here, because CSO came in with a good game plan. He had some good moves as well, but I feel like at the very end, he just fell short in basically all of these games, except for the Chaos map. But I think part of the reason why that happened is because in every single one of the games he lost, he had like one slip up that ultimately started to snowball the game out of control. Just looking at this game and game number 1, he lost 6-7 villagers to a single unit. Those kinds of things, they happen every once in a while, but those kinds of things definitely set you back. And against a player like Lucifron, that deficit that you suffer from that is just too difficult to overcome.
Yeah, and I think one kind of interesting thing here is like you saw clear moments where CSO looked a bit lost, and I don't want anyone to read into that too much. Like actually sometimes taking an extra moment to breathe and think about, okay, what is the option? What do I do here? Isn't bad. Rushing when you're in a uncomfortable and unfamiliar situation is the worst thing to do, because although time is efficiency, making a mistake is an irreversible issue, right? And when you consider maps like Kawasan, Hill and Dale, like these are not things that are being played in competitive very much right now. So I'm not surprised like there was that little bit of a stopgap on, okay, what is my solution here? Is it to go imp? Is it to do something else? But you know what? I think this is not just indicative of CSO just getting stomped for the rest of the group stage. You know, I think this player is learning quickly. It's important that we have in these type of environments, right, Lytical? Like we have these qualifiers that allow fresh faces to come through. God knows there's other scenes that are out there right now that are basically giving a haircut to the options to qualify to have those dream comes true stories, which is what makes esports so beautiful, is the fact that you can be a nobody, an unknown, and all of a sudden turn up to an S-tier event, stomp the crap out of Marine Lord or someone else, right? And all of a sudden, everyone's talking about you. You're the Cinderella story. That's why I love that we're able to do these type of events and have formats that allow players to get into that. And that's why it's so important that we have sponsors like Surfshark. So what we're going to do now is we're going to actually tell you a little bit more about them and why you should be taking advantage of the EGC TV code right now, because people like them are ones who are coming in and pitting money into the scene so that we can keep it alive. So we're going to head to a short break. We're going to leave you with a familiar voice to talk you through this amazing product. We'll be back after a short break for Puppyport versus Recon.
Hi, I'm Pesty, founder of EGC, and let's just cut to the chase. When you purchase Surfshark VPN through our link during Master of Realms, you can pay as little as $2.09 a month and get 4 months free on top of that. And yes, I do know it sounds too good to be true, but it actually gets better. When you buy even the most basic version of Surfshark VPN at this quite frankly ridiculous price, you'll get their ad blocker thrown in for free, and you'll be able to use Surfshark on unlimited devices in your household. That's right, you can use your one single subscription on your computer, your phone, your Xbox, your TV, and on every device of every member of your household. And no matter how many devices you use your Surfshark VPN on, it will have absolutely no impact on your connection speed. And as far as I'm aware, Surfshark is the only major VPN provider to allow the use of one subscription on unlimited devices. Of course, there are also a bunch of other great reasons to use Surfshark as your VPN. Here are just a few. Surfshark have over 100 countries available on their VPN, so whatever location you're looking to connect on, you'll almost certainly be able to find it and connect at ultra high speed. Surfshark offers a full refund within 30 days on all of their products. So you can enjoy all the benefits of Surfshark totally risk-free, and if you decide it's not for you, simply contact them and get a total full refund. Surfshark offers 24/7 live support on all of their subscriptions. So if you ever encounter any kind of issue, they'll work to immediately sort it night or day. Alright, I think you get the idea. A world-leading, ultra-rapid VPN, unlimited devices, money-back guarantee, and all for as low as $2.09 a month, and 4 months free. But just one final perk by choosing Surfshark as your VPN and getting this great deal through our link, you are helping us create future AoE 4 esports events. Surfshark are huge supporters of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene, so by showing them some love back, you are supporting us too. So to get Surfshark, a world-leading VPN for as little as $2.09 a month, Just visit through the link in our channel description right now. Thanks everyone for all of your support, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
So yeah, I'm basically gonna create new Reddit accounts from different countries, Lidical, and then like I'm gonna make this cool thread that's like Killer Pigeon's the coolest caster ever, and then I'm gonna upvote it, and like everyone's gonna be crap, we're live again, aren't we? Hey, how's it going, everyone? Welcome back to some VGC Master Realms.
All right, KP. Just before the break, you mentioned how cool it is that in esports and partly in AoE4 as well, you can go from being a completely unknown player into becoming one of the elite players of the scene. And, you know, one of the players in this story that we're going to have here, it's exactly what happened to him. Puppy Paw, someone with little competitive esports experience back then, ended up playing the early tournaments of AoE4, and now he's a household name in the competitive scene. He's facing off against probably one of the most skilled non-full-time players of AoE4 here. Recon, of course, big household name as well. It's always difficult to predict what Recon is all about, partly because he's just very inconsistent when it comes to available playing time. But he's always a dangerous foe, and he's going to be a challenger here for Puppy Paw as we'll be heading into this next best of 5 and take a look at the Surfshark map draft.
Yeah, I think to the whole recon point, I think it's more than that. It's a tough issue when you're one of these players that's been out of the top runnings for a while, and obviously, you know, if we're being totally real about AoE4's like ecosystem, money has been going down. You have to start assessing, okay, have I got the time to burn? Like, I'm not a content creator like a BC or a Dumu. I'm not getting extra income out of this. What do I do in my time? And I think tournaments like this actually are kind of rejuvenating because they give something fresh, right? They give something new to experiment with, and that also, I think, is a beautiful thing because it gives a soft reset. I hate this idea of like an elitist, like gatekeeping scene where it's like, could you imagine a Dry Arabia only tournament? I'm sorry, I know we covet Dry Arabia as like the best competitive map ever, but at the same time, for the love of God, give me new source for people to learn new things in. And that is what we're going to get to see here later. Some good old Woodwall coming back. It's been a while. Gorge hasn't been picked that much, actually, in the open format. I think it's been the least picked of all the maps. Holy Island has by far been the most picked. Water Drake making an appearance. We actually had Cal, who created the map earlier, begging, pleading. I assume he slipped $5 to Puppy Paw or Recon to draft that for him. And finally, we're going to be seeing some more moving out. I don't know about you, but I've especially been surprised by the amount of moving out picks, considering I expected more players to lean towards Socotra, considering that will be in the Red Bull Wallalore map pool.
I feel like it's an interesting debate. I expected some more Socotra as well. But at the same time, you know, yes, it's going to be part of the Red Bull map pool, but we're looking at Masters of Realms over here. The players are playing their most beloved maps because they want to maximize their chances of winning their share of the prize pool. Obviously, once Red Bull gets closer, they're going to start prepping and scrimming on that map. But for now, they're just trying to maximize their chances. And that's exactly what they're going to do, playing Moving Out here, which is going to be the first game that we're going to take a look at. And you highlighted this before, Juji and Chinese being one of the more beloved civilizations when it comes to the map pools that we are looking at. And that's exactly the matchup that we're going to get over here. Chinese and its variant civilization Juji will be facing off on Moving Out.
Yeah, it's an interesting one as well, actually, because Juji on water hybrid maps beats the crap out of China, actually. We've been seeing on a few. You know, Holy Island was really surprising. Archipelago, most definitely Juji favored. I'm curious to see how Moving Out is going to play out. Like, there are some things that are very good for China here, right? And the most notable one to me is that you could theoretically just play on the starting island and be really greedy with Imperial Academy, right? Because you get a lot of taxation, you get additional taxmen, you generate a lot. That could even then lead into a very aggressive Barbican placement that could really deny a lot of the map. So I wouldn't be surprised if Recon strategy is to kind of be more centralized, whereas Puppy Paw should be that typical move out for the corner for a high-value meditation garden drop.
Yeah, before we head into this set, though, let's take a quick look at the rest of the schedule for the day. We have one best of 5 just finished, and we're looking at the second one of the day. This is only the second series, though, as we'll be heading into Vortex versus Anatan and Wham versus Baltoon later on from Group C and D of the opening round of Masters of Realms.
Yeah, and if you didn't catch it already, guys, it was a 3-1 end score for Lucifron versus CSO in favor of Lucifron. Vortex versus Anatan is going to be an interesting one. I actually think that is the most viable matchup this day to go 5 games in total. I think Anatan actually might be even slightly favored there. And then finally, Wham versus Baltoon. I'm expecting a 4-game series. Wham's definitely still favored, but Baltoon has been leveling up. Dude, the rate of improvement out of Baltoon in the first half of 2024 has been dumbfounding. I did not expect this coming out of the lad. He definitely is a player with a lot of pedigree. A lot of people don't realize he actually comes from Age of Empires 1, where he was a top competitor, and he's starting to deliver here in AoE 4 as well.
Yeah, looking at Puppy Paw versus Recon, though, these two have matched up against each other a handful of times back in the past. Most recently, they did play against each other in the Elite Classic 2. That time, Puppy Paw took out Recon 2-0. And they've also faced off in the EGC finals at the end of last year as well. That was a 3-1 victory for Recon. You have to go all the way back to about April last year, the group stage of Elite Classic 1, where Recon was able to take out Puppy Paw 2-0.
Yeah, it's hard to say Recon's favored in this one. I got a lot of love for my boy, but it's undeniable. Puppy Paw, we mentioned at the start, he really is the rag to riches story of AoE 4 right now. Easily, most people's lists would have him, as I say, a top 3 player at this stage in AoE 4 in 2024. So let's see if Recon can give us a big upset. We open up this series of Master Realms. BO5 on moving out. Juji in the hands of Puppy Paw. Recon with the OG Chinese.
And this is going to be an awkward matchup over here, KP, because the matchup that we've seen in the previous set, Order of the Dragon versus Juji, that's a fundamentally different matchup in terms of playstyle, in terms of the units available on water even. Obviously, when it comes to the type of the unit, it's still the same, but it is a slightly different unit. The junks, galleys, war junks, whatsoever. But here, everything that you do for the early part of this game on water is going to be identical.
Yeah, well, it has some slight deviations, right? Which is like, you know, sometimes we've seen that ignore the Imperial Official and just go for an Imperial Academy quicker. Obviously, you can't do that on this map, so like it's definitely going to be locked in. But what I'm curious about is like whether we will see a transpo ship play. Could Recon theoretically have a greedy build where he just chills at home, right, on the central island? Maybe you just try to like brute force your way in quicker. A Barbican drop could be sick in the mid game as well, so it could be that we just start Imperial Academy and delay the next. Then again, it could just be a move out. If it is a move out here, I gotta say, it's kind of unfortunate for Puppy Paw, or maybe it's a good thing that he didn't spawn on the west side, because double berries plus wood is incredibly juicy for the Juji. Other side of it, we have actually... Can we check that relic? Because that relic might be griefing Puppy Paw from the golden spawn on the right side. Ooh, can he squeeze that? I don't think so, right?
I think he's gonna be able to.
I hope not, because that is outrageous. That's atrocious, right? Like, you get the 25 gold, 25 stone. You'll probably clip, what, I'd say about 24 food, and then you'll get probably about 30 wood. That's an insanely good Meditation Garden.
Well, I mean, this is a map that Meditation Garden is notoriously good on, and that's going to be obviously the landmark of choice over here for Puppy Paw. It's going to be interesting to see how Recon is going to play this, though. You know, there is always a potential for some weird Barbican shenanigans, but you gotta believe it's gonna be the Imperial Academy.
Yeah, especially with spawns like this, right, where you could easily wrap around the north side. The only issue is there's always the south side of the wood that they can actually still gain on, so it doesn't outright stop them. In the theory, you could Barbican drop the north side, Outpost drop the south side, and then garrison villages there, and that would hit everything, right, because Barbican has very good vision. But, you know, that's a long stretch of a play. I'm not expecting anything that cheesy per se, but you know, it's kind of interesting when I've watched this map. Even plays that kind of feel cheesy, or should be cheesy, should I say, don't feel cheesy. Not like when we used to watch mountain clearing, if you remember, where it's like, oh yeah, here comes the Barbican drop. Wow, such an innovative move. Haven't seen that before. It's something about the way this has been designed, or maybe it's just the way that players have evolved how they play the game, that even when you feel like you're getting rushed in a cheesy fashion, there seems to be a path out to keep the game interesting. Medigarden, did he go? Yep. Oh, he built it at home.
Oh my, okay.
What?
That's an interesting choice here. It's not going to be a very optimal Meditation Gardens, but it is going to be a very quick age up. He's committing 6 villagers to this, and this could be a big difference here, KP. I guess this could be a response to him facing Chinese, but in general, the idea is that by not moving out to the outside for your Meditation Gardens, you have less idle time on the villagers, and you're much quicker going into Feudal Age here. Yeah. And that's exactly what he's going to have. Recon is likely going to build his landmark back at home as well. But I feel like...
think he barbicans now. Like, I think you legit
Yeah, he
barbican
has
the
to.
south side. Dude, there it is. This is sick. So you barbican the south side, and then you send a fishing boat around, because the fishing boat will see everything, right? And then he has to go to the north side out of range of the TC.
That is such an awkward start. This is the map from the Chaos category, and that's exactly what we're getting, Chaos. This is a very underwhelming Meditation Garden, so Papipo needs to now leverage this quick uptime to Feudal Age, and Recon knows that his opponent was up very quickly. He's committing 16 villagers to building that landmark.
Because he's building on the edge, right? And the scout sees this. The problem is the archer ship isn't going to be quick enough, and Papipo knows it. The good news is the scout did at least look, so he can now pull away his villagers. Because soon we should have, what, a fishing boat, I'd imagine? Or maybe just the scout walks around here to start sniping.
16 villagers committed to that landmark is very much of an idle time here. That is a crazy amount of idle time, KP.
Can we just emphasize the fact that neither player has made a transport ship play off the Central Island yet, and they're both Feudal Age? Like, nothing. No, I thought the Juji player would go for it, right? Because like it makes more sense to them than like the Chinese, because Chinese can like taxate their way up, and the Meditation Garden just feels terrible here.
And now it gets awkward because you don't have any mineable gold on this island, so all the gold income you're getting, it's from tax. And at the same time, now that if you want to make a transport ship, it's going to essentially stall out your production of combat ships on the dock. So it's going to be interesting to see who pulls the trigger first. But it looks like Papipo was able to squeeze out the War Junk, which is not the case for Recon. And this could be scary for Recon. He already has his fishing boats being harassed by a junk, but it's the War Junk that gets things to be a lot worse for Recon.
That's kind of a cool thing about cost efficiency here, right? Because remember, Tang Dynasty gives you a 15% discount on your age-up costs, so you had a little bit more gold to work with than Recon at the same stage of the game. But yeah, interesting that Recon went to double archer ship. He can at least dodge out the Spring as a result of that. What I'm intrigued by is, like, do we ever leave the Central Island here? I think we're getting our answer. Finally, Papipo makes a transport ship. For a second, I thought they were going to just drop marketplaces and start flooding the market with wood.
That would have been hilarious. But yeah, one thing that Recon has for him is a dock all the way out here, but you see, he's not able to produce any combat ships on this. Papipo is going to start taking it out. He's also building his own dock right next to it. The very southern part is actually locked down with the Barbican, which makes this a very interesting setup. We've seen this in the previous series. Players looking to take the northern and southern positions with their docks, and that Barbican guarantees that southern position to be safe for Recon. He's not going to be able to hold on to the northern position, though.
So we have finally got the villagers on the mainlands. It only took 7 minutes, which is unusually long for a game on moving out. Papipo, I'm impressed, though. The fact that he didn't move out for gold this long and has free Springwood ships, like, something feels wrong about what happened here to Recon. I don't know, man. I don't think Barbican is the way. I think Imperial Academy is just too good.
I wonder if he's got any uncollected tax, but this is a beautiful raid by Recon. He sent in 2 junks, and that's a lot more firepower. It makes it a lot less likely for these fishing boats to escape. Oh, nice little dodges until the very end. Papipo does lose 2 fishing boats to this raid.
I think the other big problem is Recon built one of his docks up far north, right? And if you think about it, what did Papipo do? He kept his docks condensed so he could tax them as well. Like, I think that cost him the advantage here.
Nice little defensive tower. Is that that's a transport ship?
Yeah,
Papipo
it's
is sending in a
tanking,
transport ship to soak up some of the damage. But in the end, he's going to just bail out on this. He's actually going to lose the transport, which is a little careless. That could have been useful later on. And it's a barracks opening.
Yeah,
he's expecting Recon to move out, but Recon isn't moving out.
Well, yeah, because any sane player would move out for gold right now. But like, Recon is literally just like, all I need to do is not lose a single Springwood chip, and I'm fine.
That is such a hilarious game. Because just think about the mind games here, KP. Papipo is like, dude, he must have moved out already. There's no way he's still on the central island. And Recon is like, I'm fine over here. And funnily enough, when you look at the War Junk counts, it's dead even.
Yeah, but my worry is when it starts getting into demos, right? Like, that's a very big risk now for Recon, because there's no way, without Imperial Academy flooding taxmen, can he afford to play a demo war.
I love the towers, though. The Barbican to the south and the tower to the north, it gives him a lot of safety, and you see how he's playing this. He's playing very defensive on the water, and he's trying to raid. I think at this point he knows that his opponent is out on the outside, and finally he moves out. He does so with 16 villagers.
Good God. Please, just go stone. I think this is a stone play. Like, you just do arrow slits, right?
Okay,
Oh, no,
okay,
it's wood.
Wait, what?
It's wood.
So he's now worried that he's going to get hand cannon slitted on the tree line. Yeah, and he should be. Look, there's already an outpost up on the north side, so he has made the right call. Unfortunately, like, this now makes your pick completely terrible, right? Like, what was even the point in picking China if you couldn't win the gunning?
He's on stone
battle?
now. He should also tower the middle, by the way. The Barbican itself locks down a lot of resources. I love the walls, by the way. He's expecting some counterattacks. And, well, let's talk about Puppy Paw, though, because he made a barracks, but he didn't make a single unit. Just adding to this chaotic element of the game.
I think he got baited into a little bit of complacency, right? Like, his scout actually moved into scout at all. He has now queued up Palace Guard. Remember, this is something Juji can do. This might be the one time where Feudal Age Palace Guard actually looks good in pro play.
Yeah, that scout is coming in clutch. He finally saw this, and there's going to be a second barracks as well. It's a big investment, though, and if Recon was off in time, that investment might not pay off. Aeroslits are coming in. It's going to be on that tower to the north. Finally, Puppy Paw is committing. Ship counts are kind of neck and neck, though, and he's also fortifying that tower. I don't see any towers in the middle from Recon, though, to harass the lumberjacks of Puppy Paw.
No, they should be coming up soon. Like, you've still got a scout, but it's not the central island, right? It's the only problem is getting around there, but there is going to be a cut through very soon. I mean, he should know.
And if he towered this, that would be crazy.
Whoops.
Oh, the sheep! Oh, the sheep got cut off!
I mean, I don't think they matter that much, but it is adorable. Like, Papa, why have you abandoned us? I'm sorry, sons. Purple's your new father. Yeah, please, build that outpost and shoot them. That's what I need right now.
Oh, my lord. I mean, this is the map from the Chaos category, but let's be honest, none of us expected a game this chaotic.
I mean, I did. I've seen a few scrim games on this map. It is always a mess, and I freaking love it. Dude, I don't want orderly. Like I said, I'm bored of dry. Like, if they said this tournament, nah, no dry Arabia, I'm like, yes! Like, don't get, I got a lot of respect for dry Arabia, but we have it every single tournament. Do you know how refreshing it is to see things like moving out? God bless.
IO almost getting picked over there.
Yeah, but sadly, like, these are Imperial, and not in that form, they're Imperial galley ships, as in Stormtrooper types. They don't really know how to hit anything. They fire good warning shots. I don't know. If there's one type of ship that sometimes makes me wonder if we should have had like the AoE2, like not AoE2, like the ranged on land format of AoE4, it's this ship right here. This thing always misses Lidder. Whenever I want to hit something, it misses.
Now this is big. These junks can actually prevent the repairs to the very north of that wall, and Palace Guards are there to torch it down. One thing Puppy Paw wasn't expecting, there was a couple of ships being back at home here. He tried to raid, wasn't able to. In fact, Recon relocated all of his fishing boats to the south.
Yeah, so he seceded more territory to allow his opponent to break through the walls, basically the quick way of summarizing that. Like, it's actually really grim for Recon right now. He's essentially surrendering 3/4 of the fishing. If you think about it, like, Puppy Paw is utilizing 2 chunks. Recon's only fully utilizing 1 because of that pressure on the west side. And hello!
Towers are coming up on both sides.
It's tower defense time!
Now, the towers can only shoot enemy units if they see them, so line of sight is going to be critical over there.
Dude, you ever open up some Age of Empires 4? You're like, I really want to play some Bloons today. Like Bloons TD5. Let's get Bloons TD8. I don't know how many real ones exist. This is the new one. So this is just going to turn into an outpost rush on both sides. The difference, though, is...
This is complete madness, KP. Raids to the south. Puppy Paw built a second town center while we were talking about this. Recon is piling up resources for Castle Age. And at the same time, we have all this chaos in the middle with the towers. Again, you need line of sight on the enemy villagers, though, so that the towers can shoot them.
Yeah, but it's even more wild than that. Like, before that TC came up, Recon had an advantage in stone gathering, so he could win the tower defense game. Puppy Paw with the second TC can just dedicate everything to stone. Like, he actually can win this now.
Yeah, he's getting siege engineering as well.
Yeah, I think this is Recon dead now. I think we're about to see a Trash Panda in the trash.
Oh my lord, this is going to be an Imperial Palace, though. He's
Recon,
going to palace the middle so he gets the line of sight for the towers.
Surely you go clock tower here. Yeah, dude, it's a nest of bees. Like, you ever going to give up the opportunity to throw a nest of bees at this? Nah, can't happen.
I was a believer, KP. I was a believer in this.
You were the deceiver in this one. No, I need those Nesta Bees. They're just too good here. I think actually, like, you've even seen a reaction now. Puppy Paw on the flanks going to the Rams. He's trying to deny the mainland resources, but he's going to have to concede the entire island. But I think this is where you just build transpose and pull everyone from the homeland.
You probably do, yes. Now Recon is able to make his own palace guards as well on the outside. He will need that because his walls are being bashed down. He built a second layer, and Puppy Paw pulled back for a second.
Dude, this is fantastic. Yeah, so we've got a little bit of idle time as he hasn't actually realized he's already got transport ship waiting there. Distracted by the fight underneath the Barbican. Not a great place to take a fight. Puppy Paw is just flooding Palace Guard, though. He's up to 16 and climbing. He's still trying to break that west side.
There's a second layer.
Wait, no, hear me out. Like, Rico, he could have stonewalled this.
Yeah,
like
well, now that he's in Castle Age, he can stonewall this, yeah.
But he's not. I guess he's just going to leave through the north? This game is getting weird, man. I love it.
Yeah,
Screw
he's
in
fleeing
place.
to the north.
Okay,
He's
so
just going to be like, I'm out of here.
But like, interesting thing is he just went Spruan placements, and I remember someone done the numbers on this, and it actually works out that the DPS of Spruan placements is barely better than hand cannon slits, but costs substantially more. So like, kind of intriguing that he chose Springles there.
Imagine Puppy Paw's face when he breaks through those walls, only to find no villagers out there.
There's like a false rage just being called. Like, yup, this is where Pablo Escobar. Oh, wait, Pablo ain't here. Nah, they're gathering their goodies further up north. Keep moving.
Oh, he left the sheep in there. It's not like anyone cares, but
A successful drug bust. We found the white stuff.
those sheep belong to Puppy Paw, so he's just giving them back. He's sinking
Meanwhile,
his fleet, though,
cleanup.
KP.
Yeah, and that's surprising. Like, Puppy Paw, you'd think he'd have the lead here, but forced away again. Actually feels like he's just losing to an amassment here. Recon just so efficient in the trades due to that Barbican.
Yeah, I wonder about the text from Recon, from the Castle Age, from the dock. Because that's where it gets interesting. He had Castle Age, and that unlocks a bunch of valuable technologies for your combat ships.
So, like, maybe, yeah, Springle Crews would be big here. He's got 10 of them, right? So I think you prioritize that over the hammocks. At that point, you can just bully the entire map. Like, also remember, like, TCs aren't threatening to boats unless you fully garrison them, and that would involve having villagers on your starting island.
That's actually hilarious. And the Rams, they're unprotected here. They
Wait.
went forward. No palace guards to protect them. Puppy Paw is going
Leave.
to lose this. I feel like Recon is gaining a lot of momentum.
He is. This is insane. Like, you have 27 Palace Guard, and you have to run away in this situation because of 5 Lancers. Because you're not Castle Age Palace Guard. You're baby Palace Guard.
He's going to get to Castle Age very soon, but he might need to take this fight before that. At the same time, we have Krebs coming in from Recon, and let's not forget, a lot of your landmarks are here on this island. Now,
All of them
you do
are there
have,
on that island.
yeah, but your Castle Age landmark will be on the outside, so landmark
I
win
hope
is
so.
not going to be a thing for Recon.
Yeah, and then here it comes. It's going to be Shaolin Monastery. The funny thing is Recon already started going for Relics, so he might even beat him in that category as well.
True to its name, now it's truly moving out for Puppy Paw. He actually leaves his central island while he still can, by the way, because at this point, he's going to lose access to the water in like a minute or two.
Yeah, like this is always the tough thing. I think for like Juji is, you know, compared to China, your landmark choices in Age 3 feel sucky, right? It's not that they're bad. It's just like on this type of map, either having Clock Town SB straight away, or just having that vision to snipe over the tree line.
What are those
beats
walls?
both.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what are those walls?
Hello, I just want to. I'm just looking for an honest day's work, gathering the back. Hey, leave some for me. I mean, I don't know. I guess this is how like you don't. I mean, you just usually you're bending down, you're gathering your arms. I guess that's how you just don't skip leg day. It's working hard though.
That's the safest wall in the universe. There's a bush incorporated in the wall. Now,
Which
Puppy was
by
up
the
to Castle
way-
Age, but he's rushing the Jiangnan Tower as well, so additional
Yeah.
landmarks are coming up.
Well, he needs.
And he
farm
still has his
transitions,
fleet,
right?
by the way.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised
Recon
by
didn't
that.
commit.
And the problem is, like, if Recon can actually break this TC, he can actually just siege it down with Nesta Bees and GG, right? In the meantime, though, we have got a Lancer Flood coming in. And Spimmin count is getting high, so Puppy Paw should be able to hold once it reaches his walls. He's now up to 2 TCs on that right-hand corner.
Yeah, he kind of needs it because he's going to eventually lose out on the water. I think if you asked Puppy Paw right now, he would probably say he's surprised that he hasn't lost water yet. Now, one thing that he could lose out on is all those villages and houses, so he needs to be careful about his population. At the same time, it looks like now we have an assault coming in from Puppy Paw to the north. He's up to 22 spears and 22 palace guards.
Wow.
And those stone walls will be a little too late.
Yeah, but there's a big problem on the south side of it, right? Like it's a wood wall, and there's 10 lancers here. You didn't really leave many spearmen to deal with this.
That's true. Veterancy is coming in for those spears, though, and you can still produce those villagers very, very quickly.
I think if you're Recon, though, you posture your fleet, because then these spearmen can't defend, right? Like, I think this is a bit of a mistake by Recon. He should be bringing the boats over, because if you burn the palisade near the edge, then your boats can protect you.
It's all chaos,
no.
KP.
Yeah,
it is all
like,
chaos,
there's no
but
stone wall.
Puppy Paw is at 200 population, by the way. Recon is at 160 as well. I feel like Recon's momentum may have shrunk quite a bit. He was a little indecisive on water. He didn't commit. And he's bumping into walls where, on the other side, Puppy Paw is breaking through them.
It's crazy as well, right? Like, Recon is clearly superior on the water. I think he just got paranoid about demo ships popping out from the docks initially when he pushed in. But, like, this is the thing. He's doing it now, but it does feel a bit too late. Like, look at what happened at the wall on the south side. He got pushed back. If he'd been there in unison, he would have flooded in and found everything, right? Like, Puppy Paw has 100 eco, and I think about 60 of it is in that right side corner.
Yeah, let's not forget, we're talking about China and its variant civilization, the Juji. So, in the long run, you're going to have access to the Baoshuan. So, having all this water control would be very valuable when it comes to taking out these shoreline buildings.
Why do I feel like this is just going to turn into Recon sitting on the central island and Puppy Paw on the outskirts?
Oh, those Lancers are getting butchered, KP.
Oh, man. I mean, he's so focused on this fight on the water.
Yeah.
In fact, that's not even working out for him. He ends up losing a few sprinklers on the front side. More demos coming out. Recon, he's full 8-click brain right now.
Oh my, that is just disastrous for Recon. Destroyed value is still in his favor, actually, but he lost a lot of the Lancers. He took a a disadvantageous or suboptimal naval engagement as well, and now he's got nowhere to go. Puppy Paw left the central island and said, okay, I'm going to just rebuild my base elsewhere. But at the same time now, Recon is forced away from this outside area. In fact, I think his eco to the south is being raided now.
All right, hear me out. No one expects the transport ship rams. You just Normandy this up, right? You just send in 32 rams to delete the landmarks before you sacred site caps.
You're saying that, but it's not that crazy, actually. If it's not for the rams, just send in the Lancers with the transport ship.
All right, hear me out. I can go one crazier for you. You take the Palace Guard and you put them in the ram, and then you put the ram in the transport ship. Efficiency, my friend.
I think there is a simpler solution that Recon could do, and it's actually more classic. Now that he has taken out essentially the entire base of Puppy Paw in the middle, he can start adding Springolds. Springolds are monstrous when it comes to sniping ships, and it's not like Puppy Paw can go elsewhere. I think if he starts adding Springolds and starts shooting at those ships, Puppy Paw is going to be in a tough position.
I think the problem here is, like, he suspects a farm transition, right? Like, you'd expect it when you see Jiangnan like that in the corner, and I think we've already got that coming in the north side. It's just like, even if you take out the fishing now, your opponent... Oh, sorry, not yet. We should be getting it soon, though, is my point. Like, Puppy Paw could quite easily transition when you consider about the amount of space he's got on the outskirts of the map.
I'm not worried about the farms here for Recon. I feel like he just needs to defeat this fleet, and a handful of Springolds would help so much with that.
Instead, he's just going mass Palace Guard from behind as well. Flash coming in, the fleets. I think Trebuchet's even trying to join in on the party. Puppy Paw definitely outnumbered here, needs to consider a backup. In fact, a lot of his fire is accidentally going into the fishing boats there, so will be pushed back, but I don't think it's anything decisive here. Like, Puppy Paw is prepping a new raid with demos. In the meantime, a breakthrough on the wood walls. He has at least got Palace Guard here to defend, but folks, this is wave number one. We've got a second wave coming from the south side. This is about to turn into a sandwich, and Puppy Paw is perfectly laying the trap.
Yeah, this is the problem here for Recon. Even if he wins the water, now the fights are taking place elsewhere. His own base is being destroyed on the outside. His access to resources is being denied. His food econ is non-existent at this point. He is going to take out the fleet here from Puppy Paw, but he needs to find some more value for these ships at this point. Oh my gosh, what? Nest of Bees just annihilating half of the army here from Puppy Paw. You can see that at the bottom left corner.
Yeah, but second wave from the south side. So he's having to turn around now. Recon is having to hold off on both sides. It looks like he might be able to just do that while also winning on water. Dock's starting to fall. Demo ship is going to at least be able to creep in for a nice wall up there in return. But Recon,
some beautiful
what an
demos.
insane hold.
That is some monstrous demos out there. Recon distracted with all these fights happening, and Poppy Paw, with a much smaller fleet, he's still holding on to the water thanks to those demo ships. But look at the land-based army. It's gone for Poppy Paw. Population is evening out now.
And also, like, the sea situation, right? Like, yeah, Puppy Paw, he does little David versus Goliath, but turns out, actually, what happens in that situation is that Goliath falls on top of David and crushes him, right? Because you lost your fleet as well. Now the problem is that Recon can afford to reboom Palace Guard at a pacing that you should struggle with.
Exactly. And again, once the entire water is under the control of Recon, things will get a lot dicier, because suddenly you will see those ships starting to target land-based units, land-based structures. And it looks like we're going to have a bunch of Nest of Beasts coming in here from Poppy Paw. Fishing Eco for Poppy is going to be gone as well. A reliable companion for a long time. Now it's gone. I actually wonder how many farms he has to back this up with.
None. He's now doing it.
And it's going to be on the shoreline. Like, that's Baoshan range easy.
You're thinking very far ahead. I think even in the short term, like, archer ships might be able to reach some of that. Actually, no, think about it this way. Springle crews, right? Like, Springlers actually have insane range at this stage once you get Castle Age tech. So he might just be able to camp a few there. It might actually force Poppy Paw to build additional defenses to try and hold that area.
Yeah, now, the big thing here is that once you have the water, it also unlocks the opportunity to play with transports. So even if Poppy Paw was his base, transports allow Recon to get in there, and it's worrisome for Poppy Paw. His population is just dropping way too quickly. His army count is just nowhere near where it used to be.
Yeah, remember when he was at 200 constantly? Now he's below Recon. It's getting out of control at this stage. I can't believe he's actually turning this around. But, you know, that fight on land, I think this is a deceptive thing. It looked like Puppy Paw was winning because of water, but the more critical one was happening on land. Like, that gave the edge over, and it all came down to one Nest of Bees. And what impressed me so much about that fight from Recon is the fact that in these choke points, he was assaulted from both angles simultaneously. He still held on, he still kept the villagers alive, and he still came out with more military units.
You know, Springolds are setting up here for Poppy Paw, and that's something that we've discussed briefly before. Springolds are really good when it comes to sniping ships from a distance. They do outrange them, and they do a lot of bonus damage. So it allows you to pick off some of these ships, but at the same time, Poppy Paw is trying to get back on the water, trying to get this dog back up. But here comes the landing, the one that we've talked about.
There's a keep here, though, right? I think he set up a keep in this area. So
but it's only villagers!
Oh, no,
it's only villagers!
Yeah, but it's only an outpost. So Recon, is he just going to outpost rush here? He must.
He doesn't have the stone for a keep. Oh my lord.
But like Puppy Paw didn't keep drop here either, which surprises me considering he set up his farms in this area and
oh my
god.
That is great value for Recon. It's dropping 2 towers and he forces all of the food eco of his opponent to flee. At the same time, nice flooding here by Poppy Paw. That's the last group of units he still has on the field. Stonewall's just a little too late here, but he has 16 Palace Guards to face off against 20. And now you have ranges here as well that could just start adding crossbows. Let's keep at least holding off the Palace Guards on the north.
Chinese Normandy looks real different from the European one, right? Like, we just send bodies up the beach to try and get it done. China's more efficient. They're like, why are we like massacring ourselves? Just build a bunch of outposts and speaking of massacres, Nest of Bees finally in location. But I mean, what does it really count for now, right? Like, Recon has shifted the script to the entire opposite side of the map. I don't, like, if we have to watch these Nest of Bees walk over there, someone's going to have to stick this on 8 times.
Oh my lord. 9 Nest of Bees per Poppy Paw, though. He doesn't have food eco, so he can't make Palace Guards. He just has these Nest of Bees rolling through the map. Now,
wait, so we have a bio build versus a mech build is what you're saying?
Pretty much, yeah. Funnily enough, Recon doesn't really have the tools to deal with those Nest of Bees right now. Now, let's not forget, Poppy Paw already lost half of his landmarks, and I feel like Recon is slowly marching towards those remaining landmarks. But at the same time, Recon also lost a lot of ground here on the outside, thanks to those Nest of Bees. Yeah.
Yeah, and so Recon, with all this food, does he just tech up? Because, like, it's very difficult now when you're outnumbered like this. He's even trying to evacuate the mainland now.
I would love to see him tech up. I think Baoshan here would be a game changer for him. And he's got a lot of food income, but he doesn't have gold income, by the way. This was the large gold vein he was taking. And look at the north. That has been castled by Poppy Paw. One thing that Poppy Paw did really well was cut his opponent off from gold.
It's not just that, right? Remember, he never built Imperial Academy, so he hasn't had that extra taxation just escalating elsewhere. He hasn't got the extra taxmen freely. It's pretty ugly.
Dynasty.
Wait, really? We're doing this. We're actually...
This is full tank.
Okay, hear me out, Recon. Select your buildings and delete them. I lose my mind how often I watch players not do this in their own infrastructure. Like, he could have actually kept all his Pass Guard alive and killed all the Nest of Bees if he just deletes 2 structures.
Population is looking grim for Recon now, though. He is dropping very rapidly, and look at Puppy Paw. He's back to 170. It's a full mech build, as you kind of highlighted, full Springles, Nest of Bees, but Recon has nowhere to go. There's a trap taking out the keep that's meant to protect the gold mine. Villagers were pulled for this. Just chaos all over.
No, let's not actually validate that Trebuchet's efforts. He was taking out a wooden wall. He wasn't doing anything useful.
Okay. Oh my.
Oh,
This is crazy. And at the end of the day, I think what matters the most is that Recon doesn't have that safe gold income, and he's been harassed by Puppy Paw the whole game on the outside, and he can never finish these walls to protect his villagers, I feel.
Like, Recon at this stage, I think he's trying to get Imperial Age.
Yeah.
And the logic isn't, it's not even the Battle Shrines we're talking about, it's Shutter Triggers. Like, that's the only way you can now beat Siege. But if you tech up, think about what happens. Puppy Paw gets back on those farms, he techs up. And at that stage, he already has the Siege advantage, right? Like, you're playing from behind that situation. I'm struggling to see how this now comes together for Recon.
Yeah. At the same time, Puppy is actually looking to get back on the waters. He dropped 2 docks to the south. He sent in some demos to try and take out the fishing boats. He's cleaning everything up on the north, and when the dust settles, when you look at this outside rim of the map, we're looking at like a 70% map control for Puppy Paw.
All right, I've come to a conclusion. Chinese Normandy is definitely not more efficient than European Normandy. I mean, it's just going to be wave after wave of Pass Guard now. Like, Recon, we thought he was saving for a tech up. He's gone to double digits on the Pass Guard again, just to try and stake a claim. But this is coming at a high price, right? Like, you know, behind this, we should be... Is that Sprinkle Cruise now coming in, I think? So Puppy Paw definitely trying to park himself properly on water once more.
I wonder how many farms Recon has. Because at this point, the best play would be to start making farms in the middle, because that's the safest place for him on the map.
Yeah, Recon, this is your zone. Stay here. Ain't no one telling a trash panda what he can be in life. No, you're an island dweller, buddy, right? Like, I met him in person. He's definitely an island dweller, Lidicor. When we were in Germany, we saw this fancy food. He's like, can I just have fish and chips? Most British island dweller I've ever met. So he's trying to come on the mainlands, but it's going to be a struggle. That army is crawling in fast.
Yeah. Army numbers are better for him now, but it's a grim situation when you look at the population. Puppy Paw does have enough stone for a keep drop as well. And once again, Recon is trying to wall this, but he's going to be just a little too late again. And, well, at least he's dropping the Imperial Academy, so he's going to reach Song Dynasty.
Woohoo! Gonna need that goal back on the homeland. Mr. Beast, Massacre coming in. He needs to jump on him straight away. Stagger formation, and that is why we should not walk beyond choke points.
Very nice jump on those Nest of Bees, though.
What? I cannot believe he just walked into the open like that.
And now the Springles are rolling forward with no escort. You can pull the villagers to take out the Springles.
I mean, this is absurd.
This game is not over yet.
No, just as soon as you think he's done, he's got nothing left. Recon pulls one more punch out, but Puppy Paw now trying to hail onto the sun, Temple the Sun on the way, Imp about to trigger for him. This is where the game should get dicey, because if he is able to sneak back onto some water, which is starting to happen,
yes,
we could just see Pass Guard that are superior with better moves.
Exactly. I feel like Bombards will be on the way. Recon is not far away from Imperial, especially if he balances his eco, but you can definitely see the effects of him being down by 50 eco and also non-stop being harassed.
How does Recon do this now? I mean...
Well, it needs to start with a lot of walls, I feel, because he needs his eco intact. And I would, now that he's Song Dynasty, at least he can mass-produce villagers a little better. He needs to get some farms in the middle, because his food eco is abysmal. And the middle is the part of the map where you can't rate his farming eco. This is some nice finds, though. Remember, Puppy's still taking Hunt. He was taking the board like a couple of minutes ago. So he might be still very reliant on these finite resources when it comes to food eco. Yeah, he barely has any farms going.
And this is kind of sick, right? Because you've got enough Pass Guard, you just run past the keep now. Okay, or not. Like, you could realistically just dive deeper, though. I think there is now a Stonewall coming up from Puppy Paw in reaction to that, so actually a good timing. We wouldn't have got it up otherwise. But yeah, bombards are starting to breach south side, and the elite upgrade should be on the way soon. Looks like instead, Puppy Paw, he has to turn it into an ego chow. It's not enough to just win on land, go sacred sites, do it the standard way. No. He's trying to send a message here. The Bao Chads are out.
And the only place in that central island where Recon shouldn't be building farms is at the very edge, and that's exactly now happening.
Oh no!
I feel like this game is now out of control for Recon. He has so little gold to work with. That large gold vein, that's his lifeline to the south, that's almost depleted, and he doesn't have a safe access to it. Now the Baoshuans are coming in, water is swinging in the favor of Puppy Paw, and the Recon's population is just declining way too quickly.
For 34 minutes, Recon has played this like a true Brit. Every time we lost on the mainlands, we retreated to our island safely. Turns out someone else had a bigger fleet at this point in the game. This has to be the end. Puppy Paw is just going to rotate around. That's going to cut off all the food, and you're now in a game where, funnily enough, Recon has built so many walls, there's not really anywhere he can actually build a farm up.
Yeah, I think one of the big differences between these two players were how they could section the map off. Puppy Paw was able to secure most of this outside area, and that is what has been haunting Recon for most of this game. He never had that safety on the outside that Puppy Paw enjoyed.
Yeah, instead he was always up against the ropes in that regard. Like, you know, it's kind of crazy to think, right? When Recon hit that castle age, if he just pushed his advantage in the first 2 minutes, we could have seen a very quick GG out of Puppy Paw. Instead, Puppy Paw sneaks it, snakes it, shows you that it's not just about that central island, right? When you get this late game, you need to be locking in that goal for the late. And that's exactly what he's done here. Stonewall's now going up just to restrict the map further. And at this stage, once Recon's pinned in that corner, there's nowhere to run and hide.
And ironically, Recon was at a 2 out of 5 landmark victory for quite some time, taking out the initial landmarks on the opposing side. But now Puppy Paw is the one who could straight up just snipe the landmarks. Recon is up to Imperial, but let's not forget, his starting landmarks are on this island, on the shoreline. He's about to start losing them. And if Puppy Paw wants to just quickly finish this game and not give any chance for Recon to come back, just sniping the landmarks is the way to go.
Puppy Paw moving back on the mainland with some Palace Guard. It's interesting, actually, because if he kept moving south there instead of prioritizing the landmarks, he could have denied all the docks first and guaranteed there's no fleet to contest him. Instead, it looks like Recon is going to get a handful of Baochuans out. In the meantime, though, his handful of Palace Guard needs some reinforcements.
Yeah, these are Imperial Age Palace Guards, though, on Puppy Paw's side. For Recon, at least, he's got the Great Wall Gatehouse, and once again, he's going to retreat, but at this point, he's running out of places to go.
Yeah, he's running out of gold fast. The other bigger issue with that, right? Everything he wants to do, like, you're seeing a Baochuan fleet assembled here by Recon, but, like, this is a one-off Avengers assemble, right? There isn't going to be sequel after sequel like we get in our real world. Once that fleet is gone, he's got nothing.
Yeah, and Puppy Paw is just taking all the gold for himself. I love how he's taking the ones on the front line, and he's just saving all the gold back at home for darker times, which will never come, but still. Well, I guess Recon is getting some Baoshuans out, though. Let's not forget, he's still 2 out of 5 for landmark snipes, and maybe he's getting desperate enough to try and do that now.
It's tough, though. I think the Temple of Sun on the north side might be a bit too far inland for him to reach here without...
Puppy has resources to just rush a new landmark, though. I think he's going to do that. I think he knows what's coming.
Puppy should be pushing around on the fishing at this point. If he does that, it should just be curtains closed, right? Because at that stage, Recon has no food. It's only that fishing pond on the south side. I mean, sacred sites haven't been locked in, which is the most astonishing detail to me. It's like Puppy Paw could have had this timer going for at least 6 minutes at this stage.
Exactly. That's so weird. So Puppy Paw is sitting on a lot of resources. Makes me wonder what exactly he is planning to do. For Recon, his chances are very slim. He's got 22 Palace Guards. Is he going to try to snipe, though? Because I think, honestly, I feel like Puppy Paw is just banking resources to quickly rush a landmark in case Recon attempts a landmark snipe at this point.
Possibly? I'm still scratching my brain. Like, can we check Recon's vision? Because I don't think he even sees the north side landmark. That's the big issue, right? Yeah, so he has no way of seeing up onto the high ground on the northwest side where there's a landmark. Like, screw these ones, right? It's the one on the northwest side. And no, the west, vodka, to the west. The little thing that looks like a factory on the minimap in yellow. Bless him, I love doing this to him. He's like confused puppy face right now. On the north side beach to the left of it. Your idea of north and my idea. There we
there
go.
it is.
A round of applause for Vodka. Temple of Sun up there, like it's not seen at all. So he doesn't know where it is. I don't think he ever scouted where it went.
Yeah, his Bauschuans also don't have Nestor Bees on them, by the way.
I mean, that would require gold. Would you like to look at Recon's gold and try not to scream?
At this point, I don't know what Recon is planning. I think he should know how difficult his position is. I think these pictures from the central island should tell him that he's in big trouble. So this is not a matter of how do I come back into this game. It's a matter of how do I pull a Hail Mary to salvage this game. This is why I'm thinking about the landmark snipe, because at this point, that feels like his only option.
You know, it's kind of like, so here's the vile thing, by the way, is the why Juji destroys Chinese in these Navy engagements as well. If you check that Temple of Sun, you'll notice something interesting. It should be on not movement speed, it should be on divine defense. So you should have more range on the Juji fleet anyway, so it makes it impossible trying to trade out evenly. Like, they always lose because of that difference in range of one tile.
People are just banking resources non-stop. It's interesting how he's not finishing this game, though, because, as you said, he could have the Sacred Sites. He could walk into Recon's base at this point. If he switched to Lancers, for instance, he could just overrun those Palace Guards very easily.
Maybe he just feels like he's exhausting his opponent, right? Like, I imagine the game feels very comfortable for Puppy at this stage, whereas Recon, it has to get frustrating to a certain degree, right? Just trying to find ways out of the hole and every time coming up shy.
Yeah, I think part of this for Puppy Paw could also be that he doesn't want to gamble. He's
By the way,
in a comfortable spot. He's fine playing for 2 hours in this game if that needs to be the case.
Yeah.
He's just waiting for Recon to essentially commit to something, and then he's going to finish him off. And Recon, he does commit to something, but
yeah, let's not talk about
it's just too little too late.
By the way, I love the fact that he built the Imperial Academy in the enemy base in the end. I just noticed that. I guess it's the safest place for it to be. Doesn't really tax many buildings, sad face. That central island is an absolute travesty to look at this stage. You'd think they started on the outskirts and worked in.
Yeah, honestly, that central island looks like something that has been hit by a nuke.
It's that little, what's that island off the north side of Russia, the one that got hit with the Tsar bomb? Yeah. You know what, we need to just quote Call of Duty, right? It's like 50,000 people used to live here. Now, it really is a ghost town, actually. There's a few scavengers around.
Yeah, I think Recon is trying to boom back into this game with fishing boats. He's been hiding his fishing fleet away from his opponent, and right now, he's fishing close to the original spot where Puppy Paw landed. But these villagers are trapped in here in the corner. He doesn't seem to be responding to this. His landmark is going down. That's the third landmark he's going to lose. I think he could lose all his landmarks now because the Barbican is still intact, and that can be easily taken out by Puppy.
And his villagers are about to walk underneath where the Nestor Bees is firing, so he can turn into a massacre quickly. Here's shots coming in. Looks like it was soaked by the landmark, but it is down. In the meantime, Puppy Ball building this Juji library as safe as can be on the south side of the map. And the Mount Lu Academy somewhere else in an undisclosed location. I'm sorry, we can't reveal that to you as top secret, but what is not a secret is that Recon has lost the first game. Puppy Paw opening up strong with his Juji.
What a crazy game here, KP. I feel like the last 10 minutes or so have been lackluster, but before that, it was absolute madness. From the very beginnings of players not moving out to the outside, then the mass migration coming in, the land aggression of Puppy Paw, how Recon ultimately secured the water. Things were so crazy, but in the end, I feel like the big difference was that Puppy's eco was never harassed on the outside. I think this villager plot tells you a lot. He never really faced harassment on the outside, whereas Recon always had to run for his life, and ultimately he just got ground down by Puppy.
Yeah, I think this is the type of game that can either feel very fun or very exhausting, right? And I mean, Recon usually tries to be a little bit of a positive fella, but sometimes, like, yeah, I've heard him before, he's like, that's just stupid, right? This type of game may just feel a little bit dumb to him the way it played out in the end. But Puppy Paw, I mean, it has to be a confidence high. I think there were a few slip-ups there. Like, he 100% should have been locking those sacred sites. There's no reason not to. Even if you just feel like it's good to just drag the game, it's extra eco you're missing out on in a game where gold will matter a lot. But can't really fault him, man. Showing the power of Juji, and, you know, going into this tournament just beforehand, everyone's like saying Juji sucks, China is incredible. True on land maps, but when you flip it, script it, and stick it on a water map, all of a sudden, you've got Juji proving to be quite the potent pick.
All right, it looks like we're going to be heading into game number 2, which will be played on Gorge. So a lot more classic of a map coming up here. That's going to be the map pick from the open maps category. And it's going to be a Byzantines versus English matchup, KP. Something that we pretty commonly see, and it often turns into longbow wars.
Yeah, and the thing is actually in this matchup, I think you hunker and fast castle as the English. There's no reason not to. Like if you play in that field timing, you kind of play into the favor of the Byzantines. And Puppy Paw, he's actually really scary on the Civ. I think Puppy Paw is easily top like 3 English players in the game right now. I want to boldly say that he's the number one most scary player. Him and Wham actually. Like if you remember when the change hit with Abbey of Kings, they innovated like crazy. They were the quickest ones to discover the fast castle build. They discovered the fast Imperial build. They exposed how OP Wingard is, by the way. Like every single time I see Berkshire now, I'm that really kind of contradicting guy. You know how like you get the parents where it's like, you say, "Can I?" And they go, "Can you?" Right? I think you mean may you. Like I'm always that guy now where I'm like, did you really need to build the Berkshire here? Because the Wingard is 10 times better. And the twins were the ones that exposed that. They showed just how dominant that landmark can be.
Well, remaining maps will feature quite some water if we get there. It's going to be Water Drake on the side of Puppy Paw from the hybrid category. From the water category, we do have Holy Island, and then if we go to the closed map category, we do have Woodwall coming up. Remaining civs, we do have quite a lot of variant civilizations for Recon, Abbasid, Order of the Dragon, and the Delhi. Alongside the Abbasids, which I always forget because it's still just a black flag and I think it's an icon missing. On the opposing side, you still have Japanese, the Jeanne d'Arc, of course, alongside Mongols and not KP, but Malians. I was about to ask KP, what do you think about the remaining civilization pool for these players?
I was about to say, am I a Civ now? Jesus, what Civ would I be? I'm curious what chat thinks of that. I don't know, like what Civ I'd be. I think I know. But yeah, looking at the drafts, the interesting one to me is going to be Water Drake. I imagine that could actually be Delhi. I think Delhi is kind of solid there. You've got 3 sacred sites. Cool thing about Delhi as well, they actually play into attack on water very, very well. I actually was expecting this to be a top tier pick on floodplains for that reason, because the whole idea is with manuscript trade, you produce at an insanely quick pace compared to any other Civ in the game off of one dock. Outside that, like someone like Japan, I'm imagining that's going to be saved for Holy Island. It has to be here. Other side of it, Recon is going to be going to his tried and trusted Order of the Dragon there. There's no doubt in my mind. Woodwall probably going to be looking at Ibids versus. I'd imagine that's where Malians come out. I don't think you go something like Joan. Doesn't really make much sense. So, looking at Water Drake, that's still the big question mark for me. I'm not entirely sure where Puppy Paw is going with this. It could be Joan. I think Joan's kind of an intriguing idea. For a start, if you're up against Delhi, you actually counter them. Another thing is like actually Joan, you can go for those cheeky kind of outpost plays. You can try to pressure the water a little. And something I did notice is Joan's really effective on these type of water brawly maps, because whenever you kill a boat, it's a lot of XP, right? And if you go range form Joan, you have an easy way of sniping low HP boats. So we'll have to see if it gets there. But English versus Byzantines, it's a close one, actually, right now. I'm trying to think, like, if it does clearly favor one Civ, Byzantines have a really strong, clean castle age timing. The only issue I see is, like, English with a hunkered down white tower 2TC build feel almost impenetrable. So usually the issue I see with Byzantine players is they rush the enemy base and they throw the game because of it.
Yeah, the last time these two players have played this specific map, Gorge, against each other was all the way back in the EGC finals last year. That time, we did have a Rus mirror, and it was won by Puppy Paw. And I'm not gonna lie, KP, I think moving out, you had a higher chance for Recon for winning that. This is a much more traditional map, and it's going to be potentially an uphill's battle here for Recon as we're heading into game number 2 versus Puppy Paw.
Whew, an exhausting game number 1, I imagine, on one side, a thrilling one on the other, but that's usually how those long slogs go. Puppy Paw, with his English, honestly, one of the strongest players on the Civ right now, and has so many flexible builds. I actually think him and Wham went through more mutations when the drop came in on the Abbey of Kings change than any other player I saw. They came up with so many incredible builds. The Abbey of Kings into full feudal, the Abbey of Kings 2TC, Abbey of Kings fast castle, Abbey of Kings fast imp even. Recon, however, has a very cool style of Byzantines. He's actually been bringing it around to the point that BC ended up even building a build order out of it and giving him credit. He's a big fan of horseman spam without hippodrome. So I'm wondering if Recon's going to try to play this all feudal.
It could be an approach to take, especially because this is one of those maps where you have to leave that initial base very early on, and most of the resources that you will be taking in Feudal Age are fairly exposed, and they're on the flanks. You just have one wood line to work with, so that's a good target as well for cavalry raids. But you see that gold mine that Puppy Paw is taking, food as well, a little concerning once you need to move out, although with the English you can just play around farms. But in general, this is a very, very open map. It is in the open map category, but it's even more difficult to defend than, let's say, Dry Arabia. So a cavalry-based raid-heavy game is something that can work out very well in many cases.
Yeah, it's interesting actually because like Gorge is either a very open map or a very closed map. It doesn't have a mid ground, right? Like my classic saying about this map is Gorge either has no walls or all the walls, and we've seen both types of games. And I think what's wild is like this matchup, it used to be Byzantines were really content with the idea of Imp Plus. I don't think that's true anymore though. Like, you know, English play really well into that hyper late game because of Network of Citadels when it doesn't bug out. Whereas Byzantines, you know, I mean, Streltsy sucked against longbow spam anyway, right? But like now they're hard to scale. If you play longbows, you don't have that attack speed aura. So I feel like Recon wants this game done sooner rather than later. Cavalry is bold to think about. I don't know if we go that deep into the conspiracy hole. Like, you know, I know there's a certain player who was experimenting with it. He honestly, like, I'm pretty sure the guy had not seen light. He had not seen other humans for 2 months. He came in my chat regularly, be like, I'm telling you, the way is Hippodrome plus Sister to the First Hill. Mark my words. They'll be doing it 5 years from now. I was like, hold on a sec. I've said that in the past. If they're doing it 5 years from now, there's probably a reason they're not doing it right now, my friends. So we're going to be a bit more sane here. Grand Winery opening. Probably going to be looking at a Western contract here. It's interesting. Like, you'd think you'd want javelins against longbows, but with the fact that
what longbows? It's gonna be an Abbey opening.
That's true, but like the other reason is because Recon likes playing horseman longbows. He loses mobility, but what he gains is a really strong punch for that one too, right?
Yeah, there's a reasonable chance that Puppy Paw is going to play heavy horseman over here, which is an old school build that rarely has been used back in the past. I remember Mista was the first player who went with the Abbey of Kings playing heavy horseman with the English.
Yep.
It's not a terrible idea if you think about it, because you have a juggernaut food eco, and when you have a lot of food income from farming, you can spam horseman like a madman.
Yeah, it's actually pretty dirty here because, you know, if you're quick enough, the longbow spam doesn't get fat enough to insta-snipe a horseman, so you just walk off here, walk off here, walk off here. It's crazy as well because this iteration is 10 times more powerful than the one that Mista used to flex on players.
Exactly, and you see, you already have a couple of early farms over here. Decent amount of sheep as well for Puppy Paw to work with. He's going to open with a king, which also will give you a very nice raiding unit. It's going to be your proxy knight, and that's the first unit that you can utilize to quickly put some pressure on Recon. Recon himself having reached Feudal Age just now. Let's take a look at his base, though, because I think it's fairly clear where Puppy Paw wants to go with this, but Recon, he also wants to go with a horseman play for the time being.
You don't want to open Limitane, right? You're against Lombos. Like, yeah, you say he's not going to build Lombos, but if he sees you're building Limitane to go in on him, he's going to build Lombos, right? So you have two choices of Recon. You either build a stables and you go in horseman to harass him away, or you build an outpost and spend your valuable initial stone on something other than buffing your economy. So, like, I like the way Recon's playing this. You know, he has a bit of a bad rap now as a turtly player, but he's actually being a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more trash pandery-like. I've noticed that in the last few weeks, that he's more interested in how he attacks early than how he survives.
I feel like the other problem with the Limitani simply is that you forfeit mobility if you go for them, and that's a very bad thing to do when the front of your base is so open.
We say that, but he's going to build Lombos, right? So it's like, it's one of those kind of catch-22s where the horseman will just kind of hold back your opponent, and then when you've got critical mass, you can move out the Lombos.
And you see the advantage of this king right off the get-go.
Yep.
One villager kill already, you can retreat, it's going to be a proxy knight, and any damage that's done to this king, it's not permanent, whereas the horsemen do suffer from a lot of damage over here for Recon.
And Puppy Paw is doing it. Horseman pump now on the way. So King is just going to waste time, absorb this. I love that. He's trying to hide the play longer. He even guarantees he hides it as long as possible by smuggling the stables behind the TC. This is a really popular play. When Gorge first came out, players done it a lot. Players have caught on since. But the issue is when you have to contest the King, you can't go and scout it straight away, right? You have to address this problem first.
And notice the amount of farms that Puppy Paw is going for here. This is not just a, okay, I'm going to spam horsemen with the sheep I have, with the berries I have. There's a lot of sustainability behind this, because those farms will never expire. he does have one of the strongest elements of the English economy already working for him, and it's going to provide a lot of sustainability, whereas when you look at Recon's base, most of his food income right now is based off berries that are being depleted very quickly.
Yeah, and no early farms coming in, which is something that Puppy Paw revolutionized, that idea of 1 or 2 early olive groves, because they're so damn efficient. It's going to be the Eastern Merc contract. Interesting choice here. So a full Cav comp coming out. And, you know, speaking of farms like this, farms coming on the other side, a bit of an interesting way of building for Puppy Paw. That's simply because all of his villagers are allergic to the berries. Yeah, he's got to keep them as far away from the berries as possible. It is a bit of a funky one.
You can see how locked in Puppy Paw is on the food, by the way. He's already growing for the food upgrade. Whereas on the other side, Recon is going for a more conventional double broadaxe approach. But that king in the middle is just such a tanky unit. And don't forget, many of these horsemen from Recon are already banked up.
Yeah, nice micro bat. Puppy Paw says, catch me if you can. I mean, this chase is not going to work, right? Like, if it was anything but horsemen, yes. But this is the sad reality. It's like, unless Recon outplays, out-micros, it's going to feel like a very slow death.
Yeah, it's just looking so grim for him. He used up all of his olive oil. I'm actually unsure where. He's gotten a mercenary contract, but I think it might have been the Eastern mercenaries, right?
Yeah, he got Keshiks. He went full Capcom.
Yeah.
But like, this is a problem now, because if Puppy Paw just builds Spearman, you're dead, right? Like,
yeah, it's a very, very one-dimensional composition.
Yeah, but here's a funny thought for you. What if he doesn't build Spearman, and in the extreme OP-ness of healing, I'm just going to build Horseman the entire game?
That's also an option. I think Keshik are nice, but you cannot constantly mass-produce those Keshik because you don't have that much sustainability when it comes to the olive oil income. Whereas for Puppy Paw, look at what he's doing. Puppy Paw has the same amount of horsemen as his opponent, but he has a massive food bank, 400 food in the bank, also a lot of gold. Makes me wonder if he's thinking about Castle Age here.
It'd be very greedy at this stage. You have to play a longer feudal first. You'll get
but
caught
that's a lot of villagers on gold then. It's way too many.
It could just be all the eco upgrades, right? He hasn't got the lumberjack upgrades, and he still
maybe
has to
heavy
get
blacksmith, but
yeah.
Oftentimes the amount of villagers you have on gold is a strong indicator of you trying to get to Castle Age. And he's also banking a lot of food, not queuing any more horsemen. So that's what I'm thinking. Maybe he feels like, okay, we could double down on this. Either go for a white tower and start mass-producing knights with that, or just start to build up an eco lead with the Town Center landmark.
I think you go King's Pass here because like you're building spears, right, to interstate yourself. And by building spears, you're actually spending 66% of what you already were. So you will actually have extra resources floated. And this is all because of what Recon's done, right? Like when you see someone in this matchup go for the Eastern contract, they're telling you that it's feudal or bust, right? Like what do you get when you go Castle Age? Gulums? Dude, Gulums, I can't think of many worse matchups than building Gulums into armor-clad men-at-arms, right? It's the stuff of nightmares. So you get no value there. You're going to try to brute force with Keshiks, but your count never feels high enough. Like it's pretty much Recon stuck in a hole. If he can't raid and do eco damage in the next 3 minutes, not 3, right? Like 2, he's dead.
Yeah, I love this escalation for Puppy Paw, by the way. It's very similar to what we've seen in the previous game. He isn't looking to finish this game right now, he's looking to build a lead, and that's exactly what he's doing. He already has a good farming eco set up. It's going to get even better once he gets to Castle Age. And because Recon didn't aggress him, it allows him to get up to Castle Age. He's going to get that second town center from the King's Palace, and he can start building up a sizable eco lead. And you know, KP, when you compare those economies, it looks grim for Recon. He's got limited sustainability, no farms whatsoever, limited map control as well.
No, keep going. Keep Recon, keep going. No, keep going. Just a little bit further, dude. The scout was a tile away from revealing the tech up.
I mean, he's going to know soon enough, so it is what it is.
Just have to wait until his birthday to get the surprise. Meanwhile, Raid comes in the other side. Now, this is the rough part, right? Like, I think Recon, because of the horseman detail, he has to defend with some forces. If he sent everything in, it would have been a full dive, and he would have found it, right? He would have possibly GG Puppy Paw in that very instance. So because half his army is here defending, because he plays pocket resources, Puppy Paw gets away with this.
I don't think he could have stopped that landmark. There was a tower and there was an English town center right next to it. He probably would have slowed it down, but he needed to sacrifice most of his army to do that. Nevertheless, we have Castle Age in here for Puppy Paw. Silver lining for Recon is that he started banking up resources himself, and he also has a nice cutoff over here, just kind of herding the army of Puppy Paw around. But Recon himself is going to head to Castle Age.
Yeah, Golden Horn Tower as is standard. He has, of course, the Grand Winery to go for those relics. The unfortunate detail is that Puppy is already prepping the first layer of Knights, so might be difficult to protect those relics. Limitane switch also now coming in to mirror the spears on the other side. I'm curious where Puppy Paw takes this. Like, typically you want to lean into going for meta arms, but it is a bit dicey when you're up against Varangian spam on the other side.
Yeah, I think he's going to continue with some cavalry, and he needs to get some raids going. He can defend with the spears. He also has a very condensed base. His food and gold eco are very safe. And at the same time, Recon's food eco isn't safe. He isn't on farms. He's on berries. He's on hunt, potentially. And that's exactly the primary target for Puppy Paw.
I mean, can we check Recon? Like, Recon hasn't got a single farm still, right? Like,
No, not a single olive grove.
Which is so unusual, considering olive groves are by far the most overpowered farm in the game.
Oh, no.
And this raid...
That is disastrous, though.
I mean, there's not even enough safe points there, right? Yeah, the villagers have to run off in the opposite direction. Luckily, it looks like Puppy didn't realize straight away. But still, a little bit of chip damage here or there, while the two TCs go on the other side is a problem. Recon needs to return fire.
Yeah, and again, sustainability is a problem. Puppy Paw is not going to run out of juice because he does have the farms working. For Recon, when he runs out of berries or when he runs out of hunt, or those just get raided, he's going to drop to basically no food income.
And we have to remember there are more and more knights coming, right? Whereas Recon can't mirror that. Keshiks at this scaling point don't really match, right? You're not going to have enough of them. And you can't build cataphracts because you came to win a competitive series very before, not lose one.
It's going to be a heavy infantry mix, though, now for Recon. He's mixing in some Limitani, but more importantly, Varangians are on the way for him. But I think one of the key things here, KP, is that Puppy Paw hasn't yet used his knights to raid. It's been just the king and the horseman. When the knights arrive to raid, that's going to be a very different scenario.
Yeah, like he's got a handful of Limitane, but it's not out of this world, especially when you're playing pocket flank resources like this. Spearman upgrade hasn't even been there, by the way. Puppy Paw's now only getting into that, and that's going to give him more agency to roam with the knights, right? Because then he can trust Spearman to hold his base, especially with that delicious attack speed. Flank raid, villagers. A little bit of clownery there from the horseman pathfinding. Not sure how no villagers died from that. Knights. Oh.
That's a nice pinch. That's a very nice pinch by Recon.
Where are the spears, though?
I think they are actually in there. At least some of them.
No, they're in the min-map fighting, right? Like,
yeah, that's about...
Oh my god, no.
Oh, that's disaster. That is complete disaster from Puppy Paw. He lost his knights. I think he lost a couple of spearmen there as well, but most of his spearmen are busy fighting Varangians in the middle of the map.
I mean, talk about sticking the wrong units in the wrong place there. Fighting up against Varangian with the spears, all of a sudden there's an opportunity now potentially to break in here. He's still got a decent number of Keshiks. Horseman is still buffering this. Spearman count is rebolstering at home, but behind this, the Varangian spam continues, and this is bad for Puppy Paw. If he gets locked into spears and 20 plus Varangian flood this base, it will kill the game.
The previous fight was taken outside the network of Castle's Aura as well. I think he just got baited out of his base. I think he's going to hold this, though. This is going to be a nice cleanup with the Spearman and the Knights using the attack buff as well. He is going to lose a couple of villagers, but that just makes the villager count a little less worse for Recon. There's actually quite a lot of villagers now getting picked off. But at the same time, Recon's army is gone, and he's still facing 6 Knights with 3 more in queue.
And Recon's like, I want to stay under that TC for longer. Undermesh now in the way as the Varangian's going to start scaling up. Recon has got a fragile eco at this stage. You have to remember he's still playing berries, still playing pocket resources, so it's not that insanity we're used to seeing.
Well, you're saying he's playing berries, but he's running out. He's down to 300 food per minute, which is just not great. And he lost most of his valuable troops, the Keshiks as well. He's now making Varangians, but compared to the Knights, they're still slow. Puppy is switching into crossbows, so he's going to have a response to that. And he's going to have that mobility advantage with the Knights to start raiding the base of his opponent.
It's crazy to think how much better I'd feel about this game for Recon if we just had 10 groves around that Grand Winery earlier.
Yes, 100%.
Flash coming in. Varangian should get mopped up in the end, courtesy of the Knights being involved in, but second wave Varangian should flip that. Crossbows are now being added in by Puppy Paw, which would be a solid solution to the Varangian spam.
Yeah, but see, this is the problem. Varangian spam is one thing. Diving into the enemy base when they have crossbows over there with the English attack buff is not really something that you can do just yet. But at the same time, those English Knights are roaming the map, starting to look for villagers. Credit to Recon, though. Despite all these raids, he only lost 2 villagers. A lot of his villas are very banked up, but he hasn't started losing villagers despite all these raids.
It's still a 12 eco lead for Puppy Paw in a
Yeah.
game where they're both now racing for relics. And you have to remember, Recon doesn't have much map control now with the way his army switched up, right? Whereas Puppy Paw still has a decent number of knights to flood the flanks with. It means it's going to be very difficult to try and sneak these priests out.
Yeah, Knight count isn't looking very fancy for Puppy Paw, though. He's been taking some prolonged engagements against all these Varangians. But once the crossbows start arriving, that's going to be a very different setup, and that's exactly what we're having over here. Spearmen, Knights, crossbows. Not a composition that Recon can fight against right now.
Yeah, and at this point, the Knights can actually just go flank raiding, right? Like, you can actually trust spears and crossbows to deliver up against Varangian here. I mean, Recon, at this stage, I think you wish you were just getting more Keshiks than Gulams, so you could at least try to chip damage your opponent. Because at this stage, like, Puppy Paw is reaching that phase where he's going to have to start breaking flank resources, right? Like, we check his gold at home, I imagine he's down to like 800 gold maybe. So he's going to have to come out to play. And this is where you actually want Cav. Now, if we check Puppy Paw's home gold. Yeah, there you go. It's gone. So
Yeah,
this is
it's
the
gone.
perfect time to get some Keshiks out.
Yeah, I agree with you, but this is also the time where Recon is investing his resources into a farm transition or olive grove transition. Now,
So you're saying this is the perfect time to die.
well, you're saying that, but at the very least, Puppy Paw running out of gold will slow down his momentum. Recon is still down by 16 eco, but let's not forget, first of all, he has the edge when it comes to relic count as things stand. And more importantly, now he's got an insane amount of olive oil income. And that's going to help a lot with getting some mercenaries out and compensating for that eco deficit that he has.
We have at least now got teardrop shields coming on, which is pretty big here for Limitane, right? Like, actually, Limitane get kind of absurd when they chase down Cav with that tech. I still think it's a little bit overtuned for what it does, basically giving you the ability to chase down heavy Cav. So, stone being gathered up. I imagine we're looking at a keep drop on the fat gold on the west side, and that also protects the stone in the back corner. So a lot of value over there. I don't think you need to rush Network Citadels. Nice hit with the Knights on the flank, though, and a weird split by Recon sends half the villages to the east side.
That's bad for Recon, though. He already had a bad villager count compared to what Puppy Paw has, but now he's going to start losing villas. And remember, he suffered from a lot of raids before, so many of the villagers are low HP, making it a lot easier for these knights to finish them off.
Is Puppy Paw just going to do it? Is he going to pull the trigger? Because I've seen this build. It's actually vicious how quickly Imp comes in with Wingguard. It just allows you to flood troops. Usually the value of that is a radius contract, so I think that's the only reason he might not is because it's Limitane. If it was, for example, Varangian, you could just flood Wingguard Raiders, right? Because, like, Knights will beat Varangian.
I'm getting a deja vu to the previous game now, though. Because Puppy Paw's eco is untouched for the last, like, 5 to 10 minutes, even. Maybe not 10, but 5 to 8 minutes. And at the same time, Recon is starting to lose villagers. You look at his overall resource income, it's depressing, and it's very similar to what we had in the previous game. Death by 1,000 cuts, his eco slowly being crowned down by Puppy.
Yeah, it's tough for Recon, right? Like, you know, he's trying to play this more aggressive style AoE4, and he does very well in the opening minutes, but then it kind of reaches this mid-game where it's starting to look uncomfortable, which is unusual for him. His signature style used to be mid-game, it starts to come together hard, and then late-game couldn't be more cozy. But you know, at this stage of the game, like, if you're playing Byzantines, mid-game is where you thrive. Is your biggest power spike in the entire game. He's just not able to easily find it.
And that's exactly what's happening. Those crossbows are struggling against the Limitani, and Puppy Paw opts to charge him with the Knights, fighting against the Spearman-style unit. That is a horrendous fight, and that's exactly what Recon needed to potentially come back into this game.
Yeah, it's like, if you're just going Spearmen or Men-at-Arms here, right? Like, it makes a lot more sense, because then you have a solid front line, and the Knights just roam. Like, your Knights should be increasing your eco lead, not decreasing your military lead.
Yeah, I feel like those Knights were supposed to do a lot more raiding, because these Limitani, they can't really fight inside your base when you have crossbows nearby as well. There's no way that Recon can dive this, at least not without losing these troops. And if you just use your Knights to wipe out Recon's eco, that should be enough for Puppy Paw to win this game.
I mean, he's so desperate to get the troops out, he's actually prioritizing Armorclad over Veterancy for Men-at-Arms. Knights are prowling now, but credit to Recon, he's starting to get those walls up on the south side. So he's layering himself in, he's blocking from raids. We're going to get a deeper game, but there is still a bigger issue that concerns me here. It's a 3-2 relic split in a game now where you are 34 villages behind.
That's the problem for Recon. He lost a lot of villagers, and it's not just the villager casualties, it's also the fact that he's playing against 2 TCs with just 1 on his own. Of course, olive oil does compensate for some of that. That's a secondary resource that you're passively getting. But at the same time, we're also getting to the stage where the English eco is really getting unlocked. Soon, this could be an Imperial Age game, and that's where the English farms really become monsters.
Yeah, I think what Puckball is looking at now is like, okay, you've got a lot of Limitane, not Varangian. However, you know, the other issue for Recon is, I mentioned these Gooms before and how they suck in this matchup. Your opponent's now building mass men-at-arms, and you've built Golems, right? These units do not perform well. Remember, they have a double tap. They perform well against squishy targets. Armor-clad men-at-arms are anything but that. Raid on the eco. There's some chip damage done here, but the keep should be able to defend this. So.
Yep. You could argue that this is better for Puppypaw than it is for Recon, because, again, Recon's eco isn't spectacular, so losing all those units for what is basically no villager kills, that's actually a little underwhelming.
This little raid is going to be a little bit too slow. It's interesting, though, because if he actually just dropped the shields and round the spears, you've got to move a bit quicker. Also, another interesting detail, network of citadels on the way. Puppypaw is a smart boy. He'll know what that means. It means he has to build new outposts, otherwise he'll completely lose the aura.
Love this keep, though, from Recon. His farms are extremely exposed on the front line. That keep is going to buy him a lot of precious time. His food eco is getting back on track, but his eco in general is still quite a bit behind compared to his opponents. But once again, Puppypaw is taking a fight that's a little uncomfortable, potentially. He's fighting against a lot of Limitani with the Knights.
It's actually
but it looks like it's not enough Limitani.
Yeah, it's actually Gulems in there. I think that was most of his Gulems just getting wiped out, which is grim, right? Like, these units were not going to perform well, but the least you could say of them is they're tanky, right? They should be able to protect something, but they protect nothing there. Second wave is going to come in on the west side. There's new troops reacting there as well. The interesting part is, like, the Blacksmiths have been, like, lagging behind. They were in the early phase of the game. They have been here as well. But they are starting to come through. And, you know, when you consider these men-at-arms, they are going to be kings amongst peasants when you get in these fights. Like, unless Recon can get 30 crossbows to give a stat, he won't have an answer to this.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing signs of collapse here from Recon, I feel, because population is just looking grim, and he lost most of his troops. Puppypaw, he got most of his knights butchered by Limitani as well, but it's just an eco-juggernaut at this point. Puppypaw is having so much of an easier time replenishing his lost troops compared to Recon.
Somehow watching the way these units die to Puppypaw it's making me feel worse than when we saw that villager pull in the first series, right? Like, somehow that looked like a better idea than these fights he's being forced to take. And it's like, it's forced errors, right? Because he can't allow any of these things to get through. But it means that we are kind of in a death spiral now, right? Like a 40+ eco lead at the stage. Puppypaw's just going to go in. And this should just be a win guard. There's zero pressure on him to go Berkshire.
Exactly. It's pretty much the same game all over. Recon is holding on, but every minute that passes, his position gets weaker and weaker.
Yeah, I don't even know if to say holding on. It's more like he's going through the stages of grief, right? Which is currently in denial. Reinforcements arriving, and all of a sudden you don't have the numbers. In fact, you're completely outnumbered here. Recon forced to retreat. Tech up, now ready to be triggered, and it is indeed going to be the Wingard Palace.
You could have argued that for a Berkshire in the middle.
No.
I mean...
No.
Yes.
No. Stop barking. It ain't happening. It's win in the name, it's win in the game. Wingard Palace every day of the week, my friend. Puppypaw is a man of prestigious talent. He understands that. This castle isn't even going to go up. This is it.
Lord
the game's
Dowd
over.
is going to smile upon us, but Recon will stop that from happening. He's going to tap out of this one. And KP, very similar game to game number 2 here. There were some things going well for Recon, but especially in this game, you could just see that Puppypaw, once he had some map control, once he had some momentum, he just escalated that into a massive eco lead. And really, this villager graph tells you the whole story of the game.
There were some things going well for Recon in that game. Oh, yeah, it was quicker than game 1. Yeah. I mean, in fairness to him, right, like the reaction was kind of forced that he had to go to Horseman, but after that, it just went off script in a really rough way. It's a tough game, man. I think, like, Puppypaw, he did play that a bit messy. The Knights especially was the detail I didn't like. I think he threw a lot of them away unnecessarily. He jumped his timing moving out the base. Like, his goal is to raid and just defend, and this is, I think, the thing that makes English, in some ways, an atrociously designed civ. The difficulty to dive them. Like, any other civ in that situation, the way that Puppypaw was playing it, there was a point, if you remember, where Recon was about to dive the enemy base, but he couldn't, because double Archer fire from TC and attack speed aura. Like, why does the English have both of these things, especially in the position they're in? I've been calling it for a while. I actually think the network of castles needs a rework, like an activatable temporary buff or something like that. It being a permanent aura just means any time you dive the English, you feel like you're losing the fight, right? Like, you've been there, I've been there. We've all watched those games as well as played them, where you feel, yes, now is my go point. I will break their base. You dive in, 2 minutes later, your entire army is dead, and their villagers are back to work. Like, it doesn't feel good. So, yeah, a bit of a tough one from that perspective. I think the only way Recon can win that is if he's technologically ahead and gets the Varangian Flood together, but it's so difficult with the way Puppy Paw plays that. It does mean, though, we are going to be heading that Wood Wall, and that is, as expected, going to be the Abbasid Malian matchup.
Interesting setup over here, especially because I'm curious how Puppy Paw is going to play this. Game number 2, we've seen that if Recon isn't aggressing him, he's just going to play that heavy eco-escalation, and that's where Malians are exceptionally dangerous at. If you don't pressure those Malians, they're going to just steamroll you with all that passive gold income. At the same time, Recon is one of those players that likes to just whip out that trade build. We've actually seen him do that in previous tournaments a couple of times before. And I feel like especially down 2-0, he might need to go for a more high upside and risky build here. So I would not be shocked to see Recon going for a trade wing here.
And he's the tricky trader. I gave him that name for a very good reason. The weirdest of games will find a way of trading. It might be his only way. Like, I do prefer to go trade over going to TC because it returns investment quicker. And I think your goal here could be fast castle. Like, there's actually a lot of viability behind that. You know, if your opponent does go mass sofas, camera ride is kind of feasible. There's a lot of berries on the flank, actually. So another value in trading is you're going to want to wall the flanks quickly to enable that. And you'll want to play onto the berries anyway. So could be a nice way for Recon to play this. Wouldn't even mind the idea of an early ram to contest the early pit mines because the military wing gives you that play. So we'll have to see which way he leans. But, you know, thinking on how this series progresses from here, Recon's draft does have some value to it if it goes deeper. He's got Order the Dragon. I don't know if they'll be able to beat Japanese on Holy Island, but he does still have the Delhi or the Ibids, both very potent picks for a map like Water Drake. Puppy Paw is, meanwhile, a little bit of a question mark. I'm still not sure Mongols, Zhone, how they're going to perform. I have to see if we get there. As it currently stands, Puppy Paw on match point. We hop into game number 3 to see if Recon can pull one back or if Puppy Paw is going to be an unstoppable force of nature in the group stage.
With the color purple, we have Recon playing as the Abbasid dynasty to the left, and to the right side of the map, it's going to be Puppy Paw, now with a 2-0 lead, playing as the Malians. And, you know, KP, we've been theory crafting about this at the very beginning. Could we see some trade going on here for Recon? He needs a high upside build, and to be fair, there is a market that's like perfectly positioned for him to the east of his base. I think that's going to be his primary target if he wants to go for that. At the same time, there is also a very interesting setup to the left of the map. Most of the berries spawn in that area, and you have 4 out of 5 relics there as well. So there is an insane amount of value on the western side of the map.
Like, also, what the duck are these spawns? I feel like Recon locked out there. Right? Imagine you have Puppy Paw spawn those berries. That is so easily playable, right? Whereas he got quite a spread formation that's going to require a much deeper wall. But yeah, if he wants to go for that trade, he's definitely have to wall early. I think it's going to be very difficult to hide that info long term. Like, it's almost going to be obvious the moment the walls go up that you're playing greedy in some form. Like, that's always the thing when you do that on this map. You're telling your opponent you're being greedy. And if you're against a Malian player that you know could Fulani fast castle, it says a lot about what your game plan is.
I think one build that would be intriguing for Puppy Paw would be Warrior Scouts. That's something that you sometimes see from Malians if they are concerned about the trade of the opponent. And the thing with Warrior Scouts is that if you really aren't getting any value from them combat-wise, you can just use them to ferry in potential deer carcasses. So I feel like Warrior Scout opening would be a reasonable one here for Puppy Paw. And that way he could easily tell if there is going to be any kind of trade going on from Recon, and if so, he could easily shut it down.
I think you're looking at the wrong player, mate. If someone was going to do Pro Scouts Open, it would be Recon in this matchup. That guy's obsessed with it right now. Very unique style of Malians he's been playing, where he masses scouts and then builds archers or javelins to support. I don't think Puppy Paw is of the same mind. He seems to tend to favor that fast castle when it's given to him. It is going to be the military wing opening we talked about, though. So he's going to look to apply some pressure to that initial gold vein. Manticore as expected on the other side. So no signs of trade just yet. It's not completely encompassing, though, right? Like, realistically, if you think about it, trade wing kind of sucks to begin with because your House of Wisdom's not across the map from the trade post, right? There is always a potential for market trade later. It's just for now, Recon needs to block the greed of the Malians.
Yeah, he needs to put some pressure on Puppy Paw, because one thing we have seen in the previous 2 games is that if Puppy Paw is not facing a lot of pressure from Recon, he's going to boom away with the game and eventually find a weak spot at Recon's base. I feel like that level of aggression at the beginning would be nice, and he's pulling a villager as well. I think it's going to be for towers. He's going to be very aggressive over here. It's definitely a more exposed gold mine over here for Puppy Paw, but Recon needs to make something happen in this game, and I feel like that gold mine spawn provides him an opportunity for this.
I mean, I'm getting a little bit skeptical of the way that village is moving. Maybe he's just trying to sneak it all the way around so it doesn't get seen, but...
I mean, too late. Although, did Puppy Paw actually see it? This is, again, a discussion we had before. It's in your line of sight, but if you're not paying attention to that area, you might not actually notice it.
Let's pause the game and ask him. Probably not a good idea. But yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one, right? Like, you'd expect him to see it, this kind of caliber play, right? At this stage of the game, also your opponent is playing purple against a green background. I'm wondering, is he just going to wall it off? Because he's sitting right near the trade post right now. He's not doing anything. Oh!
Okay.
Okay, that's kind of cool. So, Puppy Paw hasn't scouted back for this yet. Now, this is really popular at the moment. I've noticed a lot of Abbasid players have started doing this in the military wing, because when you go for the stables, you have the holy triangle, right? You have all 3 corners, all counters. And all you have to do is spend 150 wood and then the resources for the units to do that, which is insanely efficient.
Exactly. And think about it this way. If Recon is aggressing this pit mine with the 2 spears and 2 archers, easiest thing for Puppy Paw to do is to just get 1 or 2 javelin men out. Those will push away both of those units. But suddenly it gets a little more weird once horsemen are out. And it looks like the opening from Puppy Paw is going to be a range with archers on the way. So those popular. Horsemen could find some juicy targets.
That's what makes this play so good. It's like the atypical reaction to seeing the military wing is you build 3 archers, right? And that counts at all. That's why the horseman strat is so good. It ruins your strat. And now look, dude, he's pivoting javelins. He's flailing like a fish right now, and he doesn't realize it. You know, he wishes he was flailing like a Gyarados, but it's not going to be like that. It's not just the horseman, it's now the archery and follow-up. Dude, I think Recon has been queuing into drag around the ladder. There's an infamous Abbasid player who, on any civ, actually will proxy base you and then ram rush you. And I'm thinking that's what Recon is up to here.
Yeah, and you see Puppy Paw is concerned about this. He's dropping a barracks immediately. There's a range as well for Recon. There's a mill.
The whole base, baby! We're moving abroad!
Gotta love how he's using that 1 proxy will with a single mill up front.
Gotta make a return, dude. You don't need to add another archery range yet, but in a minute. Track's now coming in as well from Puppy Paw, so gonna try to cover his bases. Oh, this is dicey though, because you know, if Puppy Paw ever forfeits any sort of defense point there, then he can't access wood, right? Like, wood wall is a very punching map when it comes to the wood lines.
Yeah, it's wood denial is definitely something that you can aim for. And the way that the map spawned is that you do have those tiny clumps of trees, and that's exactly what Puppy Paw is taking. To his credit, his base is very nice and condensed, so Recon has to loop all the way around to hit these lumberjacks to the north, so that's actually buying a lot of precious time here for Puppy Paw to get some more javelin throwers and some Dansos out.
Recon is scaling up the archer count now. Looks like the secondary force is going for the tree line on the north side of the base, so Puppy Paw is going to get jumped there. Horseman here means he should be able to get at least 1 kill, but hesitation immediately sets in.
Yeah, he likely wants to keep these troops nearby to harass the lumberjacks that come back, and at the same time use the archers plus a ramp to push that pit mine, just do a pincer move. But he's giving a lot of time here for Puppy Paw to build up his defenses, and I'm getting a little concerned about this. Recon is also walling off the far north, by the way, so a lot of things happening for him here. It's a big investment for a player that wants to go very aggro.
I think he's setting up trade, right? Like there's
that's
a
what I'm
unit
thinking too.
to the west of his base. There's near the tree line. I'm just not sure what it is. So Recon's definitely up to something weird. I think maybe it's just the lumber camp.
Here's the thing. If you are trying to play very aggressive and try to do a lot of damage early on, you won't be committing to that expensive wall, especially because Puppy Paw's army is slow moving. So the only way that you wall this off is indeed if you need some immediate benefits from it. And yeah, going for trade could be interesting this way because I don't think that he can finish Puppy Paw off with one push here. So I just feel like
I mean,
you need to get some walls up and potentially some trade.
There is a way, Lidico. I mean, it's not illegal, but you know, it's almost like dark magic.
Clown carring. Sure, I mean, but it's an all-in approach.
I mean, I can see it working in this type of game. Like, when you bait someone to go hard into jabs like this, nice raid onto the tree line, though. Yeah. Doesn't actually get that second wall up in. Gets a bit paranoid if the Donzo show up. It's interesting as well, because Puppypaw's playing very risky the way he split his troops there. Donzos and javelins on opposite sides gives ripe opportunities for horsemen.
Yeah, this is a really good attack. That's a lot of horsemen and archers, and I agree. If he wants to clown car this, let's go for it. I'm just puzzled why he's building a wall, if that's the plan. If he wants to finish this game with an all-in style attack, then he doesn't need those walls.
Maybe he's worried about like 1 or 2 jabs. Like, the thing you have to remember is Recon's entire base is on the south side of the map. So if like 2 units sneak in on the north side, he has 0 defenses, right? So it does make sense from that perspective. It just keeps the narrative where your base is.
I can see that, but I think this is an interesting debate because especially considering that he started building those walls when he still had units nearby. Anyway, for the time being, he has done a good job pressuring Puppy Paw's eco. A lot of idle villagers. He also picked off 3 vills, and there is no second pit mine working for Puppy Paw. So,
Here we go. There it is. The tricky trader.
Okay.
The trash bander we know.
At least I won't be trash talked saying that I'm talking complete nonsense while casting.
You know, casting is a trade of words. Trading is a way of life for Recon. I mean, I knew it was going to come at some point. On a map like this, he can't resist it, dude. He's like DD with the big red button from Dex's laboratory, you know? He has to press it.
Yeah, I just feel like Recon is not that YOLO all-in style player. And especially this setup, we've seen this, when Malians were released, we've seen this type of an approach being attempted over and over against them. And like 8 out of 10 times, you cannot finish this game with aggression and feudal age only. Javelin throwers have great range. Players will pull villagers to take out your ram, and if your push fails, you are done in that game. So I feel like it's nice to have Recon setting up a second layer to this.
Well, the cool thing about this as well is, like, once you tech up, you have Ghulams, right? And the enemy's entire army is going to get countered by Ghulams, because, like, why would you build Musafadi ahead of Castle Age against Abbasid? Like, you like winning games, you don't do that. So, like, you have a big problem. We've been seeing this, a few civs are very good at this. They bait Malians to overcommit into feudal, and when they upgrade, their army just has almost no value.
And this is an interesting setup, because Puppy Paw, from his perspective, he sees a lot of units being committed to a big proxy base as well from his opponent. So for him, the primary deal is dealing with this army. He is actually very far from being able to worry about the trade that's on the other side. And I like how Recon is doing this. This is the main show here, the trade, but his opponent isn't able to pay attention to the main show because he's distracted by this aggression.
Wait, hold on. Is he trading to both trade posts? Like, dude, we're not doing an achievement here. There's not 100% completion rate for trade, right? That you don't, unless I miss something, this isn't Exodia. You don't unlock something special from doing this.
I would not be a big fan if he traded to this southern trading post. If he does that, there's a chance that people learns about it. Whereas trading to the other one just keeps things hidden for a long, long time.
But hear me out. You walk the east side, so when he sees it on the south side, he's like, oh, he's trading over here. And then he never looks to the east side, Lidical. There, we figured it out.
This could, I mean, you have a lot of benefits to that if you think about it, because right now he's got double the trader production. He's making traders on 2 markets at the same time. And, I mean, even if one of those neutral markets gets shut down, well, he still has the second one working for him.
Militarily as well, like, Puppy Paw is just investing so much. He's still paranoid. He doesn't know, right? Like, there's no way you can get info for free now. That wall on the north side, like we said, it makes sense that it's not about trade. It's about raid, right? So you now have to try and get a scout in on the west side, a scout you don't even have. You don't want to have to invest in another scout if you know it's never getting through. So it's realistic that Recon could tech up at a similar time to Puppy Paw here.
Yeah, I think the key thing here for Puppy Paw is that he saw Recon not committing. He should know that something is up now. 3 or 4 minutes ago, he probably didn't know, because there was a lot of aggression coming from Recon. But the fact that Recon is kind of pulling back and playing a lot more careful, this should tell Puppy Paw that this is not the main show. This is not all in aggression. Something else must be happening inside Recon space. Whether that's 2 TCs or trade, I mean, he might not be certain. But one thing is sure, now Puppy Paw knows that Recon is doing something.
I mean, you say that, but like Recon's army is quite sizable, right? It's like Puppy Paw, he starts to respect this. Looks like he's finally getting ready to pull the trigger on Castle Age. Recon nowhere nearby. He may have to consider just cancelling any units queued the moment he sees that tech up.
Yeah, he's got a lot of wood, or he had a lot of wood in the bank. Now, he could also double down on this if he sees Castle Age. He's got double the army compared to his opponent, and that's no joke. He's also grabbing blacksmith upgrades, not something that Puppy Paw has.
And one thing I don't like is Recon's got double scout. He's not even trying to insert himself in for info right now. Like, if we check his vision on the map, he's playing very tight. I'm not a fan of this. Like, you know, you can afford to take a risk with a scout. It's worth it if you get the timing right.
Speaking of which, Puppy Paw doesn't have a single scout, so he's very much deprived of vision.
You're a Malian player. What do you need to see? You see your landmark, you see it's good, you like free food. Nothing else matters in the game, Lidicore.
Eco better for Recon, army count almost double of his opponents. This is the first game where Recon seems to have a definitive lead over his opponent, I feel.
Would really benefit from boot camp. I don't think he ever got it. It's kind of surprising at this stage in the game. Yeah, I wonder if he just forgot about it. It's very cheap when you've got this many infantry.
And he might need it, because this is the point where Malians reach their power spike. This early mid-Castle Age is where Malians thrive the most. And if he wants to fight, he needs that upgrade.
Puppy Paw just chilling though. Recon starting to stockpile resources. He can still add in more archers, right? Like, he's got way too much food, not enough gold. So, and archers aren't a terrible bet here, right? Like, composite bows really goes hard in this when you get later into the game. In fact, like, if you have Abbasid archers versus Malian archers, Abbasid archers will win. Full stop.
I honestly feel like Puppy Paw is being his playstyle, or is having his playstyle being exploited right now. Recon saw the previous games and saw that Puppy Paw, if he can sit back and boom, he's going to do that, and he's doing that with the Malians. But at the same time, Recon is just going to say, okay, I'm going to posture in front of your base, never dive in, and just boom harder than you do. And look at this proxy base. It's like 7 production buildings.
Yep. And Puppy was like, what? Why is all this here and you're not attacking me? He's going to start torching it down. Now, this is where you pivot the trade to the other side fully. Like, just don't even reveal what you're doing yet.
And that's why it's so cool. And I don't think Puppy Paw knows about the size of that trade yet.
Yeah, and the walls. Check the walls as well. Recon's like, okay, now I hunker down. Now, this is fine. As long as I survive the Castle Age, I know I can be stronger. The goal now is to out-survive the Malian spam point.
Exactly. This is the big power spike for Malians, but you have twice the army. You need to make sure it's Castle Age upgraded. And ironically, Puppy Paw is being hurt by the fact that he's taking out these production buildings. Because by the time he arrives, there will be walls, there will be Castle Age for Recon. And again, Puppy Paw does not have a scout. He doesn't see those walls coming up. I feel like him not knowing that is crucial right now.
He's wasting so much time just getting rid of the production. He can't afford a backstab. Meanwhile, talking about backstabs, look at this. Recon peeled a group off. Went after the villagers. Puppy Paw losing so many to try and get out of here.
I wonder if he was hiding this group in the corner or something like that. I think he was waiting for Puppy Paw to leave, and then he's diving in. That is brutal damage. 14 villagers down for Puppy.
Are you kidding me? Our tricky trader, Trash Panda, now has the tech up coming through. He has the wall up to delay this assault, and there's still a flank force in the back of Puppy Paw's base he needs to worry about.
Oh my lord. And I think now is the time that Puppy Paw is going to realize that Recon's trade might be bigger than he expected. But Recon is up to Castle Age. He's got almost double the army, and we are looking at archers that could get composite bows.
Spice Road's on the way, and we mentioned the Golems as well. Mustafadi at least being prepped for that detail, but the massive archers is a bigger problem here. Javelins will struggle with that composite bow.
Exactly. Bootcamp, composite bow, and you have a lot of horsemen as well. When you look at Puppy Paw, he's got 17 Donzos out there, but I'm not sure if all of them are on the front line. And these guys just keep running circles around the enemy. Puppy Paw is down by 25 eco.
Without a scout, by the way. I'm pretty sure he does not have a scout with that mass. It's just 3 horsemen. So, like, yeah.
He doesn't have a scout on the map, KP.
Oh, Recon, he has 2 scouts somewhere.
I don't know what he's doing. Recon does
them.
have scouts.
But that's my point,
have
right?
Scouts
like,
to catch these guys.
He's avoiding all this info This should be given over easily in Puppypaws' own base without a scout. Looks like the army's just going to run out the other side. Meanwhile, this army prepping to dive in. The problem is the upgrades are coming in soon. That's going to give some reluctancy. Puppypaw starting to back off, and that now offers up an opportunity for Recon to re-wall.
Yeah, exactly. This army is going to get cleaned up, but Recon is more than happy about it. He's got a pretty sizable eco lead, one that scales well with time as well. And we're getting close to the Abbasids unlocking their true power through all those unique upgrades from the House of Learning.
And keep in mind, you are now scaling Mass Sofa up against the Abbasid spears. Like, spears are great against Musafadi as well, by the way, especially these spears with the phalanx, right? So there's a very big risk that Recon is just going to do a food wood heavy comp, which, by the way, is hilarious considering that he hasn't touched the primary wood line this entire game.
Oh, he also towered the middle. I remember that Puppypaw relocated his lumberjacks when the first raid came in, and that tower is actually nearby, so right now it's not going to be a factor, but you see, he actually towered this close to the primary wood line of Puppypaw.
So, House of Wisdom still... He did get boot camp, right? I don't think he's got the composite bows yet, which is surprising with 37. What? Okay, I'm starting to wonder if he forgot. Like, this is classic Recon. He clicks on it to get Spice Roads and then just ignores everything else. The only player who plays Abbasid who would do this.
Look at this Ima. Wait,
I'm on a mission.
Is there a hole at the edge of the map?
Oh, there must be. Oh, no. Please tell me there's a gate. Please tell me there's a gate.
Okay, there is.
Trade's been revealed, though. So, Puppypaw now knows.
And there's going to be a second layer of walls as well here for Recon. He could actually stonewall now. Something that he was reluctant to do in game number 1. And by the time he started stonewalling, it was too late. And oh, this is a bad fight for him. He is kind of peeling off some of his troops, running into the main force of Puppy. And to Puppy's credit, he caught up with the army count. He was outnumbered 2-1 like 3 or 4 minutes ago. Now it's dead even. He's coming in with a lot of sofas, giving him massive mobility advantage over here.
Sofas breaking through on the east side now. So a double assault coming in from Puppypaw. The Gulims here, though. Like, he sent the Musafadi the wrong way, right? Like, he sent them on the eastern flank. Looks like Sofas are going to try to leak into the main economy. There's going to be lost in this initial fight and a pushback on the west side.
Yeah, Sofas will dive in, but they're being pursued by horsemen, so they should be dealt with here. Revol is coming in. I don't know if this is enough for Puppypaw, but he does have still a lot of units to work with, specifically 26 Sofas. And once they get imported armor, those guys are super tanky. I feel like Recon might be overstaying his welcome here. He's pursuing his pursuing his army. And those javelins are leveraging that range advantage to pick off some of these archers.
Puppypaw is starting to peel off a few units here or there into the different points in the economy like this, right? So this is where you start to hemorrhage heavily. And the issue is on the other side is Recon's not returning fire, right? He's trying to move in. But when you're mostly left with archers at the tail end of a fight, you don't really have a way of breaking through walls effectively.
Yeah, the problem is that most of the horsemen are gone. He's down to 6 horsemen, and sure enough, Gulam are fine dealing with javelin throwers, but when you also have a front line of sofas, it's difficult to get to those javelin throwers. So most of your archers, they just get picked off instantly by the javs, and at the same time, Puppypaw is getting up to 30 of these sofas, and that allows him to stretch out the playing field. He can flank from 2 sides, and Recon is struggling to keep track of all those raiding parties.
Yeah, this is the thing that makes people feel like Marlins are a bit overtuned still, right? Like, the infinite flood point, it just never stops. Like, Marlins are the purest form of Zerg in AoE 4, right? Secondary would be Japanese. And you see why. They're so damn efficient at blobbing. Like, Musafadi have come full circle. You remember when game first came out, with the expansion, Musafadi were king. Then they fell off the side of a cliff, but recently they've been coming back in a fierce way. It's either Sofa plus Musafadi or Musafadi plus Scouts, but either way, it feels almost impossible to stop them.
Yeah, Camel Riders being mixed in now by Recon to try and debuff those Sofas, but I mean, Recon's problems are now increasing very rapidly. When you look at the army count, it's 84 to 57. There used to be an 80 to 20 lead at some point by Recon.
Timeout, get me into the third series of the day. He's trying to build Camel Riders, he has no farms. This is, I mean, it's a good idea if you're playing a TC build and not a trade build. But where the hell are you ever getting the food for mass Camel Riders?
The pivot into Sofas is massive here for Puppypaw, by the way. And to his credit, he knew about the archers for a long time, and he just said, okay, you have so many archers, I'm just going to go heavy into Sofas. Sure enough, you have spears, but you don't have the mobility to catch me.
It's impossible for him to keep up. I mean, Recon, this is the thing, like, he usually says he thrives in these environments where you have to defend until it's his moment. I'm just wondering, like, how many minutes does it take for your moment to come through here? Because I'm just seeing the numbers, and they're trending one way. Bigger for Malians, smaller for Abbasids.
The problem is that the fights are now taking place in his base, and he's about to lose access to this neutral market as well. He's got 2 towers defending it, but Sofas keep trickling in, and they just start picking off those traders. You look at the worker kills, now it's up to 21. This is 22 to 14. It used to be 0 to 14. And those traders are now gone. No farms working as well for Recon. He's trying to get some mangonels going, but the army count is just disappearing for Recon. He's down to 37 army. Population looking more and more grim. And it looks like we're getting close to a 3-0 here, KP.
Yeah, if you think it's hard for Recon, you want to know how hard it is for him to keep track of this. Look how much Vodka's struggling right now. He's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. He's just opened up another can of Red Bull. He's cranked it down. He necked it in one go. He's like, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to go. All of a sudden, Puppy Paw has 3 more raid groups going at the same bloody time. Like, this is out of control. There's no way of blocking the floodgate now, right? Recon would need to get some stonewalls up. I just don't see how you ever get the breathing room for that.
Yeah, villager count is now dead even, and that's always a bad thing when you're facing with the Malians. 3 relics as well on the side of Puppy Paw.
Oh,
and the population
God.
is just collapsing for Recon as he taps out.
When I see that many traders dead on the screen, I GG, says Recon. I mean, an admirable effort. It almost looked like it was coming together, but I think a few techs missing, maybe a stonewall would have went a long way as well, because the moment that second front opened up, it all fell apart. And the crazy part is Recon anticipated that early on. That's what that wall was all about. Yet he never invested in something stronger. He was never able to lock down the Malians, and we once again see why this Civ is so powerful on maps that you can open up. It's the mobility and the flood point in Castle Age that makes them so supreme.
Yeah, that was the prime spot for the Malians to fight in. That's their power spike, the big power spike that they were looking for. And Recon had a sizable army, but his eco got breached very quickly. And this is the problem with the trade. If your eco gets breached, it's very easy to shut it down. It's not like farming where you have it at the back of your base and it might be safe. It's not like the Malian passive income with the cows and the pit mines. If you do have any of your walls breached, your trade is going to be exposed, and that's exactly what happened. Puppy Paw, with a decisive win over Recon, 3-0, doesn't do a lot of justice to Recon, though, who really put up a good fight, and he had some really good moments in this series, I feel.
Yeah, game 1 especially was incredible. Like, I think he was so close at a few different points there, right? Like, a very back-and-forth game. I wonder if that one did burn out a little bit as we went deep in the series. Game 2 just didn't really look like it had a plan coming together. I think that's partially due to, more so to the credit of what Puppy Paw done in that opening phase. But game 3, like, cool idea. Unfortunately, just, I think one of the big problems is, even if he didn't see the trade, which he couldn't, he didn't have any scouts, he's playing against Recon. Recon kind of likes to do that trade, Lytical, a little bit too much. This is why it's important to mask yourself, to pretend you're someone else. Take Wham, for example, who regularly applies for his German citizenship via Surfshark. He makes a smurf in Germany. I get baited and go, oh my god, Zion's really leveled up his early game pressure. Look at him go. And then a few days later, Crackety's in my chat going, by the way, that was Wham. Thanks, Crackety. But not everyone has the IQ of Crackety to figure out everything on the big chalkboard and just work out who the player really is. A lot of people who you face on the ladder won't be able to do that. Maybe you're one tricker who always plays the Byzantines and you want to hide that. Well, the best way you can do that is by taking advantage of Surfshark right now. I have just heard through from Pesty that he's willing to grant a wish, any wish. If you guys go through and use that EGC TV code right now, it's important that you do that because Surfshark is, for the second tournament in a row, supporting the Age of Empires 4 community. Why are they able to do that? Because they see you guys investing in the product. They see you buying into it and they see you enjoying it. So, if you are considering getting your hands on a VPN, and there are many different reasons, definitely go check it out. I think it works out something like, what was it? Is it €3 a month? I think it's lower than that. It's a crazy cheap when you go for a long deal. Definitely worth getting your hands on. It has a lot of different values, not just in gaming, but outside of it as well. I, for one, happen to have a very expensive piece of subscription tech that I need for my work that is much, much lower in price because I am all of a sudden a Kasva. That's right, Lytical. I'm actually Turkish now. And thanks to that, I got about a 90% discount on what I should have paid. you probably all have a similar service. So definitely check that out. You'd be surprised. Like I think I used to start doing it with VPN, and I just used it for that one thing. And then like there was one example where I just didn't use VPN for the rest of the year, and I still saved money. So like it's actually incredible how much you can save in some cases. That exclamation mark Surfshark or exclamation mark VPN chat. Check that out. Like I said, second event in the row. We want to bring back for a third, but they need to see that it's worth their time, worth their investment. So go give them a check out.
All right, though, we're going to take a short
Hi, I'm
break.
Pesty, founder of EGC, and let's just cut to the chase. When you purchase Surfshark VPN through our link during Master of Realms, you can pay as little as $2.09 a month and get 4 months free on top of that. And yes, I do know it sounds too good to be true, but it actually gets better. When you buy even the most basic version of Surfshark VPN at this quite frankly ridiculous price, you'll get their ad blocker thrown in for free, and you'll be able to use Surfshark on unlimited devices in your household. That's right, you can use your one single subscription on your computer, your phone, your Xbox, your TV, and on every device of every member of your household. And no matter how many devices you use your Surfshark VPN on, it will have absolutely no impact on your connection speed. And as far as I'm aware, Surfshark is the only major VPN provider to allow the use of one subscription on unlimited devices. Of course, there are also a bunch of other great reasons to use Surfshark as your VPN. Here are just a few. Surfshark have over 100 countries available on their VPN, so whatever location you're looking to connect on, you'll almost certainly be able to find it and connect at ultra high speed. Surfshark offers a full refund within 30 days on all of their products. So you can enjoy all the benefits of Surfshark totally risk-free, and if you decide it's not for you, simply contact them and get a total full refund. Surfshark offers 24/7 live support on all of their subscriptions. So if you ever encounter any kind of issue, they'll work to immediately sort it night or day. Alright, I think you get the idea. A world-leading, ultra-rapid VPN, unlimited devices, money-back guarantee, and all for as low as $2.09 a month, and 4 months free. But just one final perk by choosing Surfshark as your VPN and getting this great deal through our link, you are helping us create future AoE4 esports events. Surfshark are huge supporters of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene, so by showing them some love back, you are supporting us too. So to get Surfshark, a world-leading VPN for as little as $2.09 a month, just visit through the link in our channel description right now. Thanks everyone for all of your support, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Remember what I said about the idea of going fast castle?
The Demos are flanking.
It doesn't
And he showed
matter.
them immediately. He showed them immediately, and they're gonna walk into the.
What?
Oh wow, this is an expensive
okay.
attack.
Okay, I'm gonna have to highlight something here because I'm pretty sure I'm right on this. Miyamika is he's a Zerg player, right? From StarCraft.
He's Banelings.
This is
Oh.
how you use Banelings. Needs to respect the spearmen as they come on through, though. It's just this really frustrating comp, right? Because when Legolas attacks like this, if he doesn't kill something, he gets tilted and
heals.
doubles down, right? Yeah, like he has to go in.
But this is a good fight for Legolas, I think. At least cost effective. He's going. The Supply just get to absolutely melt. The spearmen were in the front, taking a lot of the damage. I don't know if he'll win this fight, but he's going to neutralize a lot of the army. Oh,
And also,
this is rough.
the other
That's
thing
a
you
lot
need
of
to
jabs
compensate
now.
for is the health bars, right? Like how many of those health bars are almost dead compared to the
this
Warrior
isn't a good
Scouts
fight.
that can just heal.
This isn't good. This is not good.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's just hard committing under the jabs.
This is done. Get me out. Stick a fork in him. And the pincher, he lets him
just
walk
goes in
into
the
the
middle.
center. Oh, there's no easily getting out of this for Legolas.
Oh, that's a wipe. Okay.
I think this might be a GG call. I mean, by some miracle, for some reason the meta never got prioritized down here. That's how far ahead Recon is. He wins that fight while letting Legolas maintain his aura the entire time. He comes out of the choke point. Now, funnily enough, the Janissaries are just being ignored. Jabs have
He's
finally
got
realized it,
him
though.
now. Yeah, he's got it now. You can see the jabs have focused down the javelins. The meta still stands even. And
Yeah, but
there's still 5 Jans, or 4, so they're still doing decent damage. And it looks like the hold is going to be in. Archer ships, only 2 remain.
Demo comes out, but Legolas, just so clean, so quick.
Yeah, he's playing real smart here. This is really clean from Legolas. I mean, he's going to win the water at the end. Well, we got 2 more demos.
He's going to win the water.
Yeah, he's going to win the water. Demo 1, though, how expensive is Recon going to make it?
There's just nowhere for the fishing boats to go. So, like, even if you didn't lose these docks now, you've lost all that economy. And Palace Guard raised. Recon's queuing up Lances. That's rough because, like, now you've given your opponent a way of countering you an age behind. Not that he's going to remain an age behind. Shaolin Monastery now in the way. He's discovered this area is unguarded. He can just keep coming in and eating gazelles. He's going to do it all day. Oh my god!
Did you see that? So he forced the spearman into spear wall with the attack. So the charge was forcing the spear wall. The Springlets come forward right into the knights.
He's blowing up the meditation garden as well. He's like, I mean, I'm not coming to you with these Nesta bees. You can come to me. Looks like the Springwood isn't going to be safe either. This is just insanity.
We're coming in.
Wait.
Bait?
This is so dumb to watch. Abbey of Trinity and Radix are on the way, by the way. Wait,
no.
wait.
Disaster. Wait, Trinity.
Faye.
Oh, we are really going back in time. This is
Faye,
like...
please.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my...
Ooh.
Dude, Relic
This is
Outposts are OP.
huge.
Relic Outposts are OP.
Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, it's 28 villages. This is not enough to stop it. It shouldn't be, but it's going to cost her. This, I've been saying this for a long time. Everyone's crying about different things about relics. The thing that is absurd about them is the vision buff. Like, she's completely outnumbered here.
Whoa, ships.
Demo's going in against
the panic.
galleys.
The panic.
Against galleys. Just shoot them.
Oh my gosh.
But he doesn't seem to care. And that wall.
It prevents his culverins from being out culverined, right? It lets him kind of sit up, and it lets his mangonels be really threatening to these crossbow masses. We see one shot coming over the wall here. Now the culverin's poking through.
Welcome back to Master of Realms. 2 sets down, 2 to go. That's right. Officially past the halfway point, but Lytical, a series ahead of us that I think will go very fast because these two have no chill. Vortex versus Anatan.
And we're heading back to the domain of matchups that rarely happened before. In fact, just looking at this one real quick, Vortex versus Anatan only played 3 times in the history. None of those, except for the very first matchup they played, was in a major tournament. Last time they played in a major tournament against each other, which was also the first time they've ever played against each other, it was in the Golden League 2, round 3. I think what's more interesting, though, KP, is that all of the matches that they've played against each other, it was in an era where Anatan was more like a lower-tier challenger to these pro players.
Yeah.
It was before he started that massive, that streak of massive improvement that we've seen from him the last 6 months or so. Hence, Vortex is unbeaten in this matchup so far historically. It's going to be interesting to see how Anatan is going to play this, though, because, again, none of those matchups happened in a period where Anatan was as good as he is right now.
Yeah, and you know what? If being good isn't good enough, like, how about getting the Roost to round out your draft? Like, I mean, Anatan's draft looks absolutely succulent. He starts off with an H3 pick, he ends with a Roost pick. Like, in between, Malian's been looking pretty strong in these map pools. Abbasid actually looks phenomenal on a lot of these maps. Mongol's situationally can work on certain maps. I think maybe he's aiming towards floodplain there. But what's interesting is the way we're going to open up with the, some of the new civs. Dry Arabia is going to be Byzantines versus Abbasid. Now, this matchup is quite interesting. I feel like it's been favoring the Byzantines recently. Abbad's fast castle can be a little bit of a predicament, but I've seen the production speeds of the Byzantines at work. I've seen them just reach castle, and you'd think that they build Limitane against camel lancers. They don't. They just spam Varangian because they get so many out. So kind of curious to see what Vortex's solution is going to be to that, because recently with these castle rush games, I feel like I've been seeing the Byzantines come out ahead.
Well, we shall see, as we'll be heading into game number 1 of this best of 5 between Vortex and Anatan. We're kicking off this series with a game on Dry Arabia, with Vortex in command of the Abbasid in yellow, facing off against Anatan's Byzantines in red.
And a very beneficial spawn for Vortex as well, it has to be said. Gold and stone right next to each other, retracted. This is perfect because you can easily set up an outpost and then have gathered the stone beforehand, right? Or just walk over afterwards. So a lot of things to actually like about his spawn. It does give a priority point for Anatan to attack. One annoying thing that you can encounter as Ibids here is if Anatan decides to go for Lombos, one group of Lombos means you have to basically build double outpost here, which is quite annoying for Ibids. It does set them off their timing a bit.
Yeah, looking at the maps real quick here, we do have a forest spawning on the front for both of these players. Gold mines, though, not so great for Vortex specifically. His gold mine is kind of out in the middle of nowhere. It's going to be difficult to defend in the long run.
No, I think that's fine. Like because look at the stone. That's my point. Like I was just saying, you literally can just walk over, grab the stone for arrow slits, and then drop an outpost afterwards.
Yeah, sure enough. Outpost can defend this. That's all nice and cool. When considering maps, I always look at like, okay, what happens when there's a big force coming your way? When a simple tower isn't going to defend it, or dare I say a town center isn't going to defend it? And when you look at Anatan's base layout, for instance, that gold is nicely tucked away at the back, so it's a lot easier to defend in the long run.
Well, the cooler thing here actually is what Anatan's done in the opening. I've noticed he's been doing this more and more. The double scout opener. He's one of the few players consistently doing this at the moment with a lot of different civs. It's a cool idea though, right? Because you starve the safe resource, the Ibids. In this matchup, that's the woe to them, right? Because they want to go berries first and then fall back onto sheep. If they only have a handful of sheep, their run is limited. It's possible that a Byzantine player can go for that massive unit you were talking about because Vortex doesn't have a recovery arc of, I can get 20 Gulums together and push him back. What a cool idea. I'm wondering, like, should be Grand Winery. And I imagine we're going to be looking at some early Lombos for pressure. It should be Desert Raider coming out from Ibids. Like, honestly, I don't know about you. I think Ibids are due some big tweaks. Like, the efficient build is so locked in, there's very rarely any deviation from it. In fact, I think Anatan is one of very few players that has been doing weird, different things in Feudal Age.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting matchup in that regard. Anatan is definitely no stranger to going for weird builds, and Vortex himself is someone that's very creative with his build orders, but so far, a fairly conventional start Grand Winery coming in for Anatan, as you would expect. And on the opposing side, I think it was reinforcement, right?
Yeah, you said that creativity. Let's click on the Ibid House of Wisdom and see that creativity in action. Wow, what a diverse civ. I've never seen that before.
He is creative, but this is not the time to be creative yet, okay?
I mean, you say that, dude. If this is Anatan, he would do it in logistics, I'm just saying. I've seen him do it. Dude, guy is wild. You know what he would have done? Like, I can tell you exactly what he would have done in the spawn. Anatan would have went logistics, and he would have pushed the deer in with the dervishes. I'm not even kidding. Like, the guy does some weird, wonderful things. But yeah, it's pretty much locked in. Like, reinforcement into Growth Wing is by far the most efficient of choices.
Yeah, it's a double scout play as well from Anatan, by the way, something that we haven't yet touched on. So
we did.
He should have the lead in terms of sheep. In fact, let's take a look at the sheep count between the two players.
Well, the whole idea here is he wants to starve out the food so that Vortex can't go for a massive meat units without playing out the map. So it's a really smart play. Like, the next step should be Anatan shoving the deer away so that he has no backup food. So yeah, we've got 6 sheep here. If you check the deer nearby, Anatan is already griefing it. Like, this is so... Man, this is why I love watching this kid. He's so articulate with the way that he addresses early game.
Yeah, and I think this is a good time, KP, to talk about the fact that Anatan also has a new layer of support behind him as a player because he recently joined the MYI team. So he's actually a team member, or a teammate, I should say, to Mista, for instance, My Insanity, adding a new player to their roster.
Yep, Mr. Zerton and Anatan, all members of My Insanity now. I think there's been rumors about it. There's never been a confirmation, but I think the idea is 3D Clan are maybe pivoting away from AoE4. I know a lot of the other members of the 3D Clan have had a big interest in either Zero Space or Stormgate. And I believe I talked to Anatan, and he just briefly said they weren't really games of interest to him. So he's an AoE4 boy for life.
Well, it's good to hear, but indeed, now he's got another organization backing him. And he might need the help of that organization because the first Desert Raiders are coming in, and these guys can be very oppressive. Of course, a unit that's so versatile. It's a high mobility unit, but it's also one that performs well in melee and as a range unit as well.
And archery actually coming out. That's quite unorthodox. Not many Byzantine players do this. Most just build an outpost on the berries because you get stone anyway, so you can afford arrow slits. But This is a more all-in approach, so I'm wondering if Anatan is going to try to pressure in feudal here instead of allowing it to go to castle.
Yeah, he's getting some arrow slits going for himself, but he's piling up. Vortex is piling up resources, so that's going to be a castle age.
What an
I'm fairly certain
unexpected
about
build
that.
here from the Ababids.
Yeah, talk
I'm
about
never gonna let this
creativity,
go.
right?
So here's the thing. I get a build being optimal, but like the thing that sucks with Ababids is like this is the optimal build because all the others just feel underwhelming, really. Like I feel bad for them, but at the same time I don't because of how strong this build is, right? Like I wish they had more options, but definitely when they get them, this one needs to be nerfed.
Well, Castle Age will be on the way for him. On the other side, I'm not exactly sure what Anatan is planning, but so far it's just a handful of archers coming out. This can be easily dealt with from Vortex's
Oh, he's
side.
going for the mercs. Yeah. So Anatan actually loves the neutral mercs more than any other player in the game. I've seen him do this on so many different maps. Is this Sipahi by any chance? I know he's a really big fan of Sipahi. It'd be a bit weird here against Camel Lancers, though. Check the neutral trade post.
Yeah, I love this
Yep.
approach. It's Sipahi plus Arbaletier. This is, I think, one of the more underrated elements of Byzantine gameplay, and we've seen that in the very early days of Byzantines, players experimenting with this approach, just dropping that mercenary house right next to the neutral trade post, thus unlocking some mercenaries that they normally couldn't.
And remember, when you go for neutral trade post, you get an increased production rate anyway, so not having a system nearby doesn't hurt. It's actually better at this stage in the game. Sipahi is a really cool idea as well. It just gives them a raiding cav, and it completes the triangle, right? You've got archers, limitane, and now you've got superior cavalry.
Problem is that all of this will just collapse against Camel Lancers, because that's going to be a unit that can match your mobility, and it's also going to be a unit that hard counters your cav, and it also does very well against all these archers. So I feel like...
But that's why you have Limitane, right? Like, that's the whole point in this build. Because check the food for Vortex, right? Like, that's the whole goal of what... And this was all by design. He went double scout in the opener to make sure Vortex didn't have enough food. He griefed the deer, so he couldn't shove the deer in. He's now playing flank resources against Sipahi. Sipahi are great raiding units. Like, I really like Anatan's build here.
I don't disagree. My main concern with the Limitari, and that's usually the problem in pro games, is lack of mobility. I'm very much into mobility, and I feel like the issue for Anatan could be what happens when a single Camel Lancer makes his way into his base.
You're that person that just wants to have, like... What's the Bugattis, right? All about your mobility. Sometimes it's about like the fineness in it, you know? Like maybe you want a Porsche instead. Maybe you're a big fan of a, okay, I'm not going to go down this line. We need to be sponsored by a car company before I do this. You know, maybe you want luxurious ride. That's what Sipahi Archers is to me, you know? And I think this can hit pretty hard. He should understand what's happening on the map. In fact, look at the way he's moving now. Dude, this is like a Hunter-Seeker squadron right now to that south side.
I love how Anatan is posturing across the map. Like, he's splitting up his forces. He actually lost one of the 2 scouts he had. He's definitely looking for Vortex. Now, one thing he missed out on was that expansion to the south berry patch. So right now, Vortex does have berries to work with, but he's not really queuing many units, and it looks like Anatan is about to find these vills.
So he knows about the berries, but he hasn't gone there yet. He's moving across now. If he comes in with the east side force first, there's nowhere to run for Vortex. And remember, Vortex does not have wheelbarrow.
Yeah, I think he initially missed the villagers that were moving out.
Here we
so
go.
He wasn't expecting them. Yeah, you see.
He sees it.
Now he sees it, yeah.
Anno, please.
He's slow to respond, though.
There's so many groups on his screen right now. Oh my god.
I think he genuinely didn't know that villagers went there. He missed them as he was, or as Vortex was moving out. And as a consequence, he just sent a unit there to check it, but he wasn't expecting anyone to be there. Thus, he didn't see the villagers when they moved away.
Rams coming in. Like, Anatan has to go through this now. Like, here's an interesting detail. Check the sheep. There's like none, right? There is now 600 extra food on those berries. But if you take out this outpost, he can't gather them.
It's not even about the berries or the goal at this point. It's about the army count. You have a 5 times army lead compared to your opponent. You gotta go with this because you have a lot of opportunities to do damage here. Even a single hero Siphon is going to do so much. And you do have a decent army to push in with. You do have the Limitani, which are resistant to arrow fire. You have a lot of archers, and even some Sipahi, which is a very awkward thing to have as a Byzantine player.
Vortex, got plenty of gold, doesn't need to be in the area for that, but needs to try and hold this delay, buy enough time to get more troops. God knows he needs everything he can get. He's even getting textiles. Might have to man the front line with the villagers. Gulim's got to be careful. Throwing them away like this at the beginning is how you lose games. Remember, Sipahi can stab over the top of the Limitane, so you don't even lose your premium unit first. And instead, he loses the Desert Raiders. Gotta respect how powerful these Sipahi are.
Vortex is an elite micro player, though, so if there is one person that can micro his way out of this, it could be him, and he's taking out the Hero Siphon. Ram goes down, Sipahi will get repelled, and the tower is still standing.
He's allowing the berry gathering as well. Like, Anatan is so fixated on this tower, but I don't think it's your critical point of entry here. Just starve the food. Do not let him get these Golem numbers up.
One underrated element here is that this tower is reinforced and it has arrow slits. So Vortex knew that the aggression was coming that way and he wasn't well prepared. Made it a lot more difficult for Anatan to take that tower out.
Yeah, another Kara Siphon coming in. I think the more that Anatan obsesses over this gold vein, the more likely he is to lose this game. He has got an outpost on the north side, right? So he should see this. If he wraps the Sipahi now, could do some serious damage.
Yeah, he should know that Vortex is struggling for food very badly. Once again, it's going to be a question of whether he actually sees it. Because we've seen that with the berries to the south. He had vision, but he didn't actually see it.
I feel like Vortex is playing him right now. Like, Anatan is way too tunnel vision on this. I mean, the gold has been depleted, right? Like, he's down to 50 in reserve, so he needs this again. But still, there's easier targets. And now with the Manjanique out, this is bad news. Kairos Siphons have less health than standard Rams.
And you have a lot of, like, low HP or / fragile units in your army, the Limitani and the Archers. Just 1 or 2 Manjanique hits can decimate that army very quickly. Sipahi are finally peeled off, so looks like they will be contesting that berry patch. But there's the first Camel Lancer, and Vortex knows what's coming. He knows exactly that Anatan is rotating to the north. The game sense here from Vortex is just absolutely monstrous.
I mean, it's an interesting example of how having more vision is bad, right? Because Anatan has too many things to look at, and Vortex doesn't. Like, that kind of condensed focus has made this much simpler. Interesting dive onto the fortified outpost here. We'll retreat away from that.
That was a terrible move. I didn't like that move.
Yeah, it's
like
you need
Vortex.
food, and that's the one way that you don't get food, right? It's like if your villagers are trying to burn stuff down. Manjanique, he's going to get dove here. The villagers should be able to keep it alive, though.
Yeah, and that Manjanique gets some crazy shots in there. Most of the archers are gone. I think Vortex will jump the Hero Siphon with Vils now.
Yeah, I think this is over. Like, Anatan has lost way too much. He's still in a entire rage behind. You just can't lose this many archers when you make this type of dive. I think, looking back at this, the critical error was just not blocking the food. If he just focuses on the food, Vortex can't get this many Golem together. And sure, he can like maybe trade gold for food, but the rates he's going to get are going to put him behind. Instead, Anatan's only recovery arc now is to try and sneak Castle Age.
Yeah, to his credit, he is facing a very tough opponent over here. Like, Vortex is an insane micro player, and that's shown by the fact that despite all this aggression, he only lost 2 villagers over here. That's remarkable. And again, I feel like Anatan had a couple of missed opportunities. As you kind of highlighted, he actually had too much vision, so he kind of missed out on some important details. He missed the villagers to the south, and he tried to target this gold mine instead of going for the food. Of course, it's easy for us to say because we see the resource situation, but in hindsight, if he goes for the food, things would have been a lot more difficult for Vortex.
Yeah, and now keep in mind with this Castle Age play on the way, he has at least got Grand Winery, so there's a route to recovery, and that he'll have the Vrangin spam. And Vrangin aren't terrible up against Golems, right? Like, the numbers always favor you. But your Constriction has failed, right? Like, now you're going to see a world in which Vortex moves down the south side. He's got the berry, he's got the deer there. And Anatan isn't going to be there to block him at a critical time when not only is he going for food, but he's also going to start going for relics.
Yeah, and the Dervishes can easily pick up those relics over there. Sipahi might actually intercept the Dervish there, but instead...
Psych! Repair squad! Dude, Sipahi are wild. He did have that the fortitude there, so did end up losing Sipahi quite quickly.
Yeah, Manjanique goes down, but Vortex is moving out to the very south now. I think he's going to wall off that little choke point to the south, and he's also mining a lot of stones, so it might just be for a TC. Yeah, Vortex has a lot of wood in the bank, so he just wants a TC here.
Secure on the south side berries, so food issues are about to come to a full stop soon for Vortex. Golden Horn Tower is coming in. I mean, this is where I think you just have to go for a more static comp. He's probably going to have to open crossbows to address the Golems, but that's scary, right? Like, in a game where Vortex doesn't have much food, you're offering him an easy way now to go into archers.
And at the same time, Camel Lancers are making an appearance. And now that Anatan is not pressuring the base of Vortex, Vortex is going to have that highly mobile unit that can also do a lot of damage with quick raids. Sipahi could swoop in here. This could be nice for Anatan, but Vortex, once again, quick to react, still loses one of those heavily damaged villagers.
He's got the TC now coming off the berries, though, and I don't think Anatan sees it anymore. Did lose the outpost on the north side, so by the time he sees it...
Anatan is actually going for the other berry patch.
I don't think this works at all, though.
No, it's Limitani only. This one does, though.
Ooh, the double-pronged assault there. Fortitude activated to maximum value. Nice strike there to equalize the villager situation.
That's some very nice raise there by Anatan. But at the same time, Camel Lancer makes his way into the base of Anatan. So Anatan is going to have a lot of idle time on him.
Quick reaction, at least, from Anatan will get him away. Meanwhile,
Nice
new raid coming in. Too many here to fully gas on the TC for safety, but only under mesh level 1, right? It's like you could do some decent damage. Unfortunately, it looks like Vortex, because of the starvation, he's yet to do a blacksmith play at all.
Yeah, he needs a tower or two up there because he needs more space to garrison those villagers. And credit to Anatan, he's actually doing a really good job buffering up this intermediate period where he needs to switch compositions and actually get his Castle Age decks going. He has put Vortex in a tough position, and Vortex lost a lot of momentum. Eco is still neck and neck, and Anatan made it into Castle Age. I think Anatan accomplished what he wanted, as Vortex is now mixing in some traders.
What? I'm sorry, what? Was this a misclick? Bit of a weird choice at this stage in the game. Gold is definitely not his problem, food is. But like, yeah, I mean, I want to give him a lot of praise, right? I think I said it just before he actually made the pivot. I was like, if you play Feudal Lane longer, it's over, right? And he made the right call. It's like he keeps the semblance of the game alive. It's still a shaky one, but the thing that's worked out nicely for him is Vortex is kind of just scrambling from food to food. Like someone at the end of a Saturday night looking for an open pub, right? Like he's desperate to just find a place to hunker down for a little bit. He's definitely struggling in that regard. Nice snipe in the Dervish as well from the single Rangian. Crossbow must be able to push this back. Love that he's also contesting relics. That's going to be critical for inflating the Merc count. And we've got Arbitrie on the way.
Yeah, this is getting dicey for Vortex over here, I feel. Remember that besides that one Camel Lancer, he never really managed to pressure Anatan's eco. Anatan's got a very nicely set up eco. Vortex is also only on 2 relics, which is somewhat underwhelming given his Castle Age timing.
Ooh,
and it
by
just
the way,
goes to show how well Anatan confined him into his base.
Is this Golden Horn Tower generating the Arbitrie, by the way? Like, I think he got a double pump there from the Golden Horn Tower. Jackpot.
Yeah.
Dude, that's perfect. That's the exact thing you want here. Has he actually even researched the Merc contract yet? Check the Mercenary House over here, yeah. No, dude,
No.
This is all intentional. This is so smart. I love this, man. This is cool. These options are so much better than what you could get otherwise, right? You don't really want Lombos here right now. You're up against heavily armored units. You don't want Lancenet. You don't want Keshiks. Like, up against Camels are terrible. Gulams, no, your opponent does more of them. Like, there's nothing that would be better than Sipahi and Arbitrie as options.
Here comes another hero, Siphon. Manjanique's back home to defend. And once again, the Sipahis keep swooping in and picking off villagers. Now it's an 11 villager casualty list for Vortex, but oh my lord. Beautiful hit in there. Anatan's been eating some of those Manjanique shots throughout
Sipahi
this
get
game.
in though. Oh, he gets pinched so close to it. Spearman just about coming in clutch there. Pyrocypher just trying to burn through the TC, but I think this is going to be a reset. If Anatan hangs here, he just stands to lose. Damn,
Yeah, this is a little overzealous. He's trying to take that DC out. I feel like he thinks Vortex's position is much better than what it actually is. I think Anatan felt like he needed to dive, but that's not the case. Vortex keeps his DC alive, Anatan's army is reduced to almost nothing, and we're back to the drawing board for him. Now Vortex has the lead of 8 villagers.
Yeah, keep in mind it's not that close though, right? Like you have to remember the olive oil, then you have to remember the level 2 system, which is offsetting the Golden Age buff that the Ibids get at the stage. Like economically, they're actually a lot tighter. Even more so now with it being a 3-2 relic split. In fact, Anno should be ready to add in a level 3 system about now, which might put him slightly ahead when you compensate with the olive oil also. Oof. Ibids farm transitions, you know they're inevitable, but you never feel good about them, right? Like most people who pick Ibids, I don't know if they're willing to admit themselves to the chat. Best way to do that is make sure you have Surfshark, make a fake account, and then say that you do it. You hope you end the game before you go farms as Ibids, because you get no value out of having to make that play.
Yeah, still raids are going on. Vortex is struggling to access food, and that has been haunting him since the beginning of this game, really, KP.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those issues where once the farms are set up, you don't have to worry about it anymore, but if like Byzantines are doing the same thing, they do it a lot cleaner, right? Their farms are by far the best in the game, and when you're throwing away economy like this...
Yeah. It's one of those unusual moments where Vortex isn't paying attention to things like this, and he definitely lost track of those villagers while he was microing elsewhere, and now he has lost 23 villagers in this game. He still has the eco lead thanks to that second town center, but he's been losing villagers way too quickly in this game, I feel.
I mean, this is more praise to Anatan. Like, this is what I was saying about this series could be very fast, is they're very aggressive players, and you're seeing it here. Love this now from Anno. He says it's finally time.
Yes.
We're going to turn this into a bit of an eco-inflation game. My economy will just simply be better than yours as we go on anyway. And now with the Varangian switch, Vortex took the bait. He started building archers.
At the pace Vortex is losing villagers, if Anatan is on 2 TCs, the villager count is going to be massively in his favor in the next few minutes. Because look at the kills from Vortex. He managed to take out only 5 villagers in this game so far, and he's going to lose additional villagers now that those crossbows are heading to the back of his base. At the same time, Anatan is capturing sacred sites as well. He's got 2 out of 5 relics versus the 3 from Vortex. Vortex has limited mobility to work with, crossbows, archers on the field, and as you said, Anatan, he's pivoting into Varangians, and this TC hasn't been repaired, KP. This could be an easy target for Anatan.
Yeah, even with the fire armor, it's not going to last very long here. That Rave of Varangi could easily idle this area up. And the Manjaniques should shoot themselves on the south side, right? I do believe Anatan got a glimpse of that, so they're completely out of position. He has to choose, defend the south or defend the north.
Yeah, and Anatan is going to strike from both sides over here. Look at all these villagers fleeing.
Further
Even
north
if
as
they're
well.
not killed, it's going to be so much idle time on Vortex's eco.
He's getting struck on the deer as well. He's getting struck everywhere. The amount of idle time here, Vortex, over half his economy is not working. And other slivers of it are slapping down dead.
Yeah, and Vortex is microing units elsewhere. Like, he's trying to save these villagers right here, so he isn't noticing the villagers on the deer being picked off. Look at that. He didn't respond to that because he was busy putting out fires elsewhere. And now Vortex is behind in terms of the villager count. Anatan keeps sending wave after wave of Varangians in. And it's not just the villager casualties, KP. It's also the massive idle time on Vortex's eco. His resource income is just looking very, very depressing now.
Anatan, I mean, there's a reason he's got "and" in the name, because when you're in games like this, it's, oh, I'm being raided, and I'm being raided, and I'm being raided. Like, this guy is relentless. You know, I said when he joined 3D Clan, it's almost like having a replica B in the lineup, because he brings that same level of tempered aggression sometimes when you see him, and you're seeing exactly what I'm talking about here. Vortex is not an easy player to one-up in aggro. In fact, there's a reason we label this guy an 11 out of 10 in aggression. Anatan is proving that he can contest that.
And look at Vortex. At this point, he's saying, listen, I need to stabilize the situation. He's just going to drag that wall across the map. He sent like 30 villagers to build that.
Yeah, but like, what does he have in the corner? He has like nothing down here, 4k gold, and that's it. The rest is exposed.
Yeah, I think it just speaks about the tempo of this game. Vortex probably had a split second to place that wall because of how fast-paced this game is.
Walls aren't up yet. Anatan is going to be reluctant to jump in, though. And I mean, he doesn't need to rush anymore, right? Like, this is the thing about Abbasid. If you can't win at this point, the game just kind of goes downhill in this matchup. Byzantines have a much better time in Imperial Age. You don't have great tech ups to look forward to, right? Like, your choices for advancement are terrible. And on top of that, your Golden Age doesn't scale fantastically. Like, the discount is nice, but it's not like this big one-up. It's not like production speed, for example, that the Abbasids get.
You know, Anatan is very heavy on Varangians, and Vortex now has 21 crossbows and potentially narrow choke points to fight, so Anatan's gonna have to make a pivot into something else, because Varangians alone won't make it work here.
I mean, I wonder, like, he could just go Siege. Because you just build
perhaps.
Springles, right? You don't need mangoes at all. The alternative is you just tech up.
Yeah, I think that could be a thing. I would love to see him capture the third sacred site and just put Vortex on a timer.
Did he wall at that archery range in the end? Because that Varangian was just in... No. Oh, the panic walls. They're going to come to bite him in the butt. There's already an army marching down there as we speak.
Now, does Vortex know? I don't think he does. I think he's moving out in the middle. So the... okay, Anatan doesn't know either.
I think he's got bigger problems. These are just palisade walls. Just get some torches out, boys.
There's a hero Siphon push on the north as well. So again, Anatan is attacking at like 4 different positions.
Woo-wee. Call this guy Luke Skywalker, because he's opening Vortex up like it's a Tauntaun right now. This is insane. He's everywhere at once. Remember, Sacred Sites are also locked in. Anatan has full map control at this stage, and he's now starting this bank up. We're looking Imperial Age.
I love the Sacred Side play over here. That forces Vortex to make a move, and so many times we see players just saying, okay, 10 minutes is a long, long time. I'll make sure that when I move out, I have sufficient forces for that. But 10 minutes pass by very quickly if you're playing defensive, and given how much pressure Anatan is putting on Vortex's base, that 10-minute countdown, that could be down to 2 minutes very quickly.
Oh, we get feisty. Foreign engineering company now on the way. I don't think Sipahi get any upgrades, right? Pretty sure they don't. No, I'm pretty sure they don't. I don't think any... Ooh, actually, that's intriguing. I haven't tested that, but Arbitrary, they get Gambesons, right? Do they get crossbow stirrups, though? I think it's just Gambesons. Gambesons would sound more sane. We'll find out in a few seconds here. It's an interesting detail because we just don't see it very often. People very rarely go for the neutral trade posts.
Yeah, this is just a very unique game in many ways from Anatan, and some of those elements of Anatan's gameplay definitely threw Vortex off. And despite the fact that the initial push from Vortex, or the initial push from Anatan, I should say, that didn't really work out. He's still in this game because of all the pressure that he's put on Vortex. He's killed 41 villagers in this game.
All right, let's check if they get all the upgrades. Check the Arbitrary. So there's the Gambesons and Hover on the attack speed. Yep, they get both. So there you go, crossbow stirrups and the Gambesons for free. The savings in that itself is justification for the elite contract upgrade.
Yeah, and now it's an age difference between the two players, and Vortex is very far away from aging up here. When he does, Anatan could commit. It looks like Vortex himself is going to counterattack here, trying to contest this gold mine, but response is going to be swift here, and Anatan went back to Sipahis, so suddenly that very crossbow-heavy army of Vortex is much more exposed.
I don't like this for Vortex. It's not looking good right now. Elite upgrades are coming in swift, and the Mangonel outpost on the front line. Dude, these things are still dirty, even with all the nerfs.
I just love that. Now, Sacred Site was neutralized to the south, so countdown is gone. But look at that. Once the men-at-arms or the Varangians provide line of sight on the villagers, the Mangonel Tower can start shooting at them.
But here we go. Nesta Bees are coming in, and this is GG. Like, Vortex has nothing for Nesta Bees right now. In fact, I don't think he has anything what exists right now. Varangian charge in, Sipahi onto the back line. Mango's dead, and this should be the pincher that puts him in the grave.
Oh my, oh my. Anatan has never won a series against Vortex, but we started this series by saying that all of those series happened back before Anatan got as good as he is right now. He's playing the best Age Vampires of his career, and he's taking away game number 1 here from Vortex. Not just any game, by the way, KP, but it was the neutral map, and it was Dry Arabia, as classic as it gets. This tournament has a lot more chaotic maps, and if he was able to take this away from Vortex, there is a decent chance that he could take this series even.
And you know what? I was wrong with my Tauntaun comment earlier. Apparently, it was Han Solo who done it, which seems appropriate because game 1, and it's actually Anachad who shot first. And you know what? I wouldn't be surprised if this is the beginning of a little bit of a snowball. You know, Vortex, I think he'll admit that sometimes you can get thrown off by these type of builds. Like, this is a very unorthodox approach we saw out of Anatan.
That's
like,
an understatement.
Like, who does this? He's the only player. I've cast him do this multiple times, and he's still, even when he wins, the only player who sees Sipahi and goes, ooh, I like neutral trade posts. Goes for it every bloody time. It's so incredible to witness. And now we head into a game 2 where he could stick himself a match point, but this one's a bit dicey political. You'd see Roos and you'd think, solid, water map, they win. Not that simple anymore. This Civ has been heavily downgraded in more recent times. We're seeing English outperform them on Archipelago. We're seeing Chinese, Juji, and to a certain extent, Order of the Dragon and HRE, because the issue of Rus is they're good for that initial conversion, but then afterwards, their economy, their military, they tend to fall behind these other Civs.
I think one of the bigger things to look at here, KP, is that this is not just an Order of the Dragon versus Rus matchup. This is also a very micro-heavy matchup, a full water map that we have. And I understand why Vortex chose this as the second map to be played. He loves micro. He's one of the best micro players out there. And in a straight-up setup where it's difficult to do anything in a chaotic way, like Archipelago, this is exactly a setup that he's going to thrive in, I feel.
Wait, you say it like I used to. Archipelago. It's not just me that... I learned a long time ago it's Archipelago. Chat wouldn't let me get away with that. But no, it's an interesting one actually, because the other thought here is Anatan did have the HRE. They would have had a better burst in the early game, but then would have fallen off harder in the late game, right? Because the OOTD have the gathering rate condensed. They're not anchored to an Archon. Let's find out though. It's definitely looking like it's going to be the Archon, and it's going to be an aching heart for one of these two. Anatan striking early in that game one. Vortex now looking to come back Order the Dragon. And Anatan here to show us that the Rus may actually be beatable in competitive play, because so far, this has been a very underwhelming map for them.
Yeah, I feel like Vortex needs that win here with the OOTD, because falling down 2-0 against Anatan here in the first round of the group stage would be very, very bad for him. Don't forget, this is a GSL group stage, so what matters is the set victory at the very end. Scoreline doesn't really count that much, so assuming, let's say, Anatan wins the series 3-2, 3-1, that doesn't really matter for Vortex. Point is, for him, it needs to be a comeback in this game, because otherwise, if Anatan goes 2-0, some of the maps that are left behind could play into the chaotic nature of Anatan's playstyle. I feel like this is probably the most Vortex-sided map among the ones that we have remaining.
Also, you know, this game would have to make Vortex mold. If you remember correctly, in the last EDC tournament, he done his tier list. This was S tier. And then he never picked it. So he's here to prove to us why Order the Dragon can be good. Not a bad choice in this map. Like, remember with the Archon Chapel placement, with HRE, they always won on water because they win in 15 minutes, right? After 15 minutes, their first tree line's gone, and they are just a normal Civ. Cool thing about Order the Dragon is, although they're less efficient at the speed at which they munch for that first tree line, they continue to munch for additional tree lines just as quickly.
That's going to be an interesting aspect to look at, especially considering that a lot of the trees that you have on your island are close to the shoreline. So, especially if the game ends up going to a later stage, your lumberjacks could easily become prey of just random galleys or hawks passing by.
That's a cool detail about Dragon as well, right? It's like their villages are more tanky, so they're less likely to just take the knee straight away. Do love this, by the way. This became very popular. Shoreline fishing after you drop the dock. It's been the difference between players just winning or losing the game straight away. I'm glad everyone's on board with this and understands that this is the move you make. Like, you need a very optimal feudal timing, especially as the Rus here, because you need to convert that first boat and harass the enemy eco.
Exactly. Shore fishing is one of the best sources of food that you can get with villagers. It's a very fast gather rate, and in early game like this, it's a massive boost to your economy. Now, one thing I'm uncertain about KP is because, well, obviously this is not a map that we commonly see in the competitive scene. Do we still have wolves and whatnot on the neutral islands?
I think there were none, from what I recall. There might have been one or two on the starting island.
Yeah, so one of the cool things that you could do, this is like day number 1 of AoE 4, on the map Warring Islands, which was probably a worse version of what we have right now here at Archipelago. One thing you could do with the Rus is transport your scout with a transport ship to the neutral islands, get the wolf skill there for a bounty, and then convert your ship back into a fishing boat. That's actually something that was a very decent strategy playing with the Rus on Warring Islands.
Yeah, it's like, it's not in existence in this map. In fact, there's a very easy way to tell. If you look at Anatan's
Excuse me, that's a transport ship.
I mean, there's no wolf there, right? Like, if we check the central island, we'll see there's no wolf.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. But which makes this even weirder. Like, because if you look at Anatan's gold, you can tell that he only got his deer because he's only got 70 gold extra, right? It's like,
so here's the thing.
It's very weird.
Here's the thing. Normally, a transport ship could just be a sign that he sends that ship forward, and that's the one that he's going to convert.
Yeah.
But he does have a unit inside, so it definitely has a purpose for this.
Wait, can we check? I think transport ships are quicker than fishing boats, right?
I think so,
yeah. So 1.5, and then if we look at the Lodya fishing boats... Okay, ignore that then. I mean, in fairness, it's not the worst of ideas.
To my knowledge. Can you take a look at the cost, though, of these ships? Because I think fishing boats are more expensive.
Yes, but it's also the production time. That's the bigger deal, right? 20 seconds versus 38, as well as the cost. So you are correct on the cost, but the bigger deal is by doing this, you idle yourself up less. I've never seen what happens when you try to convert with a unit inside. I don't even know if the game lets you. I like to imagine it just jettisons them out the side, like an unwanted dog. But he's looking for the starting island, right? Like, this is actually very smart. I haven't seen a player do this yet, but it makes a lot of sense because then you know where to convert instead of blind guessing.
It's not just that. I think having that scout on the opposing player's island could give you a lot of vital pieces of information, like what's the island structure? Where do they have their backup wood lines? Those kinds of pieces of information could be very valuable. I think he's going to see that scout, so now he knows what's up. And he's converting his transport ship immediately. Feudal Age hits for Vortex as well, though, so by the time that first Lodya Galley arrives, Vortex should have a Hawk out as well.
Or getting involved. Oh, that's smart, actually, because he could get the edge to kill the enemy scout now. Because remember, this isn't HRE. They don't have a healer boy. Oh, that's brilliant. So yeah, it's going to be Kremlin. You might be wondering, why do you Kremlin instead of Golden Gate? It's just so you have a static defensive back on, plus the fact that you gather wood. It is not about militia at all. Militia is completely redundant here because you can't garrison militia.
Exactly. It's just that free wooden fortress that you're getting, plus, of course, defense to your initial docks, which is very valuable. Oh, that board. If the board can hit the gold miners, that's beautiful for Anatan, though.
Any bit of idle time counts. Looks like Archer Ship is going to be chasing this away as Anatan forced to retreat as he didn't get the first shot out. Spring Ship already on the way. Yeah, kind of unfortunate. Like, Anatan, he went for the skew play, but he's put himself at a disadvantage in a different way. I think also he's just outplaying himself on this ball because Vortex is just sticking to him, right? Like, making it so simple. And Scout goes down, so no real value gain considering he didn't distract Vortex enough to get an advantage elsewhere.
Yeah, I feel like this was a matter of, okay, I landed on your island, and I don't know what to do with my scouts, so might as well try this.
Yeah, and it's like, because he done that, the Archer Ship conversion didn't come in time on the boats, right? So he didn't idle up his opponent at all. Like, I actually think Vortex is in a very good position here.
Yeah, I like his position too. He's got a Hawk out there. He's going to flank around from the northern side, and so far, Anatan's been very, very defensive with his ship placement. First demo's going to be on the way, though. There is a galley out for Vortex. He should be able to snipe it easily.
Yeah, I think the word I describe for playing demos as Roos is cringe. I think that's the most appropriate word. Like, it's so hard to dodge with these demo ships. Remember, the hitbox is bigger on the Roos ones, and also that tends to impact the detonation range. Like, it's such a hard civ to play in long water. Spring Ship coming in, though, almost gets the snipe. Great body block there by Vortex. Also cancelled out the mana sails.
And this is bigger. Because the galley is pushed away, the Lodya demo could actually dive in, and it does get the hit.
And
the galley does get destroyed as well.
He doesn't get it. Good pull there. Vortex to the fishing boats just in time to keep the Hulk alive.
Yeah, I mean, Vortex needed that so badly, if you think about it. He turned around the galley to destroy the demo. He wasn't able to, so he lost the galley. He needed this Hawk alive. This is a lot of damage done here to Vortex.
It's a lot of sprims coming out now, though, right? And after the reset, Anatan has got the double demo pump. There's still an Archer Ship alive. Like, this is, I think this, people aren't going to like it because it sounds like a buff for Roos, but it is dumb that they have such big hitboxes on all their boats, especially their demo ships. Makes them easy to hit, makes it much harder to micro your units for each other.
Now, Vortex, it was crucial for him to save that one Hawk. It would have been very bad losing a galley and a Hawk for basically no return value. Now at least things do get reset, so fleet's getting back to their original shape. But a decent start over here for the Feudal Age for Anatan. Looks like Vortex might be flirting with the idea of Castle Age here, though.
A little bit early for, I think you just keep playing Feudal for now. You know, rushing Castle is the way you lose this game. You know, Roos don't really have a great hit up that gets them ahead by doing that. It's not like, for example, Juji on this map. Like, Juji are phenomenal because they build Shaolin Monastery and they pick up a relic straight away, and you know, they get the discounts, right? So it's a very efficient trade. Demos instead are going to be queued up, so it looks like Vortex is going to be reinvesting some. And I'm going to stay honest with the Spiral count here. My worry here is like the Archer Ship count, right? Like, I think Anatan does need to add in an extra one here.
Yeah. Just one our arrow ship isn't going to do. Because Vortex will be looking to snipe that Archer Ship before the demos come in. Now, Vortex is piling up a lot of food and gold, so I think he's still thinking about Castle Age, but he's playing this carefully, seeing how water transpires before doing that. Now, Anatan is flanking around with 2 demos here, and I think Vortex may not have seen them. This could be big.
This is the pinch. Archer Ship coming in. Vortex is going to dodge. Go be careful here. I don't think you just go for the boats. You come for the wraparound here, because this could be decisive. I know, he paid him in. In the end, that works out. So you saw what happened to the galleys, right? The galleys got pulled back, so Vortex did react appropriately. Anatan takes what he can get. So trades out double demo for 4 fishing boats. That's about even. It still costs you a bit more to make that commitment, but you have just taken out workers.
Yeah, that was a decent demo here from Anatan. Indeed, as you kind of highlighted, he wanted to flank the enemy navy, but then Vortex turns around the galleys to pick off those demos, so he just ends up ramming the fishing boats. I think Anatan himself lost the Lodya fishing boat, so it wasn't as big of a difference between the two. But still, it's Vortex who's piling up the resources very quickly for Castle Age, Anatan lagging behind quite a bit.
Makes sense now, right? Like, it's stalemate, so you just go for the tech advantage. It's big as well. Spring Cruise is insane. It's like you get Admiralty on any civ. And also the Hulks, like, as in the increase in health, just like, you know, hulking your boys up with the shipwright tech. Not to mention Starten Island. There's already a relic right there, right? So that's going to be a nice gold trickle. This is the problem right now. Anatan is nowhere near ready for Castle himself.
What I love about Anatan, though, is that he's splitting up his Lodya fishing boats now. He's realizing that Vortex is keeping his fleet together, so he's just going to split up his fishing eco, so it's hard to raid.
Vortex having to tree away. This is making it obvious right now. There's only one reason you back up in this position. So Anatan needs to go, like, pedal to the metal here. Demo ship does get denied, not able to get close enough. He can still idle out the fleet, though.
Yeah, he also picked off all 3 galleys that Vortex had, so there is no counter to the demos right now. Anatan has got 3 demos in queue, and Vortex has to migrate his fishing boats, which is a big hit to his eco right now.
Especially at the beginning of a tech up like this. Demo ships are going to come out. Archer ships should be able to contest that quite easily, though. It's going to bait him in range. Vortex, I don't know if that's planetary pathing or intentional, but it keeps him just out of range. Dive comes in. Demos aren't detonating prematurely, no. Big wallop coming through. And Vortex, that might be enough to get him the breathing space he needs here.
Yeah, and he's got a new galley out as well, just in time to pick off that Lodya demo that's coming in.
Say that, it's double demo.
Oh.
Vortex, he has nowhere to run here. He's going to have to take it here. Not enough damage
Nice
to take
split.
down that second demo. Good split. And Lodya.
Oh, new demos, though. You have new demos coming in.
Wait, is he converting them? Dude, I feel like these are getting here insanely fast. He's going to detonate a few. Spiral count now down to 2. Vortex is in trouble. Oh my god.
Don't forget, all the fishing boats are still to the south. Like, they are going to be taken out here very quickly, and just look at the production for Vortex. He's getting some new demos in here, but you do have Lodya galleys to deal with this. This demo needs to connect here. And Anatan, I think he was looking to trade it off initially.
Another fleet boy down. Loses one of the 2 hulks he has in the field, and Vortex slowly being starved out here. Anatan just like a dog with a bone that simply won't let go.
And by the time the upgrades come in for Vortex for his fleet, he's got no fleet remaining. And I feel like the difference between the two is the fact that Anatan is using all his resources to just pump out ships, whereas Vortex spent a lot of his resources on actually getting up to Castle Age. Now his fishing eco is idled out, his fleet is being taken out as well, and his lumberjacks are now prime targets of these Lodya boats.
Getting idled out. I mean, at least it's not as bad as when it happens to HRE, right? You can still gather without that buff. Demo's coming in to deny the hulks again. He still doesn't have shipwright tech, right? So not really that good at trading in these situations. There's a quadruple demo pump coming through. Spiral count might be high enough to kind of dodge this out. Archer ship to finish them off. Beautiful micro by Anatan to keep Vortex on the verge of defeat here.
That's crazy. Don't forget, if those demos don't connect, it's a massive
no.
resource sink.
No,
but
no,
I'm
no,
not
no.
saying that. That demo comes in, still doesn't do enough damage to repel this attack, though.
New demo coming in. 4-6. This is such an uncomfortable game. And the fleet are coming in again to try and give repairs, but the demo says, yummy, me like you very much. Oh, no!
Oh, my. Oh, now the galleys are picking off all the fishing boats.
Farewell, sweet prince. I think we're about to have Anatan rushing towards match point here. Vortex, barely a scratch of a fleet left standing. On the verge of finding himself back up against the wall with a risk of being in a loser series next weekend.
He's still trying to hold on to this, and Anatan is getting dangerously close to those docks. But Vortex is just spamming demos at this point, looking for one great connection.
He's never getting it, though. If you want a good connection, he should have signed up to Surfshark. Demo comes in, sinks it again. No boats in play. No playtime for Vortex. Anatan is not waiting around.
Oh my lord, we've talked about this numerous times at the beginning of this set. We've never seen these two play against each other in their prime. And boy, oh boy, is Anatan looking strong. Just for context, these guys have played 3 series against each other in the history of AoE 4. Anatan won a combined game, won a game in those series. Now he's up 2-0 against Vortex.
I'm impressed, man. I was not expecting the Roos to be able to slap that one out, but Vortex, dude, the game sense on Anatan, he knew exactly what game Vortex was playing at. And you know what it was? It was that mid-map engagement where Vortex backs up a bit, Anatan probes it, and then Vortex backed up again. That confirmed his suspicions that a tech up was coming out. That type of killer instinct is exactly why Anatan has been rising through the ranks so quickly as a prominent player. That's what matters right now, Litter. You've seen it. The pace of AoE4 has never been higher. Feudal all-ins, early castle finishes. The days of long Imperial are mostly past us, bar English picks coming out, but we might not even get to see English here. Next up, we've got Four Lakes, Anatan with the Abbasids, but I've got to give it to Vortex. He may just have the single best pick for this map. Japan, looking a bit one-dimensional and underwhelming on land maps, but on Four Lakes in particular, they look nigh on unstoppable.
Yeah, this is a map that could also open up a lot of opportunities for chaos, though. So don't count Anatan out, but I agree with you. I like the Japanese more here from Vortex. He needs to mount a reverse sweep to come back into the series and take the win here. Of course, if he ends up losing this series, he's going to play an elimination match next week, which would be rather an unusual position to be in for Vortex, especially when you consider that I think most people would have expected him to win this group.
Yeah, and I'm not even thinking, I don't even feel like as much that he's slipping as much as the competition is catching up, right? I mentioned Anatan has been shining bright. Like, we mentioned at the start of the day, getting into this, right? There's maybe 3 players maximum that I look at this, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just don't make playoffs, right? The rest are in contention here. And I'm not going to, like, name and shame. Sorry to the 3 that didn't make my queue, but a lot of players, and definitely Anatan amongst them, have been stepping up in the first few months of 2024. And that, by the way, just makes the future even more scary, right? Like, we've got another tournament just around the corner to see which one player is going to get to go to a LAN. That's mind-boggling, right? With the play already like this, I mean, they're all sweating about each other. I wouldn't be surprised if Marine Law's on the sideline sweating a little bit as well. He'd never admit it, though. But yeah, Four Lakes, I mean, this is interesting. Like, Anatan is probably going to have to play, what, proxy docks into aggro play? I don't see a way in which you play an eco game against Japan because they will just fast castle you.
Yeah, I think it starts by you having something to deal with a Shinobi. Because if you just drop your dog back at home and you're waiting for something to happen, Shinobi will torch it down. At the same time, Abbasids are known for the cheap docks, and this is a map where you can play with a lot of proxy docks, as well as just expand to those neutral pawns early. So one thing that could be intriguing to look at is indeed early docks. And knowing that Anatan likes chaos and aggression, it would not be shocking to see him send a villager to the enemy pawn very early. And I do mean very early, even for pro player standards.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because I can see both these players trying to fast feudal. Typically, the way you play Japan is you don't even necessarily go pond. You just go Koka Township first and deny them. But the problem is the archeries plus the spears, you kind of screw over your initial shinobi, so you get kind of deeper in the pool of investment. So definitely curious to see how this one's going to play out. I imagine Anatan has something creative in mind. I mean, he has so far this entire series already now on match point against most people's favorite for this group, Vortex. Up against the ropes, does not want to be in a losing situation, an elimination situation next weekend. Nothing but perfection now if he wants to avoid that fate. Straight away, Anatan, what, central dock here? Yeah, so that's cool, right? That limits the opportunity for people to sneak in. One cool thing I've been seeing out of Japanese players at the moment, I think it was actually Recon was doing this a lot on the ladder. He was nerding out about it. Is the idea that you can go along wall, but also you can farmhouse on the shore because you can fish, right? But that also blocks enemy docks. So that's another area where Japan can be a little bit more efficient about their early game than other civs.
Yeah, dock is going to be placed by Anatan to the north. Both of these players are pretty far away from their respective docks. This is one of those spawns where the players pretty much spawn between 2 pawns. Sometimes you do have a much closer pawn to your base. That's not the case for this generation. So in general, protecting these docks is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, see, like, I mean, it's one of those annoying things where Abbasids don't really have a wall-up value. That's what I usually like them to be a bit more aggressive, is their value tends to be in dock drops, right? Like 75 wood makes it very cheap. You don't really want to be docking along your tree lines to try and protect your ponds, though. You can go for the melee wing play, but my worry is like Vortex should be going up with like 8 villages. That Shinobi timing is going to be very aggressive. In theory, you should be able to beat the Shinobi opening, but something I've noticed that's kind of been quite popular in the past in these situations is Japan can just drop a stables, actually. Build 2 horsemen, and then the Shinobi plus 2 horsemen beat the military wing. And you have to reset after that game too, huh? This one could go a little bit deeper.
I think we need to get back into this slower-paced AoE. It's often common after all these high-intensity games that we get back to Dark Age and it's like, okay, Resident Sleeper, right?
Yeah, I think that's like the thing, especially with Four Lakes, is it's very rare these days for people to try Dark Age aggro play. Players have gotten so good at sensing out when someone's trying to sneak a dock that most players just kind of don't bother with it anymore, especially in the Japanese matchup. Like, Japan just wants the fast feudal, and no one wants to try and dock drop Japanese because that means you're building a dock closer to the spawning Shinobi, which means you're probably never getting a bow out.
Yeah, the only way I could see that is if you do that specifically to draw the attention of the Shinobi and kind of just take the opponent's attention away from your own pawn, right? But again, I agree with you. I think a player like Vortex would see that this is just a distraction. He would send one Shinobi to shut it down, and then the rest of them will be sent to the enemy pawn anyways.
Yeah, I do think like the Shinobi is a little bit overrated. I've been saying this recently, and I think, you know, it's funny that it got nerfed so hard. I kind of understood it on hybrid maps, but now that you see it in a wider lens, it doesn't look as impactful. Abbasid especially are good at dealing with it because they can just build 2 docks for the price of 1, right? So that you can't really burn them out. And it looks like the Abbasid player is going to be going on the offensive here. Sand moving in on the pawns of the Japanese. How many ships has Vortex gone up to as well? Because I feel like at this stage, usually you're trying to pull the trigger. Yeah, 5. Going up to 6 feels a little bit greedy, right? Like, it's interesting because you should already be more efficient on a tech up than your opponent, considering. There we go. It was just the drop-off was an issue. So Coca now on the way. 6 is a little bit casual. I want to say 8 to guarantee the blockouts on the dock. Because it's not just about the initial Shinobi, it's about the second Shinobi as well.
Yeah, that's true, but you're facing Abbasids, so you know exactly their timing with this feudal HH up. It's going to be military wing as you would expect, so you are going to have those 2 spearmen, and more importantly, the 2 archers to try and deal with the initial Shinobi. But I guess it's just a temporary buffer for the first 1 Shinobi, maybe first 2, but beyond that, you just get overwhelmed.
Yeah, but I think like this is why I like the idea of the stables play, right? If Vortex just drops the stables and then brings 2 horsemen, oh, dude, Anathan, he's one of these dirty players. He does this so often. I love it.
This is actually very clever. And I think this is one of the most underrated moves he made in this series. So the shortest path between the enemy pawn and himself or his base is to the south. But he knows fully well that Vortex will be looking for a sneaky villager on that side. In fact, Vortex has a fishing boat offset to the south, such that he sees enemy docks being placed. So Anathan takes the longer road around, but it allows him to get a dock up that Vortex has no idea about.
Yeah, I just hope that one villager gets like 10% of his prize pool earnings, right? He's doing the hard work in this game. He checks the north dock, gets nothing there. Looks like we have actually got a play coming in, but the boar gets pulled. Now, Anatang could have tried for the body locks. Instead, he's just going to stand here. I wonder, does he spread out the sheep?
That villager is already banked up, though. Like, the thing is that when the boar gets 1 or 2 hits on that villager, the scout might be enough to finish it off.
But it's more the villagers nearby, right? It's the 1 shiv stab, and you just can't win this fight anymore. Second dock coming in. Anatang's timing.
Discount.
This is going to be dirty, man. Like, double archer ship here could just wipe the fishing.
And this is so clever. He's playing as patiently, and he's leveraging the Abbasid bonus of the dock discount. And by the time Vortex realizes, it's going to be too late. Also, side note here. Anathan knows fully well that Vortex doesn't know about that dock because he sees the scout. He knows fully well that Vortex has no idea about this expansion.
Needs to be careful the fishing on the shoreline. I think that actually may have just given him away. Yep, check the vision. I'm pretty sure it was just the villager that revealed him there. So a little bit unnecessarily greedy. Shinobi are now going to move in, but double dock is hard to deny here.
Yep, that's exactly why the 2 docks and the Abbasid discount comes into play.
Meanwhile, Shinobi in the center do get pinched. Dude, this could be a very quick game. Anatan has already cleared up the first ninja, hasn't lost a single unit.
Yeah, and now he's harassing the enemy fishing deco while his own is staying alive. He's going to save this scout for the time being as well. And the thing is that in a battle like this, when the opponent's fishing eco is idled out, even if it's just a partial thing, that's already very bad for them if the opposing player's eco, the fishing eco, is totally untouched.
What was that? Vortex losing track of what the Shinobi was doing there. Yes, he gets the villager kill, but loses it immediately. Loses the archer ship. He's a huge disadvantage on one pond here.
Oh my, archers are coming in. He had to make a tower on his gold mine just to protect those villagers. Has to flee with his own fishing boats. He has
There's nowhere
two
to flee.
docks, but he can't garrison everybody.
No, he's going to get idled out. I mean, that pretty much feels like you're flatlining, right? He's trying to go fast castle in this matchup, and he's not going to have the economy to enable that.
Yeah, and look at Anatund. He's banking up food like a madman. He might be thinking about Castle Age himself.
Demo's also going to start holding this hostage. Archer ship's trying to come out for Vortex, but there's already a Bagler here. Like, he's stuck, right? Because he doesn't want to invest these resources in defending water. That's a losing game. But if he goes castle now, his eco is so weak, I don't think he does anything. And
Yeah, he doubles down. Look at this. He's down to 600 food, and with the food income he has right now, it would take 2 more minutes just to get the resources for Castle Age. Bit of a mismicro here by Anatund with the demos. He's going to lose both of them, potentially.
No, nice dodges there just to save it in the end. And you're not going to pull the fishing boats out to repair here, right? Like, that would feel a little bit too dicey. So just expensive losses.
Ooh, nice demo, though.
Nice, gets the trade. Archer ship cleans up afterwards. So back to fishing operations for Vortex. Good recovery.
Yeah, this was some very nice micro there. I guess the problem is that, you know, you were talking about the fact that we could see Castle Age for him. He's back to fishing, so he could get to Castle Age soon. But Anatund already has the resources for this. Part of the reason why Anatund lost this naval battle was because he stopped investing into combat ships here.
Well, that's because he's investing into war on land. Moves in onto the outpost. Ah, Vortex. So we're going to try this, are we? Are we going to try the reverse clown carring?
It's still a lot of idle time, though. And remember, Vortex's food eco was shut down. He still is only at 200 food per minute. His gold villagers are being idled. Those are the 2 resources he needs for Castle Age. By the time he gets to Castle, it will be too late, I feel.
You're seeing that pump as well. Anatund didn't even complete the attack animation. He just wants to bait Vortex to react. Because Tech Up's on the way. Culture Wing now coming in. I can't believe this, dude. We've got the Abbasid teching up quicker than the Japanese.
I gotta say, Anatund is playing out of his mind because Vortex is no pushover. And Vortex is doing some really good things in some of these games. Like, this is not Vortex playing bad. It's just Anatund playing out of his mind right now.
Oh, yes. Stable's now coming in, but he needs to pull more into the gold now. Stable's being prepped in response. So this should actually just be a Camel Rider game. It's kind of cool. We don't see them often, but they are incredibly effective, even against Mounted Samurai.
Yeah, and especially if you can put some additional pressure on the opponent food eco or gold eco, it's going to be troublesome for Vortex to just spam those Mounted Samurai out. Looks like he's going to clean up the docks on his pond, but you have a second dock already here for Anatund. He's actually patrolling the shoreline just to make sure it doesn't get dock dropped. But he's going to continue expanding his food eco. He's going to be up to Castle Age himself, and he already has a stable to start mass-producing those camel riders. He's
going to want to ramp it up. I like that he's adding in additional production, so we're probably looking at, what, crossbows plus camel riders? You have to know that Mount Samurai coming. It's just an obvious play here. I mean, he could have went Spearman. A little bit surprised he didn't opt to that. It would be more cost-efficient than crossbows.
I would love to see some wars from Anatund, though, because I feel like Vortex's position is still okay here. He has done a really good job recovering. He's already heading out for relics. He's going to have a great production of Mounted Samurai. Look at that. He already has a Mounted Samurai out there. And if Anatund struggles to keep track of those, he's going to be in a world of pain against those units.
Camel Rider as well. So he just wants to keep that Camel on knees locked in. Doesn't want to rely on one unit. Shinobi in the meantime trying to sneak around, but Archer Ship has spotted him out, so won't be able to get in the backside there. Nicely played. And, you know, Vortex now knows that his opponent's on 2 ponds. This has to be very worrisome because he's reaching
nice
critical
sabotage,
mass.
Though. That's a clever idea. You sabotage the stable so camel riders won't come out.
There's a crossbow here, though. That did at least get out. Villagers are going to be in peril, though, as the Samurai does ride in. Formation shuffle. Does just about get him away. More production now coming up behind this. This is a lot of idle time for Anatund, and that delay definitely has hurt him.
Exactly. That is a clutch move by Vortex. You have crossbows here, but first of all, the first attack gets cancelled with the Mounted Samurai. And more importantly, 1 or 2 crossbows don't stop a knight or 2. That's just not enough. You need those camel riders, and that's why those 2 Shinobi came in clutch.
Well played there, though. Anatund does sniff out the dock drop, so Vortex not able to strip the economy and water. That's worrisome because the camel riders are going to be coming out sooner or later.
Yeah, and you could see that Vortex himself had some resource income troubles. he's still only at 4 mounted samurai, despite having a Yorishiro buffing his production.
I mean, it's the effects of critical massing, right? Like, you're actually seeing already that he started to move from deep water fish to deep water fish. He's been exhausting them. So he actually has a long drop-off point now, because if we check the Eastern Pond, I don't think he's dropped. Yeah, no additional dock here.
He's actually moving to the Northern Pond, but that's a place where Anatan is expanding to as well. So there's going to be a lot of naval engagements happening at the same time as well. And those mounted samurai, they're slowly being picked off. When you look at the destroyed value, there's a definitive advantage on the side of Anatan here.
Oh, no.
Oh, Anatan lost his villager.
The peril ram.
Did he? No, no.
No, it's still there.
It's
still there. Yeah, he's hiding. He's a frog today. He's dipping his toes in. And those 3 units from the military wing play should be enough to scare him off here. Because Vortex, if he tries to burn down that ram, he's going to lose 3 eco.
And you have to send a mounted samurai, but you have 2 spearmen over here, and you don't want to take damage with that unit. At least Vortex is collecting relics. But this is, I guess, the stage where the game gets very, very chaotic, and that's exactly what Anatan thrives in.
Wow, so Vortex pulls everything back to defend this. We'll be able to mop up the military wing units. Wall-in now coming through, but quite delayed. Vortex already has 2 relics and a 3rd one on the way home.
And that could be the lifeline for Vortex. His fishing eco has been harassed for a long time, and he doesn't really have a second layer to his food eco. He's actually very, very bad when it comes to the food economy, just 400 per minute compared to 700. So yeah, I mean, that passive resource income might just be the thing that he needs here.
And now marching across and out of his base, has crossbows together. Interestingly enough, he did not scale mass camel riders. He actually stopped at the 1 and the camel archer as well. So he just wanted to debuff. Seems to be trusting in the knights to have more value past that.
Yeah, but in this case, I would love to see some walls from him. Because camel riders, if you had 10 of them, you could track all those mounted samurai, but that's not the case. And look at that. He's playing for food denial now. I think he learned from game number 1, something we highlighted in that game. He tried food denial, or well, he could have tried food denial there, but instead he prioritized gold denial. In this game, he definitely seems to be targeting the food eco of Vortex.
And this is cool. Vortex now transitioning into Yuumi, but maybe an unorthodox time here. Against the Abbasids as well. Like, I'm a fan of Yuumi in Castle, but this might be one of the hardest matchups due to composite bows.
Oh, certainly. And look at what Anatan is doing. He's getting his own archers out, and he does have knights as well. So I feel like Yuumi here, especially without the Bannerman buff, that could be disastrous against the composition that Anatan is preparing.
He did already get the Daimyo level 1, so Yuumi Bannerman is an option here. It's just against composite bows. Like, the DPS difference is a mile wide. Bit of a raid here, just trying to idle them up. Anatan doesn't want to throw away too many units because he's prepping the blow to the jugular here. Veterancy for the archers, composite bows queued up. Also the undermesh, a very valuable tool up against these lower damage Yuumi.
Yeah, I think one big difference between the 2 players is that Anatan sees the Yuumi coming out. I don't think Vortex has seen the archers coming out on the other side. So that could be a nasty surprise for him, facing off against composite bows and a bunch of crossbows as well. So his mounted samurai could evaporate very quickly, though. One thing that I like about Vortex's position, though, is the production, the rate of production that he has. He's escalating his army a lot quicker than Anatan does.
Yeah, and also what worries me is Anatan now going to spears. Like, you've seen Yuumi. You know it's Yuumi. You should never be building spears here.
Yeah, ironically, camel riders would have been so good here. Both against the Yuumi and the mounted samurai.
Yeah, it's a little bit sticky with Yuumi. Like, I think the thing that makes Yuumi kind of feel busted is the way they can pull away, so you melee units can never really slip on top of them. But, you know, the problem is Anatan, caught in the middle of the archer transition, not really there yet. Vortex, perfect time to try and push out. Camels are starting to be sniped down. He does go for the camel archer first. So ground given over here, but as we reach Anatan's base, Vortex will probably have to let up a little.
Yeah, still, Vortex reclaimed the pawn to the north, so I feel like the momentum for Anatan is shrinking over here. Vortex has a steady food eco now. In fact, it's better than what Anatan has by 600 food per minute. Whew. And at the same time, he's posturing in front of Anatan's base with an army that's escalating a lot quicker than Anatan's does.
Gulems. Now starting to be added in. That is the solution to Yuumi here, right? A little bit tough to touch your opponent, but you only get tickled by the Yuumi. This archers are meant to carry this behind. Level 2 ranged armor's coming in now. Vortex, he did get an edge there. He got into the level 2 range damage much quicker. This should even things out, and now with the composite bows effect, this is where Vortex should start to struggle in the fights.
Yeah, he does have a massive eco lead now, though. Villager count is dead even, but he's sitting on 4 relics, which is obviously a game changer. And he can put those extra resources to good use with the Yorishiros.
Militarily, he's a bit deceptive, remember. Like, of these 2 players, Vortex has a lot more Navy going on. 3 extra boats, in fact. So when you look at that military pop, Anatan is still actually the one with the advantage currently.
Anatan has a lot of archers as well, and I don't think he's shown most of them. Like, look at this army. Actually, he did. Okay, so he's got a lot of these archers up front. Yeah, for a moment, I thought he only had the crossbows and the lancers up front, but no, he's got the archers there as well. And Mangonels, that could be the game changer for him, because those Yumi could get destroyed in a second by those Mangonels.
Yeah, we need to check Vortex's base to the Euroshira plays. That little Samurai raid isn't going to work out. Get rid of him. I want to see where he's dropping these, because it's very important. If he doesn't have one for a Siege Workshop transition, he's in trouble. He did permanently drop one in the TC. We've got one in the stables, one in the farmhouse. I believe there should be one in archery range, so he might already have locked himself out of a Siege Workshop transition.
I love this move from Vortex, by the way, sending an inexpensive Yumi to the other side just to see what his opponent is up to. But those Mangonels, now they are pushing back the Yumi, and oh, look at that. Blunt fire to the back of the wood line. Just making sure that if you have any villagers there, he's just going to take those out.
Makes sense. His opponent is massing Yumi, right? Like, yes, they're cheaper than standard archers, but it's still a lot of wood. Crossbows still being scaled into, so I kind of like this from Anno, right? Like, you'd think he'd play into archers, but actually, in fairness, crossbows solves the real problem, and Mangoes keeps this temporary Yumi issue at bay.
And the thing is that you can mass-produce your Mangonels with your infantry. Vortex takes a lot more effort to get some Springolds out, and he currently has no anti-siege working for him.
No, and he's going Ona Bagisha as his form of anti-siege. Would work if his opponent was not building Golems. That's my worry here. Is Vortex, without Yorushira drop, these Ona Bagisha numbers are going to scale slowly. Moving in, house is being burnt, so Vortex is going to have some pop block issues.
Yeah, could. Bit of a clash.
That one villager. We really hate that one guy. Knights, in the meantime, are going to raid in onto the gold. Quick reaction out. Samurai will save the day. Army a little bit slow to follow us up. Golems do stab onto that tree line, though. Vortex starting to hemorrhage.
Yeah, the damage output here for Vortex could be very, very bad. Don't forget, those Yumi, they need that Bannerman to help out. And the Mounted Samurai are getting debuffed by the Camels. I think that's such a big part of the equation over here for Anatan. Being able to eliminate a significant portion of the cavalry damage output here from his opponent.
Oh no, big hit. Samurai come in, nice save just in the nick of time. Keeps one of the Mangoes up. Means the Yumi need to retreat, and clumping like that is not going to help the equation. We'll stab around the side. Mango perfectly insulated here. Anatan is going to be forced to stand his ground. If he moves an inch, the Mango is going to fall. The Mad Samurai are making their way in. They'll get rid of the siege, but the price is most definitely high for Vortex.
Yeah, at least that's the silver lining here for Anatan, but this almost ended up being a completely disastrous fight. Nearly lost both of his Mangonels. Looks like that one Mangonel surviving helps to carve out what seems to be a Pyrrhic victory here. He's able to pressure that gold mine now.
There's nothing left. It's done. GG gets called. Anatan, quite possibly the biggest upset. Definitely a strong player, but no one could have anticipated such a clean 3-0.
I think a lot of people went into today's series saying that, listen, this is going to be a 3-0 set. But I think not a single person would have said that this is going to be 3-0 for Anatan. And Vortex didn't play badly. It was Anatan who played out of his mind. I would dare to say that we've seen one of the strongest sets that he has ever delivered. He was creative, he was aggressive, and he was all over Vortex. Just like, it's like an octopus kind of suffocating his opponent from all directions. And that is something that's so difficult to do against an elite player like Vortex.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, people always talking about, oh, where's B? B's not playing right now. We want to B. Dude, you don't need B. You got Anachad. He's the 2024 coming of B at this stage. Anatan is so creative with these builds. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. Like, if you got Ibid, you would have seen a logistics wing feudal play. He's the only player I know doing these type of things right now. He's absolutely phenomenal in top form at the moment, and he just proved it. This should be a big reminder to people that this name is to be taken seriously. When you looked at this group at the start of the day and you were like, oh, I don't know about the Anatan guy, you should be shaking your head in shame right now. Like, this guy, for me, was listed second place in this group. I truly stand by that, and he just showed why. Because for a lot of people, Vortex was meant to be number 2.
Now, and this is where it gets crazy. If we take a look at the standings of Group C, this group has Recon, Papipo, Anatan, and Vortex. We had a pretty strong play from Recon today, despite the final scoreline of that set. And, you know, only 2 of these players will advance into the playoffs. This is a rather stacked group over here. And KP, I gotta say, that winners match next week, Anatan versus Papipo, that's gonna be an absolute banger.
Absolutely. I expect 5 games out of that. I think they've actually had long series before when they've matched up. Anatan, definitely a ferocious target. And by the way, him and Papipo, they've been practicing. They actually done a play all 16, all civs play once. I believe the final score was, if I recall correctly, it was 10-6 to Papipo. So Papipo still favored there. But Anatan taking a decent number of games. So definitely expect an absolute banger series. You should definitely be tuned into that. If you haven't already, you guys need to make sure that you are subscribed to this channel. Remember, this is just week number 1 of the main event. We've still got a few weeks ahead of us. Now is the prime time to sub. I don't see them in the chat right now, and I'm quite frankly a little bit heartbroken, a little bit disappointed. We are offering you, rough estimates, I must be saying about, well, definitely over 40 hours of content this month, I'd imagine, for $5 maximum. Dude, you probably don't use your Netflix that much, all right? And that costs you a lot more. So take advantage of that. You've definitely got a few minutes to actually drill in your credit card details. And while you're at it, why not check out our sponsor? It's time for a word from them.
Hi, I'm Pesty, founder of EGC, and let's just cut to the chase. When you purchase Surfshark VPN through our link during Master of Realms, you can pay as little as $2.09 a month and get 4 months free on top of that. And yes, I do know it sounds too good to be true, but it actually gets better. When you buy even the most basic version of Surfshark VPN at this quite frankly ridiculous price, you'll get their ad blocker thrown in for free, and you'll be able to use Surfshark on unlimited devices in your household. That's right, you can use your one single subscription on your computer, your phone, your Xbox, your TV, and on every device of every member of your household. And no matter how many devices you use your Surfshark VPN on, it will have absolutely no impact on your connection speed. And as far as I'm aware, Surfshark is the only major VPN provider to allow the use of one subscription on unlimited devices. Of course, there are also a bunch of other great reasons to use Surfshark as your VPN. Here are just a few. Surfshark have over 100 countries available on their VPN, so whatever location you're looking to connect on, you'll almost certainly be able to find it and connect at ultra high speed. Surfshark offers a full refund within 30 days on all of their products, so you can enjoy all the benefits of Surfshark totally risk-free, and if you decide it's not for you, simply contact them and get a total full refund. Surfshark offers 24/7 live support on all of their subscriptions. So if you ever encounter any kind of issue, they'll work to immediately sort it night or day. Alright, I think you get the idea. A world-leading, ultra-rapid VPN, unlimited devices, money-back guarantee, and all for as low as $2.09 a month, and 4 months free. But just one final perk by choosing Surfshark as your VPN and getting this great deal through our link, you are helping us create future AoE4 esports events. Surfshark are huge supporters of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene, so by showing them some love back, you are supporting us too. So to get Surfshark, a world-leading VPN for as little as $2.09 a month, just visit through the link in our channel description right now. Thanks everyone for all of your support, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Hold up. Money back guarantee? See, it's literally free to try, right? If you don't want it, get rid of it. If you do, you pay, what was that, €2 a month? I was talking about subscribing before. That's cheaper than most people have to pay to subscribe to the channel, and you're getting something in return. Big shout out to Surfshark for sponsoring the event. By the way, like, I was testing this out. It's worth trying. You'd be surprised what you have uses for it. Like, I noticed, I think this was happening recently. You know the new Marvel game? Certain countries, I think, could only play it. So you could actually use a VPN to pretend you're in one of those countries. Oh, look at me. I'm suddenly from America. Boom. You're in on the beta. Or maybe you want to play like the latest MMO from Korea and you have to be in Korea. Like, I remember that was a thing back in the early Black Desert Online days. Or some people just like the bigger grind because some of us are masochists. Once again, oh, look, I'm Korean. Boom. Signed up. You're in. This is why VPNs are useful. Many different reasons as well. Let me know what reasons you guys have. I'm sure there's a few people in the chat that have some testimonies of how it's actually helped you out. I gave mine earlier. I still stand by the fact that I am definitely Turkish, and that's why I saved 90% on my subscriptions. Salutations, my friends, because now it's time for the fourth and final series of the day. We've got Wham versus Baltoon, an interesting series leader, one that I think could be a lot closer than people are expecting.
Yeah, this is also one of those rare matchups that barely ever happen. In fact, they have only played 2 sets against each other in the history of competitive AoE 4. One of them was a smaller tournament back in 2023. The only time that they have played against each other in a major tournament was the Elite Classic 2, just about a month and a half ago. That time, Baltoon was able to take a game off of Wham, so the final scoreline was a 2-1. So as you kind of highlighted, this is kind of an unexplored matchup, and it's definitely one where there is a lot of upset potential in Baltoon, especially because one of the key things to look at is how players' play styles match up against each other. And when you don't have historical data about the specific matchup between 2 players, it's always hard to predict how their matchups will play out against each other.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, like, I think Baltoon just had some sick players. I think one thing that really sticks to me is his utilization of walls as an aggressive tool. He's on top of his game there, like the gating, the back and forth pivot plays. Like, if you go a little bit too hard in melees, he's one of the best players exploiting that against you. Cool draft we've got coming through the map draft by Surfshark. We've got Four Lakes making a recurring appearance here. Woodwall's coming back again potentially. Love moving out, returning. That's gonna be exciting. Baltoon's got a really intriguing draft as well, especially the Ottoman pick in particular. I'm curious as what that is about. I imagine that's for something on Woodwall. Something that has been starting to appear and crop up is actually these trade builds with the Ottomans, where they go for the trade land market tier 2 for a fast castle play later. And I think the best map for that would most definitely be Woodwall here.
Well, a lot of water on these maps, but folks, don't get deceived. Coastal Cliffs, the icon shows a lot of water, but that's inaccessible.
Oh?
That's basically a Dry Arabia mini version that we're going to open with. Abbasid versus Jeanne d'Arc for game number 1. That's going to be the neutral map played from the open map category. Once again, let's take a quick look at the map categories, though, because one of the unique elements of this tournament, KP, is the fact that one of the players will pick the category that's coming up next, and the other player is going to pick the map from within that category. And here you see the highlighted maps that we'll be playing from each of these categories.
Have you noticed, like, nobody wants to pick King of Hill? Like, I don't think I've seen
You had a King of the Hill
draft.
game yesterday, KP.
Oh, I must have missed that one. So, okay, it got a little bit of pickings. Yeah, but most players have actually been avoiding it. I'm a little bit surprised how often Woodwall in particular is coming up. I'm not going to lie, I'm just not a fan of Hill and Dale. Like, I saw a few games that. It's like, I feel like I've seen all the games of Hill and Dale that I need to see for the year. So I'm glad whenever not picking that. Coastal Cliffs, though, man, I love that this is becoming kind of a recurring theme. I think it's an incredible map. And we're going to have to see if Baltoon can pull off an incredible feat. Because as it stands at the time of recording, this matchup heavily waves in favor of Zhone. Let's see if Baltoon can provide an upset against a favored player here in the form of Wham.
This is Group D here from the Master of Realms, round number 1. We have Luciferon, Baltoon, Wham, and CSO in Group D here. We already have witnessed the battle between Luciferon and CSO. That's what we opened the day with. And here we are in the second matchup of the opening round. And KP, we touched on this in the pregame. These two have barely played against each other in a competitive environment. So this matchup between these two players is very much unexplored.
Yeah, Baltoon feels like a little bit of a late bloomer, right? Like, always kind of there, lingering on the edge. We talked about in the past at a few tournaments, very much a team player, actually thrives in those team game tournaments, comes with some heritage, actually an Age of Empires 1 pro player. But the first few months of this year, man, he's been on fire. Like, his rise to the top of the ladders and his sustained presence there has been something to marvel at. In fact, he's even going to be seen at a LAN a little bit later this year. On the other side, Wham, definitely no stranger to the limelight, right? Like, I think, in some ways, I think Wham has kind of just been given the dimmer light of the Canadian bros, and I don't think that's fair. I think, you know, Puppy Paw has maybe had the limelight on the bigger stage this year, the last EGC tournament, but Wham has been no pushover and actually has been sneaking in some fantastic results in the just below S tier events. So I'd actually say Wham and Puppy Paw are almost on par at this stage.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I feel like there are tournaments where Wham is performing better than Puppy Paw, and then you have tournaments where it's vice versa. It's very difficult to really tell, hey, this player is better than the other. It's actually very similar to the Spanish brothers, by the way. I feel like when you average their performance out over a year or so, it pretty much comes out to be fairly even.
Yeah.
But one thing is sure, both the Spanish brothers and, of course, Wham and Puppy Paw are pretty much top 8 players that we're looking at. And I think that's one of the coolest storylines for Wham and Puppy Paw. Just, again, pulling a comparison between them and the Spanish brothers, Vortex and Luciferon came in as elite esports players into AoE 4, whereas Wham and Puppy Paw went from being totally unknown into some of the best players of AoE 4.
Yeah, I think really the big difference maker that put them ahead of the brothers is the Canadian punching bag. Like, big shout out to Magic, man. Like, this guy still grinds with them. He still scrims them a lot, even though he's not playing competitively himself. I think he's been very pivotal in helping them kind of advance themselves. He'll be humble about it, and they'll tease them a bit. But, like, that triangle has definitely helped them all improve as players. And, I mean, you know, Magic, about 2 years ago, he asked me, like, what have I considered doing coaching, dude? I think he should be doing some coaching. Like, he's definitely shown the value of having that kind of more experienced body there to help the two Canadian bros come out ahead.
Now, speaking of coming out, Wham is coming out of his base with his veils. He's going to head towards the deer over here. It's very much to the front of his base. So this is a somewhat exposed position, but it kind of tells you that he isn't really expecting a lot of aggression over here at the beginning from Baltoon.
Yeah, you're against Ibids, right? Like, what are they going to do?
Yeah.
Worst case situation, they'll build a Desert Raider. But you could always just rush up an outpost to contest that. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Wham's prioritizing that. Like, he's got 3 on wood right now, so he should get enough to drop the outpost before the Desert Raider arrives.
Yep, and of course you do have Jean as well, so that's going to help quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, she's not going to be there anytime soon, right? Like, he's got, 2, so it won't be an immediate tech up. The house plus, I think, the lumber camp is usually enough to get her up to level 2. And in this matchup, you tend to go towards the range form because you're going to have to dive defenses, and also, if you're going to be up against Cav, you might as well have the thing that can snipe injured Cav running away.
School of Cavalry will be finished. I love survival techniques being picked up here by Wham. It's one of my favorite early game technologies. If you take the deer, it's a very, very cheap technology to grab, but it gives you a massive buff when it comes to gathering food from the deer carcasses.
Yeah, I wonder if this is like possibly going to be a fast 2 TC. That was gaining in popularity zone, and you know, usually that's something that Ibids kind of hate, is those very aggressively timed TCs on pocket resources. Wouldn't surprise me though to discover that Wham just plays like 1 TC all in. Sounds a bit dicey when you rely on Knights up against eventual Camel Lancers, but that's where Joan really can be the X factor. And speaking of Joan, on our way out here, unfortunately, there was never an outpost going up from Wham.
And it's an awkward choice here, and you know, Desert Raider, you can switch between the sword and the bow, so that villager fleeing, Desert Raider doesn't need to change, you can just shoot it down with the bow.
Yeah, I think Baltoon definitely could have got 1 or 2 melee strikes in there on the chase-in, but he chose to just go for the archer form just to guarantee the kill. It's going to be range form shown as expected. Extra Knights coming in. I love that from Baltoon. Check that detail. He dropped his stables, actively adding in additional Desert Raiders. There's a real risk, actually, that Wham's going to have to fall back off the deer in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, I feel like he might be okay with that, frankly.
Really?
He might be just saying, listen, I can take this deer until the enemy forces arrive, and once there is too much pressure, I will just fall back. And it could be a great way to just get some extra savings in terms of sheep and just drag out the time of you running out of resources within your base.
Yeah, I think what's important here for Baltoon is just keep this injured Desert Raider away from Joan now. Like, turn it into a Raider back in enemy base, because the kind of weakness of what Wham's done here is he's stretched Joan thin. He has to defend the front side and now the back side because he hasn't walled himself in. It's like, realistically, with this extra Desert Raider plus the free one, the second free one, you just turn on this Knight right now, right? And then send the other Desert Raider far, far away. Cool Horseman detail, though, from Wham. And speaking of which, that's where the other Desert Raider is, so he does force him back off the deer.
I love the Horseman addition, though. It's something that's going to give you some extra mobility, and it allows you to pick off these Desert Raiders.
Yeah.
Little body blocking there by Baltoon, but he is going to start losing those Desert Raiders slow and steady. He is doing a lot of damage to this pocket eco here to the front, though. Like, he's been harassing those villagers since the beginning of this game.
But this is typically why you build like 2 horsemen with this Iber play. I'm a little bit shocked that Baltoon didn't commit to that, because then the whole idea is when the horsemen come in, you pull back the Desert Raider, the horseman attacks the horseman, and then you wall up him with the Desert Raider strikes, right? On top of that, it stops your opponent doing this follow-up into archers, which outright cancels out the Desert Raiders. So Fast Castle is still going to be the play for Baltoon. Nothing too unexpected here. It's going to be the Growth Wing standard. Looking at his resource pots as well, he's got a really nice spot for that double berry behind. Actually kind of insane how beneficial that spawn was. I'm getting a bit adventurous here. You just can't really afford to split up when Desert Raiders are riding blind on your flanks like this. It just gives the one-up that keeps you out of Baltoon's base.
One thing to credit Baltoon for is that despite the fact that he didn't commit to a lot of units, he was able to put a lot of pressure on the enemy base. So you see, he's going to head into Castle Age with basically no pressure on his base, despite the fact that he's facing knights. In fact, he was the one who managed to pick off a villager from the opposing player.
Yeah, did he actually build the outpost in the end? I think he did, right? Like, it's kind of hard to not do this. Yeah, double outpost. What makes this feel bad as well is something that makes Iber play on this map a little bit weaker is you can't get the emplacements because the stone's too far off, right? So these aren't initial defense points. You have to garrison them. On top of that, you don't have the extra range. So it is a bit easier for Wham to apply pressure.
Yeah, but Wham is pulling back, so that actually means that Baltoon is going to have no trouble getting up to Castle Age over here. In fact, these Desert Raiders push away Wham from this gold mine as well. And KP, one thing I've noticed is that Wham is down by 2, actually almost 3 villagers over here, despite only losing 1. So there might have been some idle time on his TC as well.
I think that's what can easily happen on the deer situation. Like, remember that point when Desert Raider came in?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, he probably had like 20 food on a bunch of them and didn't drop off. Like, it's always just a pain point when you play deer. Like, I remember this first came to players' attentions when Cauldron entered competitive play, is they realized their timings were off and they were missing villagers because you just went deer straight away and then you didn't drop off so long, you ran out of food. Like, what is that? I think it's a 1.5 villager miss out by the looks of it. Because obviously you have the conversion, right?
You do lose 1 villager from Jean converting as well, of course, but still, there might have been
That's
some
still
idle
expensive,
time.
though. And, you know, considering Baltoon is on his way now, he's about to have a bigger eco lead. Wham's going to try to harass this area. The cool thing is, like, if Baltoon misclicks and rallies the villagers out on the right side, he can kill them. And what feels really bad for Baltoon is without Wheelbarrow, he can't actually garrison that outpost on the berries. It takes way too long.
Yeah.
And
But he's up to Castle Age, and he's got a decent resource bank as well. I think that's going to be something immensely helpful over here, getting those initial Camel Lancers out.
Scout? Thrown away by Baltoon. Double stables, but remember, the Camel Lancers aren't here just yet. Wham is applying a decent amount of pressure. I'm just not sure
Triple
if it's enough
stables.
to be present.
It's actually triple stable ply.
Okay.
He's going to have enough to squeeze out three Camel Lancers from these stables, but now he's pivoting into ranges.
Yeah.
Those Camel Lancers could be
It's clown
scary
card
over
time.
here.
It's clown card time. Dude, I love this. It's once again, it's the wheelbarrow issue, right? Like, you know your IB opponent is going to have wheelbarrow. You know he's not going to have arrow slits due to Coastal Cliff spawns. These outposts are just gone.
Yeah, this is scary for Baltoon. I think the timing is great here for Wham. He was able to squeeze out 6 Camel Lancers. He's got 6 in queue, 3 are now out. But at the same time, he's going to lose the towers, and he's pushed away from both food and gold. At least he does have sheep to work with under his DC, so he's not going to miss out entirely on food gathering.
Can he actually deactivate the age here? That would be huge. Yeah, Baltoon is calibrating for that. He's building more houses and whatnot behind this, archer ranges as well. But, you know, this speed switch from Wham, smart move, but Baltoon already aware of what's coming. Has got archers being prepped, even reveals it on the front side of his base.
I gotta say, I think he might be a little overzealous with his production buildings. I think that's going to be range number 5 he builds up.
Yeah.
But Wham, he leaves his ram alone.
I mean, it's done what it needs to. Like, the bigger issue now is, like, this many Camel Lancers. Great.
Yeah,
like, you know, you deny his food. What now? Because I just see a zone that you can't defend. In fact, at the back of the formation, she's going to be the first one to flop down. Divine Restoration guarantees it.
Like, I genuinely feel like Camel Lancer is probably the most busted unit in the entire game. That combination of mobility, raw damage output, and the ability to hard counter units that are equally mobile, that is just a dangerous, dangerous combination.
I mean, it's busted in this matchup, but I don't think it's like the most busted unit. Like, the thing is, Camel Lancers have lower base damage, so usually the solution to Camel Lancers is just headbutt them dummy, right? Like, if you attack them back straight away, they don't get the full damage, they disengage without the charge. And also remember, this is a unit that has, I think, 20 less base HP than standard knights in Castle Age, right? So they do have the downsides. Usually, actually, the OP play for Ibids is Golems, but you can't do Golems in this matchup due to knights.
You know, Wham, I love his posturing over here. He isn't allowing Baltoon to escape, but oh my lord, Wham, leaving Jean exposed. No. That is probably the shortest lived Jean I've ever seen.
Reminder, when you look at pub statistics, this patch, I think Ibids have like a 25% win rate against Joan, and then previously it's like a 45%. It's like multiple patch trends have shown that like Joan has a good time here. Joan is not having a good time here.
Oh. And Wham is bailing out on this. He wanted to attack, but he saw all the Camel Lancers hitting his base, and he's just going to fall back. I don't know about this, KP.
Reinforcement getting caught. Oh no, dude, this is the worst case situation.
I feel like the problem is that he could have defended with the spears, and he could have just pushed the base of Baltoon.
Like, the bigger issue here now is you're going to have to recalibrate for Camel Lancers, but then you have no solution for archers, right? Because like he's trying to build extra horsemen or knights, but I mean, this is hard to scale when you need to get so many spears and archers together. Also, if you go a bit too overkill in the archer count, you're playing against Ibids. They can just build a mangonite like that.
And one Camel Lancer was peeled off. Such a nice move here by Baltoon. That's going to get him 2 villager kills. Really, really valuable in the end,
Maybe more.
Although he shouldn't lose that unit.
Looks like he got, was that 3 worker kills in the end, and then Flop's dead. Meanwhile, we talked about these berries being very beneficial for Baltoon. It does give a clear target for Wham, though. So he knows exactly where to find that economy. And Baltoon is a simple boy. You may be noticing those villages look like they should have old men walking sticks. He doesn't have
Ram is awfully exposed again.
Archers are exposed as well. He needs to be careful about that.
I wonder if that was deliberate bait by Wham, though. Maybe he doesn't want that Ram, instead he just wanted to use up the charge from the Camel Lancers.
I don't know if you really want to fight them here. This is terrible. This is an absolutely atrocious fight for him to take. He just got wiped. That's it. GG. Baltoon opening the series with a win.
Camel Lancers, man, and really, I think it came down to the fact that he was able to squeeze out those initial Camel Lancers. Wham timed his attack well, but Baltoon had just enough resource bank to make sure that he has 6 or so Camel Lancers out, and from that point onwards, it was just difficult for Wham to deal with this.
Ooh, so well played as well. Love the execution. Wham, very greedy with that deer play. I can imagine that kind of working on a map with a retracted deer, but a 4 deer like that, and usually you get those type of deers on coastal cliffs, felt agreed too far. You know, I thought the plan was going to be outpost on the deer, so you always have a retreat point, but that never came. I think he just lost too much presence and too much escalation at that stage. From there on, it just looked kind of cruise mode for Baltoon. And, you know, this is interesting because, you know, the Camel Lancers get a lot of value in this matchup because of what you mentioned. You have to also remember, ever since the nerf to Blacksmiths, it's much harder for Joan to get value out of a transition into Spears because you don't get those tech upgrades for free. So, great start to the series for Baltoon, puts him 1 up. But now we're likely to go 1-1. This is Archipelago, and Wham has got the broken OP pick of the map draft.
Oh, Juji coming in here. It also means that he is not going to have Juji for moving out, though. That's one of the maps that this civilization is beloved on.
He has Marlians,
Baltoon would have Chinese available on that map, though.
Yeah, he has Marlians or Order the Dragon. I'm imagining Wham's probably going to go Order of the Dragon there, Japanese 4 Lakes, and then Marlians Woodwall. Actually, no, I legit think you go Marlians on moving out, and then you have Abbasid for Woodwall. Like, they're really good civ there. So, like, Baltoon, as this draft goes on, like, looking at his picks, you're probably going to be seeing China coming out or moving out. 4 Lakes could be... I've seen some English builds that are kind of intriguing there, but probably more likely it's the other way around, where you do English and you try to do some cheese play or moving out. And then that would leave, what, Ottomans for Woodwall? It's been a while since I've seen them there, yeah, but probably makes the most sense, and he does like trade.
Some of the Civ picks of Baltoon are a little wacky, whereas when you look at Wham... he's got more obvious choices, but that's kind of what you expect from this matchup over here. On the paper, Baltoon is the underdog, so you expect him to bring out the cheesier approaches, or in general, the more surprising builds. Whereas for Wham, he might just be comfortable playing the standard builds here. And indeed, Archipelago, Juji, this is going to be a tough matchup for the HRE. We've seen the HRE variant, the Order of the Dragon, being a reasonable civilization on this map. But Juji is just something else. That initial surge of gold income from the taxes is something that's so valuable in a water hybrid map.
Yeah, a little bit surprised he didn't maybe try English here. I think English maybe has a shot. The whole logic is you get the Abbey of Kings, you get a free king, you build a transport ship, send him to the other's home, right? Like all of a sudden, congratulations, I am a Chinese king. But the other cool detail is obviously over time you get the discount on your ships that kind of adds up. Abbey of Kings makes for a very strong reset into healing. So, you know, English could have worked here. I'm wondering if they've actually moved ahead of HRE. Like HRE's economy is just so good, it's hard to turn your nose up at, right? So the only issue though for Baltoon is like long term, he doesn't have a plan here, right? Like if he doesn't win the initial fights with HRE, slippery slope. Juji, dude, they're like this. They're vibing along. Like they don't ever feel like they go weak on this map. The meditation garden placements are usually decent, if not good. The transitions into your tech ups are faster because, of course, you have the quicker build up in your buildings, so more time gathering instead. Tang Dynasty gives you a 15% discount on both Feudal and Castle Age. And because you usually go with that Shaolin Monastery, you're very quick to pick up the initial relic. So I think Baltoon's going to have to play this one fast.
I agree. I think he needs to just play very aggro. Obviously, it's hard to play aggro, so to say, in a water map like this. It's more about how you micro your units and what kind of leverage do you get in that first few minutes of water engagements. Can you snipe out an enemy galley? Can you potentially harass the enemy fishing eco? Those are the kinds of things that start building you a lead that you can eventually use to snowball the game out of control.
Yeah, and keep an eye out for whether Baltoon moves his prelate towards the shoreline fish. Very big difference there. I've been noticing some players in the HRE, they leave their prelate on the wood line. You get way too much wood. You're not optimal about your tech up timing. That's a death sentence against the Juji. If they get 20 seconds of unharassed trade on your eco, it just feels like GG. Usually you're 2 boats down or idled up, and then it snowballs from there. So small details like that really do go the distance with the HRE opening.
Well, we just have 30 seconds left to go here, KP. Remaining maps would be Four Lakes, Widowall, and of course, moving out. Baltoon with the 1-0 lead over Wham. Definitely a surprise in game number 1, especially when you consider the history of these two players. But I can tell you one thing, KP. If Baltoon pulls off an upset against Wham over here, this group is going to be a nightmare group as well. You do have Luciferon, of course, out there. CSO, no pushover either. One of the creeping underdogs of this tournament. And then, of course, Wham and Baltoon. Let's see how this plays out here in game number 2, as we'll be heading into Archipelago.
Yeah, I'm just going to make the bold statement. I put Baltoon down as one of my players to qualify, so don't sleep on this name. He's already proven why in game number 1. We now hop into that game number 2. So HRE versus Juji. Straight away, we're going to see the dock drop coming in. Not right next to Shoreline Fish. A little bit surprising for that. It means not as optimal of a drop-off point. Can we check where Baltoon is at? So Prelate's already shifted towards the wood line. He's only moved 1 villager out right now, but that's because you're building up the dock. What I want to see him do very quickly here is you want to like pull probably 3 villagers onto the Shoreline Fish. Feudal tech timing here is everything in this matchup.
What I like about this spawn here for Baltoon...
It's like, dude, I can't be arsed with pointless units to micro. Bye. Oh my god, that's brilliant. I love Baltoon, man. It's so different. He's like, yo, can we eat that?
Now, hear me out. The scout costs you a population, right?
Yep. And then on top of that, like, why do you need it? It's just an extra annoying thing to potentially select.
We are laughing about this, but that's because, you know, this is unconventional in AoE 4. I do remember that in other Age titles, specifically AoE 2, it's not uncommon to delete your scout in water maps like this because it takes up a population space, and sometimes certain build orders are tuned such that you save the wood you need on an extra house. So let's not sleep on this. Maybe he needs that 1 extra population spot just so that he can save up on a house.
Yeah, and I mean, they've both done it, right? So, like, it definitely makes you a little bit more efficient on that timing. Saves you a little bit. And we talked about that min-maxing really mattering. We've got 4 villagers out on the fishing. If we check the other side, how many did Baltoon go up to? Because I really want to see, like, 3 here. I feel like 3 is... Ooh, 6 on 1. Remember, you still got to gather all the gold up as well. Like, that's another nice little quirky thing you have as Juji is taxation does make your timing quicker. Add in the fact you spend 15% less on your feudal. And also, the other thing is, like, look at this spawn. This is a gorgeous spawn. Just check the right side of that tree line, and you'll know exactly where that meditation garden's going.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice spawn indeed for him. Now, I just want to highlight the other thing here. You have your wood line and the shorefish very close for Baltoon, so you could just position that prelate in between those two, so you could actually buff the villagers on the food as well. Looks like he's not doing that just yet. A lot of villagers on shorefish though here for Wham compared to just like 2 or 3, I think, for Baltoon.
So, I don't think any of them scouted out, right? Like, I've seen a few players sometimes pull a fishing boat early on to see where their opponent is. We've seen a few different approaches, right? Like the transport ship play from Roos was one way to go, and you play the scout in. I've seen some players just blind punt the direction. The tough part with Archipelago, that scouting is really important because sometimes you get the player spawning polar opposite, and sometimes it's more like this, where they're on the neighboring island.
You gotta love the peace and the zen here in Dark Age, no?
Wait, no, because I was just thinking, like, look how far out Baltoon's gold was. He kind of got conned. Like, that feels like a very far off gold vein. I think the berries pushed it further out. I mean, it is going to be good for the Archon, because you could drop the Archon in between the 2 tree lines, and you have longer wood time here. But it does suck for that initial walkout. And yeah, Medigarden already in the way. It is going to be in that perfect spot.
Yeah, you could argue that on the other side for Wham, his closest gold mine is the one on the shoreline, which could be a little troublesome. But yeah, I agree with you. A bit of a extra walking. Still, Wham is likely going to be the first player into Feudal Age over here, and that is a big edge to look at on these water maps. He does have just 1 dock up, though.
It's okay for this opening, right? Like, it's all about optimum timings, because this is going to give him the archer ship straight away. Archon now only on the way, and this is going to be a huge difference, man. Like, you know, 5 villages versus 6, but then also remember Juji built a lot quicker, and this timing was a lot later.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering if, yeah, Baltoon is going to commit more villagers. He's up to 8. It's not even the 5 versus 6 villagers, it's the fact that with the Chinese and Juji, you do get that build rate buff, which is immensely valuable in timing-sensitive builds, like water builds, for instance.
Yeah, and it just pains you more to have to invest more villages like this, right? Because remember, the first village is worth 100%, each additional is worth 25%. So, like, you're just missing out on gathering, right? Or getting an inferior tech timing. First archer ship on the way. There's going to be some idle time involved in this. Oh, check that, by the way. Look at south side. Wham sent a fishing boat down there to see where his opponent was. That's really smart.
Yeah, I love that. I think, I don't know, is that fishing boat gathering, though? It might actually be permanently set in there, so it just kind of goes back and forth between the dock and that position, and that could be valuable to detect future demo flanks.
There we go. Baltoon queues up the archer ship. Not sure about that here. Usually you want the spearman to push away. Like, it's kind of one of those concessions, right? It's like, you know, if your opponent has a knight advantage, you build a spear, right? Kind of similar here, when the first archer ship comes out, if you react with an archer ship as well, you don't have an immediate way of swatting it away.
Yeah, but there's already a war chunk out there. So Wham does have a massive lead over here, and you can't even garrison all of those boats. Fishing boats are going down. First galley just out for Baltoon.
Yeah, so already got 1 worker kill, no harassment on his own eco. Spearman ship is already on the way. Baltoon's in trouble.
Yeah, that is looking very grim for Baltoon. He lost 2 fishing boats for no return. And I think what's more worrisome is his overall combat ship count. He's stuck at 1 galley. He's got no follow-up to this.
It's not just that. He went a dock too far. Like, 3 docks versus 2, you've seen the difference. Like, I kind of get it because Juji is stronger on the push with the increased production rate, but not that much drastically different.
I wonder if this is not even about naval combat at this point, because one thing I'm noticing is that to the north, he only has 3 fishing boats close to that dock. I'm actually wondering if he's just kind of playing around, trying to just use the docks as the garrison points for fishing boats and not commit a lot of resources into combat ships.
I mean, like, going fast castle here just does nothing for you, though, right? Like, this is not a map that's favorable to fast castle. We're not in the day and age where hulks were locked behind that age up.
And if you wanted to fast castle, you wouldn't be doing 800 food per minute income. You would be sending some villagers on shorefish to actually get the food you need.
Yeah, it's like 1 relic for a Regnitz. Ooh, well done. Like, or a 5% increase in attack speed. Like, it's not going to save you here. So I'm a little bit confused. Baltoon, I think he just kind of got caught off guard by this.
He's getting wheelbarrow right now. His food income is increasing. And he's getting some hawks out there, but this is, at the very least, going to be a super defensive naval gameplay from him.
Yeah, and like the meditation gun is going to be a problem in about 3 minutes. Like, the thing that really makes it scary on this map is how often you can easily get double gold. If you check the gen right now, it's probably getting about 50 gold, and I want to say like maybe 32 wood, right? So 50, yeah, 30. So pretty much what we were expecting. It's a really powerful play because over the minutes, that just adds up to 1, 2, 3 demos. And we've seen how often these war battles are decided by one decisive demo pump.
Exactly. Now, I could see Baltoon trying to just fast castle for the castle edge decks over here. But at the same time, his fishing eco is suboptimal because it was pressured. And if Wham realizes that his opponent is playing very defensive, he's just going to double down on fishing and beat him to castle age.
Yeah, because you do it so much quicker, right? It's like you save 15% and then you build it much faster. So the moment you sense it, even though the HRE economy is better at this stage, it's not 40% better. It's only 20%, right? Like, it's not as big of a difference as you think when you think about it that way.
Hawk count up to reasonable levels, though, here for Baltoon, and Wham needs to be careful. He might have stopped producing combat ships for the last, like, minute or so. And now, combat ship count is actually better over here for Baltoon. Wham does have a flanking galley over here, something that could easily take out fishing boats.
Good
Nice
reaction.
response from Baltoon.
Yeah, that was sick on the retreat as well on the north side. Baltoon was on the very edge of range, so he just kept shooting the small ships. Just completely reset Wham. Big mistake made here by Baltoon, though. Needs to pull the fishing boats to save his bacon. It's going to be tight. Funnel shots come in. Demo not able to finish off, but the archer ship will find some value.
Yeah, nice little detail by Wham, shooting at that retreating Hawk before the demo hit. The demo doesn't instantly kill the the Hawk, but it does like 90% or so damage. So if you can damage that Hawk just a tiny bit with your arrow ship, you can one-shot that with the demo.
Baltoon is going for a big GG punch, and that makes sense in this matchup. We mentioned the HRE is like 15 minutes are done, whereas usually like, longer this goes, the better I feel, right? So that's why you're seeing him queue up so many demos here. He needs a decisive strike in the next 4 minutes. Otherwise, this starts to lean against you because you can already see if you look at the mini-map, that wood line on the Archon has already been munched through halfway. More than halfway.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to understand what Baltoon is trying to do over here. I think he doesn't want to engage into the classical naval warfare that players play because he probably feels like he would just lose that against Wham. So instead what he's doing is basically just trying one big YOLO all-in push and see where it goes. And part of the reason why he's been very, very defensive is because he needed that time to build up this YOLO push. And
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the start is pretty decent because Wham has actually left his base.
Ooh, did someone call a midwife? Because I heard pushing. Here we go. Archers on the front side means that his countered demo is going to start going down first. Demo shoot's now being pulled by Wham. Baltoon right now body blocking his assault route here. A lot of demos coming through, but 2 just resetting him. 1 making it in. That's going to be a big hit. Demos all low on HP.
That is terrible for Baltoon. Having his demos damaged like that, that just takes them out of the game for most part of this fight. Although some of them managed to connect. Decent trades on that side, but when you look at the ship counts, it's still looking better for Wham.
Yeah, and now the counter demos come out, right? Like, Archer ship's been pushed back. Baltoon now just trickling in demos one by one. A bit of a missed micro there. Wham not paying attention. Gives a freebie.
Yeah, at the same time, though, Baltoon is losing his fishing eco back at home. He didn't notice as he was microing his fleet. And at the end of the day, just look at the overall population, KP. Oh, no.
And that's why. That's why we look at the population. An Archer ship from Wham sneaks around the back. Baltoon completely neglecting his economy.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? You talked about this. A single demo can decide the game. He's focusing on his fleet. Oh, no, he's actually diving.
It's just 1 or 2 slip-ups, man. The concentration slips for a second, and Juji, as seems so typical in this tournament, take the lead on Archipelago.
Such a fast-paced game over here. In the last seconds of this game, he tried to dive that low HP Imperial officer with the galleys, but he missed out on it, so he lost both of his galleys. But yeah, it definitely felt like Baltoon didn't want to play much water here, and he just wanted to do one all-in push, see where it goes. Didn't really work out, so Wham gets back into the series in less than 15 minutes.
Whew. Not something most men will brag about, but in this situation, we'll take it. And guys, I see people moaning about ads. You know what the solution to that is? Subscribe. This is why it's so important. When you see a tournament that has water maps, subscribe. 2 seconds and you can miss it all. That's how crazy fast it is on waterfronts. And it means that we are not going to have an insanely fast series, although it was an insanely fast second game. We're getting some distance. 1-1 scoreline. Next up, we're heading to Four Lakes. Now, this is an interesting one. Japan versus English. Japanese, definitely, I would say, the best civ in the game right now in Four Lakes. English are actually kind of creeping up there, Lytical. The opening of the king that applies some pressure, the safety of the fast castle builds, and the Yorishiro-like effect of knights has really impressed me with this civ.
Yeah, there's also that defensive potential that you often very much highlight. And I think the interesting thing with the English is that here, it's legitimate to try and play longbows, to try and pick off those initial shinobi, but you can also play into the king, although, if I recall correctly, yesterday we had a very big, disappointing move from a king, just getting killed by 2 shinobi. That was like, I was watching that, and I was like, dude, because shinobi do get bonus damage against melee troops, so you gotta be careful if you use a king against them. But yeah, I think there is some versatility here with the English, but at the same time, I feel like Japanese have that raw juggernaut power.
Yeah.
And the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of the English here is because one of the strongest elements of English gameplay is playing condensed base with a lot of farms. You won't be doing that on this map.
Yeah, it's going to be all about the fishing. Now, in fairness to that fishing count, you don't really rival the Japanese discount, but you do get 10% off those fishing boats, right? So every little helps. The interesting thing about that king, the king should be able to beat the shinobi, right? You cycle charge in, you move away. So unless your opponent is using like a Shunshin bug, which shouldn't be telling me with this, there is a Shunshin bug of some kind. I still can't figure it out, Lytical, but I was casting a game on Four Lakes the other day on my channel, and I noticed that someone managed to double teleport with the shinobi. So unless Wham knows that secret art, theoretically the king should be able to dent those initial shinobi. And if you think about it, if you kill 2 shinobi, the king pays for himself.
Well, we just have 20 seconds left to go here, KP. Four Lakes with Wood Wall and moving out remaining for game number 4 and 5 here in the Surfshark map draft. But we'll be heading into Four Lakes first, the map choice from the hybrid category, as Wham is going to be in command of the Japanese, facing off against Baltoon's English.
Yeah, a lot of water in these drafts, but then again, we are sponsored by Surfshark, so we've got to surf it up. Into the lakes we go. Wham on the Japanese, Baltoon on the English in the north. What has he got in mind in this game? Obviously, going to be expecting Abbey of Kings. I mean, in theory, you could do a Council Hall build. It depends on the spawn, and unfortunately from that angle, I imagine we're looking at Abbey of Kings, because that is a back spawning gold for Wham.
Yeah, that's actually a very, very nice gold spawn there for Wham. Now, his woodlines are kind of stuck together to the south of his TC, so that's actually a decent pressure point. If you can pressure this angle, you can pretty much cut off Wham from all of his accessible wood. It's going to be an interesting aspect of the game to look at. He also opted to go for the pawn that's a little further away from his base instead of the one that's close to the TC. I don't know about that, KP. I don't think it's going to be a big difference maker. Players, they put a lot of effort into finding the enemy pawn at the very beginning. But I feel like maybe going for that pawn to the very south could have been better for him.
I think it's just the positioning, right? It's like you play forward of the tree line to drop the dock versus this one, which is harder to secure. So like you just take the center. And there's a really cool play for the Japanese. I'm wondering if Wham's going to do it here, where you actually build your farmhouse out on where the dock is, so that you basically have vision up the stream, and it makes it much harder for your opponent to dock down. So we'll see if he actually goes to that. It's a really efficient play, just because it's a house as well as a drop-off location. So like you actually keep your villager optimal. And yeah, there you go. He done it. So farmhouse right there. I mean, we'll discuss the positioning later because there's no shoreline fish there. But it's extra vision, and it's also a blocking point against an aggressive English dock.
Yeah, it's also, indeed, as you said, extra vision, and that's what matters over here. Because oftentimes you see players, despite all their efforts, actually conceding an enemy dock drop on their pawns because, you know, these players are crafty. They will sneak around and they will find the very spot where you're not looking.
Yeah, and it's always in the most unexpected times, right? Like, you know, you could even see a world in which I've seen these type of games where the type of wood situation Wham's got, a player sneaks into that south pond, right, in the corner when you don't expect it. So I don't think we're going to see that in this game, just because like English don't really have any immediate value play, and you don't want to play into the Japanese docks bluntly, because doing that means the Coca Township gets maximum value. Interesting to see if Wham rushes that Coca Township, by the way. We saw a little bit earlier today, someone decided to go for that Coca on a delay with only 6 villages. Kind of cost him control of the opening. And there you go. So it's going to move out. Is that an outpost? Okay, no, it's not a farmhouse. I was going to say, outpost would have been weird to watch, but notice how close he is to the shoreline now, right? And like he's almost going to have perfect vision on that area. He could even probably have went a little bit deeper, and then he'd always see a dock drop.
Yeah, and he's going to continue just marching up to the north, making sure that there's going to be no dock drop. We've actually seen this from the very beginnings of this map being played in competitive settings. Back then, it was players just placing small segments of palisade walls to prevent enemy dock drops. But Baltoon isn't thinking about it just yet. He is just chilling back at home. And speaking of palisade walls, it looks like we might see some here for Wham.
Yeah, it's so expensive as well, because people do like those short palisades. But you have to remember that it costs extra wood to do a short palisade, right? Because the initial foundation cost is 21 wood, and every extra segment is 7. It's like, sometimes I watch that play and I'm like, I feel like you just spent more to cover less. So, bigger fan of these house plays coming out. A little kind of interesting thought here. I actually think Byzantines could be decent on this map because of the border settlements. Because you could just house and you could see all flank approaches. And the whole idea is, like, if you think about it, Four Lakes isn't really about water warfare. It's about water economy. So Byzantines, very terrible, easily the worst ship in the game. Droman doesn't really matter. Yeah, dude, I like, it's gone to the point where I purged the name from my mind. It's such a bad ship.
But it's a fun ship, okay?
No.
It's fun.
It's fun for the other person because they win. Do you like winning, Litter?
No, I like having fun. That is what gaming is all about, KP.
Oh, you're one of those people. Probably still pick Mongols.
All right, Coca Township coming in here for Wham, and it's going to be a council hall opening for Baltoon. So, one thing is sure. Wham should not be able to do damage to those docks because you should have longbows around that will protect them.
It's cool as well, right? The scouting time was buffed by Wham. He knows about the council play. He's got to have anticipated this. Like, this is a very unorthodox build in the current meta, but it's very smart. All right, the Coca now has no value, but this is where Wham's probably just play kind of an atypical land map situation where you just outpost up your gold and say Castle Age it is. One interesting thought here, actually, is like, you know, I have seen some cool builds around Yumi for the Japanese. I don't think he needs to do it here. I think it's kind of overkill. So yeah, instead he's just going to flip the script onto the English economy.
Yeah, I feel like here for the Japanese player, we talked about what the English player can do. Here for the Japanese player, I think the most obvious way of playing this is just contesting enemy pawns, but also leveraging your own, getting to Castle Age, and then getting those mounted samurai out. If Baltoon invests heavily into longbows, those would just get butchered by the mounted samurai. So I think he's going to be more than happy if his opponent ends up committing a lot to longbows.
Drone ship on the way. Of course, they are going to be a little bit cheaper for the English. Archer ship coming up from Wham, so just look for the aggro play. He could easily get into the arrow slits, but the problem is he now needs to build on the outposts. Like, that's kind of smart for Baltoon, right? It's like typically this dot drop comes in, and naval arrow slits ruins your day, but you just can't afford. You have to choose between land or sea. Yeah, this archer ship seems like a bad idea now.
Yeah,
okay. He agrees.
That was a very nice last-minute cancel, by the way. Like, this way, he actually didn't sink a bunch of resources into a ship that would be destroyed in just a second. Instead, Wham already has half the resources he needs for Castle Age. That could be a sub-8-minute Castle Age for him.
Yep, and Baltoon has a problem, because now it's just like, is this council hall a joke to you? Yes, it's a joke. He built 3 longbows, and it just doesn't do anything now.
Yeah, like, this is the thing that I was concerned about for the English on this map. Like, on paper, you look at this and say, hey, my longbows will pick off the shinobi. It's such a good response to the Japanese early game. But frankly, the Japanese almost do not care about that because, well, if they can't torch down your docks, so be it. At the same time, Wham has that Juggernaut eco, and you see he's going to have a massive head start going into Castle Age.
I find Coca usually looks OP when you overreact to it. Like, it's one of those things where it requires a level of engagement for it to even feel valuable, right? Especially since the nerf where you don't immediately get a Shinobi anymore. So like usually the reaction that's reasonable, that's tame, is build a second dock, dummy, right? Like don't panic, overreact, don't build a million units, just build a second dock. Because those Shinobi can't block you out before you get an archer ship. And you know, the longbow idea in theory is good, but now you have no value. I imagine we're going to be looking at a white tower play here from Baltoon, because if you play King's Palace, the game is definitely over.
Yeah, I feel like it's very similar to trade in many cases. Oftentimes, just the fact that you could have a massive upside from trade, or in this case, the Koyoka Township, by torching down the docks, it forces a disproportionate reaction from the opposing player, and oftentimes you just end up going for a Silver Tree, or sometimes even a Chamber of Commerce, just to say, okay, I will see what kind of response my opponent is doing to this, because oftentimes they end up overreacting.
You were pitching me a valuable sale until you brought up Chamber of Commerce. But no, you're all right. Like, that's what made trade OP for a while, right? It's like the Silver Tree, the best build I ever saw, it's actually Recon and Mist that came up with it. The whole idea is that you just double pump traders and then didn't build any more. Because the reaction it took to shut down that trade, you already paid it back in what you spent, but your opponent's now like in the hole while you're going Castle Age. Like, it's an insanely potent play. Longbows in the meantime. Let's not wrap around it. Okay, that is a disgusting spot.
Oh, that is beautiful. Folks, line of sight is shared, so while the longbows cannot see the villagers, as long as the scout can see the villagers from the other side, the longbows can shoot over the trees. So I guess Wham is lucky that he only lost one villager there.
Wow.
Castle Age timing is nice here for Baltoon. I'm not sure if I agree with the Council Hall, though, or the King's Palace, though, as the landmark of choice. He's doubling on barracks, so I think he's going to play Spearman.
Yeah,
I would have potentially preferred just going for a white tower and trying to match this with knights. He's got a good food eco himself.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you have too many villagers and not enough to defend them, right? Like, funnily enough, actually, if Wham senses this at all, you just drop archery range next and Yorishiro switch into Yuumi. And it's kind of crazy. Like, Yuumi at this age, like, you'd think, oh yeah, just react to Longbows. No. Like, I've seen what happens there. Yuumi in Castle Age is kind of like HRE versus English. The movement speed is just too much for you to handle.
Now, if Baltoon is playing it this way, I think having walls is a must for him. He's going to have a very slow-moving army to work with. He's going to be playing into double town centers, so he needs to protect his extra villagers. I really think that he must play walls over here. If he's playing wide open, Wham is just going to run circles around him with the Mounted Samurai, and that second town center that he got from the landmark, that's going to be nearly useless.
Yeah, like the bigger issue now is like Baltoon just going into Spearman like this. I said Yuumi, like actually just racks, right? Like if it was a land map, you'd need Yuumi because it's too expensive otherwise, but on a water map, Ona Bigisha sound pretty damn good about it.
That's true. That's very true. It's a fairly versatile unit as well. It does have that mobility plus ranged attack combination, so it can even pick off spears unless you get swarmed by them, but I think Wham, seeing this, he should be very, very delighted. It's just Spearman, which is definitely not a game-winning unit composition for Baltoon to work with.
No. And, you know, relics are already on the way home for Wham, right? Like, realistically, I'd be surprised if Baltoon gets more than one here, because I think he's going to have to send Spearman out to grab that relic. And you can't send Spearman out until you've got enough to defend your base.
I think, given Baltoon's position, he should be happy if he gets a relic.
Let's
and
go.
That's the other reason why... That's the other reason why this 2TC build is a little awkward. All the advantage that you get from potentially building up a villager lead, it's going to be offset by the relics, but it's actually going to be even more so long term. So, again, I love Wham's position here. I feel like Baltoon might be playing a little reactionary over here, and that could backfire very soon.
I just really want to give a lot of praise to the Canadian bros. Poppy Port especially, the only player to believe that Yuumi actually had a relevance here. And I've been convinced for a long time. You know, like I've heard so many players like, please, Yuumi need buff. It's like, I don't think Yuumi need a buff. If anything, Japanese just need an eco buff and feudal. Because Castle's Yumi spam is kind of bonkers, Litter. The rate at which you escalate, it's genuinely like playing against Zerg. Like, you know the builds we see from Malians where they flood? Yumi does the exact same thing. Baltoon is at risk of getting outnumbered fast.
Yeah, now one thing Baltoon could do is pivot into men-at-arms, especially because Wham is actually being slowed down by population constraints. And many of these mounted samurai actually charged in here, so you see a lot of them are heavily damaged or outright killed here. Looks like some of them will get away, though, and you do have a couple of Shinto priests to heal these up with.
I don't think Baltoon even sees those Yumi yet, though, right? Like,
yeah,
he's
I don't
actually
think he does.
Yeah,
He doesn't have a
remember the
scout.
archery range. Yeah, he has no scout, but the archery ranges were dropped to the back of the base, so Wham is intentionally hiding this play. Because he's seen that Baltoon is about as one-dimensional as a piece of paper, right? Like, he's just building spears.
KP, I have very bad news for you, because a piece of paper is two-dimensional.
No, that's not true, all right? Like, if you flatten it enough.
I mean, yeah, true, but if I flatten you enough, you're also one-dimensional, right?
I mean, if you flatten me enough, I mean, that sounds like I don't know if that counts as a get slim fast diet or something which should probably be on kick. But anyway, Yumi count is going up pretty fast, and the bad news for Baltoon is he's making the worst possible unit against Yumi.
And look at the lack of mobility. This is what I'm talking about when I'm referring to the walls. If the game plan for Baltoon is to build up an eco lead through the addition of a second town center, then he needs to protect those villagers. Otherwise, his game plan falls apart, and he's only up by 6 eco, but at the same time, he's missing out on all those relics.
Maybe they're the distraction for Baltoon's real No, that's dying as well. So this is really just going to be a 5-relic game. And Baltoon hasn't really set up on the east side pond, right? So it's not like he's got an edge there. He's very slow on that escalation. Mount Samurai is starting to wrap around the back. You said that Baltoon needed a wall. Well, guess what? Wham's doing it for him.
I love it. This is actually, I think Beastie was the one who really started doing this on this map. Once you get to this mid-castle age and the game gets chaotic, you start to just wall across the entire map, because what you have back at home is an absolute juggernaut of an economy. Crazy food eco from the fishing, a lot of gold available across the map as well. If you section off the map, it's going to be very difficult for your opponent to pressure your eco, and if they can't pressure your eco, you will just snowball the game with an infinite flow of units.
More villagers about to go down. Range damage 2 just came in as well. I believe we have got Armorclad surely at this stage. No, I don't think he has. Like, it feels like they're taking too much damage. Okay, he has. I'd still, like, the Yumi, even more than a tickle, is surprising here. The problem is, like, you're going the men-at-arms, but you know, I'm expecting what? You could just keep scaling Mounted Samurai with this type of economy, or you can take the easier route now and just go into Samurai Yumi.
I think siege weapons could also be a thing here, but I think for Baltoon, it starts by cleaning up all these raiding Mounted Samurai in his base. He's finally walling off the southern part of his map. But you see, he's now heading out towards this gold mine to the front, which is more than exposed. That's the only safe gold he has. Safe in quotation marks. So now, if Wham starts pressuring this angle, he can easily cut Baltoon off from all accessible gold.
I'm wondering, is Wham considered like a second TC down the line? Because this is the thing, like the lakes do reach a critical mass where they just don't return enough anymore. So like, there has to be something conscious on his mind. But maybe we see Eurashira drop. That has started to return as a popular play. Like, it actually fell off for a while because if you commit Eurashira into your TC, it's a permanent loss, right? Like, you can't get that Eurashira back.
War was still incomplete here, and once again, Wham started mixing in more Mounted Samurai, realizing that Baltoon stopped making spears. And as long as these wars are incomplete, Baltoon will just keep chasing these Mounted Samurai all around his base, I feel.
Yeah, and he's not addressing the real threat coming now, right? Because he's going mass men-at-arms. So this sets up the players expecting. Like Japan with Adachi Tech Samurai, they turn you into mincemeat, right? They make you look like a delicious chunk of sushi. It's not even close.
And there's one Bannerman out there for Wham. He is getting the second one very soon. Wars will finally complete for Baltoon. I just don't know where he's going from here. Just look at the ecoscape. Food is great for Baltoon.
Yeah.
That's a little underwhelming for Wham. It's actually surprisingly underwhelming for Wham.
Well,
when you look at the gold income.
Like, this is why Coca, I think, is overrated quite often. Is like, you could have had all these farms, right? And then wood, right?
Oh,
At
sure
this
enough.
stage of the
I'm just
game.
saying, like, compared to Baltoon's food eco,
Oh yeah,
it's
he's taking
very
a dump on
underwhelming.
Wham's economy. Like that's another reason why you had to go Yumi. I mentioned a bit earlier, it's like Mount Samurai plus like Samurai, for example, bad. So you have to go Yumi. But I mean, Baltoon's reaction has been clean, right? Like if Wham can get enough Samurai together, let's say they both wait until pop and nothing happens, Samurai will win. The problem in this game is Baltoon should reach pop far before Wham.
Yeah, he needs it because this gold mine is more than exposed. But I agree, it's like 40 men-at-arms he's playing around with, and Wham only has 12 samurai. In fact, most of the army that Wham has is just Yumi. Sacred Victory unlocked over here by Wham, but he doesn't really have those positions fortified, so this is not something that Baltoon should worry about. And I'm actually wondering if Wham is flirting with the idea of Imperial Age, especially because he's been floating a lot of food for the last like minute or so. He used it all up, but he still is floating a lot of gold.
That would be an interesting way to lose the game quickly here. I think if you go imp, Baltoon just pushes, right? Like, even if you have a Castle Crow, I don't think that works against this many men-at-arms.
What's a little puzzling is that Wham walled off the far right, but he actually stopped walling right there, so everything else is wide open. He's looking to pressure this gold mine, though, and that's definitely the prime target for him, but he doesn't really have the army right now to deal with 40-plus men-at-arms.
No. It's fake posturing by Wham. If he calls the bluff, he's going to have to retreat. Baltoon moves in for the clash. Berries are working against him. This is why England hates berries so much. Not because of the terrible gathering rates, because they ruin their fights. Still, this retreat, like, you think it's going to be fast because of Yumi, but you have to remember Samurai slow this down to a grinding halt.
Yeah, and if you keep your Yumi alive, but you lose your Samurai, that's just terrible here still for Wham. Find the choke point, take a fight in Mangonel, get some good hits out there.
Yeah, and now he's fighting because the attack speed aura isn't there anymore. Smart read by Wham. Baltoon theoretically should be able to keep the flood going, though. Crossbows are starting to show up, and the Mango yet to target them.
Yeah, that's weird because the Samurai get butchered by all these crossbows, and because the Samurai are gone, men-at-arms can now hit the archers. Baltoon was actually a little late flanking around that gold mine to hit the Mangonel.
I think he's just dead. I mean, the problem is, like, the eco's caught up now, but the numbers as well. Baltoon, this was about the whole army, right? Like, half the army was chilling at home on a coffee break. You know how us British people are. We love our breaks. But now that the crossbows are here, great wallop from the double Mango play. May just about turn this around, but those Mango's now in trouble. Men-at-arms dive in. Yumi do no damage against this. Crossbows, terrible micro there from Baltoon, but he does finally take out the siege.
That might have been a lifeline for Wham, though. If he doesn't land those 2 hits on the crossbows, I think this fight snowballs out of control. Baltoon is creeping up with the towers for the network of castles aura again, but many of those men-at-arms and crossbows are battered. And really, that Mangonel came in so clutch for Wham, might have dragged this game out just to the extent he needs it.
Yeah, I mean, I could just envision being Baltoon in that situation, just selecting the men-at-arms and constantly clicking on the Mangonel and forgetting about your duties to the back line. Like, that's crazy. I mean, that game, that looked like a pivotal moment where Wham should have lost it, but that double Mango strike on the backside, completely setting Baltoon back here. Still a Nico lead. He should be able to inflate a little bit quicker, but all of a sudden, we may have to look a lot deeper in this game.
Well, you're saying eco lead, but when you look at the overall resource gather rates, it's actually favoring Wham. He's sitting on 3 relics, soon to be 4, and 2 sacred sites as well. Mind you, sacred site countdown is down to 7 minutes. But at the same time, Baltoon is lacking blacksmith upgrades. I think part of the reasons why he lost that fight is because blacksmith upgrades are looking a lot better for Wham right now.
The crazy thing is he's so focused on getting that aura, he's not looking after the formation of units here. Wham continues to push him back. Samurai count now up to 35. Baltoon has a big issue.
And remember, Baltoon didn't lose most of the men-at-arms in that fight. He lost the crossbows because of the Mangonel shots, and those are the crossbows he needed to start picking off those samurai.
I think this is the snowball point the other way, right? Like, now you have to get into Springhorns. English is one of the hardest civs to siege transition. The only reason it's looked easy these days is White Tower's kind of OP, right? Like, lets you get into that. But siege workshop on the front side, I mean, that's bold. It's almost like he's holding up a pea-shooter gun and going, I swear, I'll shoot, because if you do build anything out of that, it's gonna die.
But he needs to fight because his villagers are being pushed away from this gold mine. He had to move to the north to take that last intact gold vein. He's gonna have to fight very soon because otherwise he's gonna be denied of all gold. And of course, Wham is still sitting on the sacred site countdown, now down to 6 minutes.
He's looking pretty dead at this point. Samurai gonna back up. Mango shots coming in. He needs to fin the herd and get him right now. Like, ignore the Samurai, but Wham on point with the micro. Body blocking him all the way around. Finally wanted to leak in. But this is not a quick kill. He's not going to be able to do it. The Udachi tech clears him up, and Baltoon at risk of being swatted away like a fly.
And because he has no other siege workshops, he couldn't bring in a Springald to snipe those Mangonels. I love how Wham only committed to this fight once the siege workshop was gone, knowing that there is nothing that can take out the Mangonels as long as he body blocks the man-at-arms.
I mean, that feels like that has to be it, right? Like, Baltoon, I'm not really sure how you get the army back together. The military lead is out of control in this game. The samurai count, every time I look at it, is going up. And we already mentioned this is the count of men-at-arms. Like, crossbows also feel very limited in this situation unless you've already got 50 together.
Oh my, I mean, Baltoon, when he broke out of his base, it seemed like that's an army that Wham cannot stop, but that Mangonel just wiping out half of the crossbows, just taking out the tool that was supposed to destroy all these samurai, and now it's just Wham on a roll. His army is twice the size of Baltoon's, and all these precious farms that Baltoon built up, they'll be gone in a second.
It just shows you how one single moment in these fights can change everything. Just imagine how different these fights would now look if Baltoon didn't lose half of his crossbows to that mango wall. If staggered formation, for example, had just been used there. But we don't deal in ifs and buts. You know, was it if ifs and buts were cookies and nuts, then every day would be Christmas. But right now, Wham's the one getting the presents. 2-1 scoreline already on match point.
This is a tough one to take for Baltoon because despite the fact that the game's beginning was a little shaky and it didn't seem like it was going to go well for Baltoon, he had a definitive moment where it seemed like Wham was going to get overwhelmed by all these men-at-arms and crossbows. But, you know, you got to credit Wham for taking that fight at the place he did. It was a choke point blocking out the men-at-arms. He had a Mangonel supporting. It was outside the range of the network of Castle's aura. And really, that single fight at like 20 minutes or so, that's the one that pretty much won the game for Wham.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that the English were able to stay that close and competitive actually in that game. Like I was saying, I think they have crept up the rankings. I put them in like a top 5 placement for Four Lakes, so not a bad pick there. You know, I did notice people mentioning ads popping up there. Once again, like we don't like choose the ads. Twitch does it. I do know that there's a system where it somehow chooses when to run the ads, and I have a theory, Litter. It might be when my voice squeaks. because no, hear me out. Like I read about this. Twitch actually has it set up so that in high action moments, like it says it's not meant to, but I think it does the opposite. That it brings them out. So apologies, guys. Nah, I'm not going to promise not to squeak. I guess the only thing you're going to be able to do is subscribe to the channel. I mean, I haven't seen any gifted subs in like the last hour? Has it been an hour already? Like big shout out to the people who came out earlier. Like if you haven't subbed to the channel yet, if I'm not seeing those emotes, I could. Why am I not seeing them? Dude, like this is the first weekend of the main event. We've still got several weekends to go. Do you know how many hours of gameplay that is without ads? Do you know how many emotes that is to spam around the platform? Oh my god, good bang for buck. Good luck taking advantage of that. Thank you very much. But now we do see the funkiness, Litter. I mentioned that Ottoman pick and the chances of it coming up. It's going to be making an appearance on Woodwall. Dude, this is going to be a trade game.
Oh my, and we talked about this. Baltoon has the less conventional civilizations going into these games. Also means that he's going to choose between Chinese and Delhi for moving out if we get to game number 5. But Ottomans, it's not something that you very commonly see on a Woodwall. I guess the big question mark here for Baltoon, you know, is that if it's so obvious of a trade potentially, then Wham knows what to do against that. So I think there's going to be a lot of plays here on this map for mind games. It's going to be an interesting one to take a look at because we could be in for a slow start like we've been in this map, Four Lakes.
I mean, I think Abba just out-trades though, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like, this could be... What I'm thinking about is how Four Lakes played out. Once the players realized that they cannot sneak docks, it was just a back and forth kind of posturing in the middle of the map, eco-booming until some critical fights happened. I could see the same thing happening here, like saying, okay, we're going to do a little posturing back and forth, but if I cannot build up a decisive advantage, I'm just going to boom back at home. We could easily see 2 players trading, for instance.
Yeah, I think like you still go military wing opening because the thing is I'm expecting this to be a military school, so you'll have to deal with the spears, right? So naturally you get double arch, double spear, you kill the spears, then you go block their trade. Then it's just passive trade at home, right? But then you could just sneak out and set up trade over time. So like, you know, if that happens, I mean, the Ottoman trade doesn't really get good until Imp, if we're being totally real, right? Like Abbasid trade gets good in feudal age.
Yeah, now, if the Abbasid player is playing very eco-heavy, the Ottomans do have a decent window in late feudal to do a lot of damage. But at the same time, the concern is that if that push stalls out, then you just end up losing the game. And let's not forget, this is match point here for Baltun. So I think one of the added elements going into game number 4 here with the match point on your opponent's side is that you might be a little bit more cautious taking risks, because if you end up losing out on those risks, then you're just going to end up losing out on the set, and you'll be playing an elimination game next week.
Sorry, I clocked out when you said Ottoman feudal. I'm never convinced these days, man. I think it has to go to castle, and I'm wondering if you take too long, does the Abbasid just get too far ahead? I mean, I guess we're gonna find out. Possibly the last game of the day here. I see those subs coming through. Keep them rolling in. You guys are absolute superstars. But it's time to stick our superstars on the stage. Wham! On match point, 2-1. Baltun, if he gets that second point, we get blessed with more moving out. Pray for it. We need the chaos. We thrive in the chaos. But for now, it's time to get woodwalled.
Spawning in on the right side, it's going to be Wham in command of the Abbasid dynasty with the color red. And on the opposing side, a somewhat unconventional civilization here for Baltun. He's going to be using the Ottomans with the color yellow. So, KP, there is definitely potential to trade, but there's also potential for some early aggression. If there is going to be any of that, though, that has to come from Baltun, you feel?
Yeah, it's tough because, like, by the time you get there with the spearmen, there's not much you can block out that is meaningful, in my opinion, because military wing will not be too far behind. Like, I actually think sometimes people just kind of overvalue the initial spear harass. Like, actually, a lot of the times it's better to just use those initial spears to push in the deer. And the cool thing about pushing those deer is if you do that, then you can definitely afford to go for the Sultani trade network, right? Because you have 2.4k extra food underneath your TC. So we'll see if Baltun wants to go for that. I believe stone has not been touched extra, so like, maybe we should be seeing the military score, but considering there's no one on wood yet, it looks like we're just going to get a fast feudal.
I kind of like that. I think one thing that Baltun could think about is getting early military schools going in Feudal Age if this game is a little passive at the beginning. Because one thing that's often kind of talked about with the Ottomans is that they build up power over time. So the sooner you get your military schools down, the sooner you will start building up that force. And especially if this game is very passive at the beginning, you're going to leverage that passive military production quite a bit.
Yeah, I feel like the fuel escalation is underwhelming, though. The only real value in military school there is those opening spears for the deer shove. And the other element that's quite valuable is it gets you close to the next vizier point, right? Like, outside that, you know, I think I've seen a lot of games where military school almost just feels pointless. Like, players are just doing it because they're going through motions. Like, you'll see them build a spear, they'll go stab a villager on gold, and then they'll go home. It's like, gold flaps all around. We did hurt him. Eventually, he'll die, right? But, like, you didn't push the deer in. At that point, the scout blocked you out. Looks like instead, you know, we're going to have a bit more of a standard build for Baltun, actually. No trade. You sure? Yeah, I'm about to say, we better rewind that and run it back, my friend. Sultani Trade Network on the way. This is becoming quickly the new go-to build for a lot of Ottoman players. I think Louis MT was actually one of the first players to do this. So it was a Sultani Trade Network 2TC Fast Castle, and then gradually you trend into Imp. Now, where it gets interesting, I wonder if he'll actually do it. I know Louis' build actually involves going for the Seagate Castle, which is unheard of with the Ottomans currently.
I mean, at the very beginning of competitive Ottomans, back when the DLC was released, I've actually seen a lot of Seagate castles, especially in team games. But yeah, ever since then, it has been a no-show basically in tournaments.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because ever since the change, you have to remember Sultani Trade Network got changed so that you actually get less gold slightly from each trader, but you can now stockpile more traders inside the landmark. And if you stockpile them inside the landmark, they actually give some gold, which is very safe, right? It's just passive gold trickle at home. Where it got really cool is the increase in value. I think with trade bags, it went from something like 340 to 420 when you're loaded out inside that landmark. But like on a map like this, your end goal should be to long distance trade, right? Like that's the way it's set up. In fact, he even has a very desirable route on the right side because he has got the trade post close to his side. So Wham, I mean, Eco Wing versus Trade Wing. So I remember going through this before because like you can actually kind of dissect this within the Abbasid order itself, which is that military wing was really good at stopping trade wing. Trade Wing was really good at stopping Eco Wing, and Eco Wing was really good at stopping Military Wing. So, with that in mind, does that mean that, like, if Ottomans kind of play a weird Trade Wing, is it as good? No. I mean, it can't
I don't think so. Okay, the concern I feel for the Abbasids is that they are not traditionally a civilization that can finish games quickly. It's not going to be a setup where you can go like super aggro all in and finish the game.
Yeah.
And if you don't do that, those military schools that Baltoon is already building, those are going to start building up troops, and you're just going to stall out. So I'm not sure about this. This seems like a classic 2TC build here for Wham. He's mining stone, but here's the thing, KP. We talk about this millions of times. 2TC builds are generally beaten by trade builds.
Yeah, that's where the Eco Wing gets kind of interesting, right? It's like it actually makes it tighter. But I'm saying like in the Abbasid mirrors, Trade Wing beats Eco Wing because it inflates so much quicker. But like this isn't an Abbasid Trade Wing. We haven't got Spice Roads, right? Like you're not actually getting an insane increase in rates. And I think trade bags, is it not? It's a tier 3 Vizier point, right? So you're not getting trade bags anytime soon, which is the 40% increased gold gathering. It's like your trade is kind of underwhelming. I think he's still going to have to go second TC.
Yeah, I don't know, but I feel like if he's doing that, I'm thinking more of a semi-fast castle approach for Baltoon. Because let's not forget, we could also see this setup where he's just using the trade as a bait. He has seen the second TC from Wham, and he's also seen that Wham is now building production buildings as a potential response to trade. Although I'm not sure if Wham actually spotted the landmark.
By the way, just got confirmation. Vizier point tier 2 for the trade backs. But like that's still quite deep in the game for that to kick in, right? So, I mean, Sipahi coming out, but Wham already has the spin reaction. You know, it's a fairly safe second TC. I thought maybe he'd try for a second one on the tree line, but this probably feels a lot easier to connect with and defend. Does also secure enough food to start inflating those spear counts. And double
Look at that.
range.
I love that.
So wait, did he built the blacksmiths at home though, right? Like that's kind of the funky thing with this build is like it's why Ottoman's proxy bases always look weird on land maps. Is like you know you're gonna have splintered production.
This is gonna be dangerous for Wham because Wham is in the base of Baltoon right now, and Sipahi could chase down that scout. Wham is gonna have zero information about the proxy base.
He could have actually pinched that scout right there between the lumber camp. I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, Baltoon's usually quick on the fingers, those reactions. But yeah, what is it with this map and proxy base? Like, was Baltoon just watching Recon earlier? He's like, I'm inspired.
Maybe he was. Like, we often downplay that, but many of the players actually look at the games and, that is such a big brain move by Baltoon. He started building an archery range back at home, I'm pretty sure, because he was like, okay, I'm making Sipahi, and my opponent needs to believe that I'm going to build archers to deal with the spearmen. So I'm going to start building a range back at home, but when the scout leaves, I cancel it. I get a full refund, so it doesn't get surprised about, or I, in general, don't reveal the fact that I have ranges elsewhere.
The wildness is like Wham may not have expected this because he would have went in the base and seen no wheelbarrow as well, right? Like players at this level are checking those type of details. Like what kind of savage walks 2 villages across the map pre-7 minutes without wheelbarrow, right? There is only one kind of savage, my friends. Raid coming in. I mean, the villagers can defend this against a horseman, easy peasy. Sipahi should be able to guard it. More spearmen now on the way to try and buffer this. So that's one weakness of Baltoon right now. All of his archers are not here, but they are killing.
They are, and I love the patience of Baltoon. He only showed up when he had a meter around and he had like 6 or 7 archers. He's killed 2 villagers and he has managed to push those berries. This is a mass migration now from Wham, and don't forget, it's not that big of an effort from Baltoon to just build a range back at home and start getting some archers out, because right now Wham is going to have to defend against this, and that's going to be challenging to do.
Yeah, and cool detail is he went for the meta point. Remember that meta gives you a movement speed advantage when you're in formation. That's how he's getting in so quick, and that's why Wham's reactions seem slow. Like, these archers are basically moving like Yumi.
And they're picking off so many vills here, KP. 6 villagers down. Villager count is dead even between the 2 players. And don't forget, Baltoon is getting a lot of free production from those military schools.
Yeah, and also he's getting gold trickle from the trade. So that's allowing him to get into blacksmith upgrades. He's already got steeled arrow. A little bit surprised wheelbarrow didn't take a high priority, but it's all about the archer pump, right? Like, the weakness of what Wham's done here is because he didn't go for melee wing, he doesn't have boot camp. he doesn't even have composite bows to look forward to if he goes castle. Like, his archers are in no way better than the Ottomans. In fact, they are worse.
And that wood line is just a death trap right now for Wham. Side note, he's got 2 lumber camps. Both of them are on the wood lines on the right side. So it's not like he went to a backup wood line. You can actually see he chopped the northern tree line, and then he started chopping this tree line close to the TC. So he never actually ventured up until this point to this very south wood line. He lost a lot of villagers, lumberjacks those were.
Yeah, but Baltoon has to die between the 2 TCs, right? So, like, I think he's going to try to run to the south one. Yeah, because it's not garrisoned yet. Unfortunately, Wham kept enough nearby. He's going to start diving through. Army's way too big to contest. And look at that idle time. Run, little villagers, run.
And remember, with the Matter, you move quicker, so you can actually run past that DC very, very quickly. Matter does take... that's a lot of damage, but, I mean, Baltoon has to be happy. Yeah, but like, I would dare to say that if he loses that Matter, he would still be all right.
Yeah, but, I mean, how does he keep it alive, dude? The size of the brain on this guy. Seiko in this Baltoon is a name that people should put credence on. However, Wham, still respectable all times, right? Free villager pincher coming in with the mass spim, and not something you see too often.
That's gonna hurt for Baltoon, though, especially because his reinforcements are now getting intercepted. And at the end of the day, Wham still has the eco lead because most of the villager kills that Baltoon got, that was offset by that quick raid by Wham.
Also, another interesting detail here, though, is the blacksmith situation. Like, Wham is struggling because of that. He needs to get blacksmith techs. It's a huge advantage now. Steeled arrow and undermesh. You're trying to play into archers as a losing battle. The horseman cannot carry you against upgraded archers like this. So if we don't see a blacksmith drop soon, he's going to be in trouble. It's like he read my mind. So... Supply, I'd actually love to see Baltoon like add in a stables on the forward side here, actually. Just kind of ramp up production of Cav. Outpost in the meantime. It's so hard against these metas. They're so quick to get in. The villagers, the panic build-up here is going to cost him dearly.
Oh my
Wow.
lord. That's a lot of villager casualties, though. Once again, swinging in the favor of Baltoon. And it's not just the casualties, it's the idle time as well.
I mean, every time. Every single time you see Wham build an eco lead, Baltoon's like, time for a Cullen. Could we see a game number 5 to close out the second day of the group stage? It's starting to feel that way. Wham! He's at least getting a bit of breathing room to get some horsemen in. We have now got Steeled Arrow on the way, but the meta is still a difficult detail. These guys have been doing the hard work. If it wasn't for this raid force for Wham, this game would already be over.
Oh, certainly. Like, this is the only thing that's keeping Wham in this game. And, you know, KP, no matter what the outcome of this series, one thing is sure. Even if Baltoon ends up losing this set, he is going to be a dangerous foe next week. Like, this group is really stacked, man, because Baltoon is definitely playing at a very high level, although right now he's having problems of his own. Right now, 0 food per minute for him, for instance. That's definitely not something that he's happy about. But it's not like Wham's eco is a lot more intact either.
He has got the double outpost, right? That's what delayed him. And the deer is kind of deceptive. Like, he could have been a bit more optimal in dropping off early to make sure he can build some units, but should be fixed soon. In the meantime, Wham, it's still a quality difference here, right? And you have to consider Vizier points that get added in over time can give other quirky little advantages here. I wouldn't be surprised if we're looking at maybe an extra military school as a priority soon.
Yeah, he kind of needs to do that, as looks like his hunters will be discovered. He's a little slow to react, but he does have 2 towers nearby, and towers will be enough to push this away.
It's crazy, actually, how little losses Baltoon would have accrued, if he had Wheelbarrow this whole time. Like, I don't know if it's an oversight in the build at this stage, or if it's just an accepted issue, a sacrifice you have to make.
Yeah, he's rarely picking any gold, so I feel like this is just an almost all-in style commitment to that military production. So I think part of the equation here for him is that he simply said, listen, I'm not going to mine gold, I'm just going to mass-produce units, so I can't really afford a wheelbarrow right now.
So, Wham. Archer mass is almost equal now to Baltoon's, but like long-term wood is a question mark here. You know, Baltoon is definitely struggling in that department as well due to that raid force on the backside. Still reluctant to send anything back to deal with that. And, you know, that's where the numbers are deceptive here, right? Like, actually, Baltoon has like a 10 military lead when it comes to Wham's base, right? And meanwhile, the outpost, the thing that is slowly killing off this raid force that Wham had.
Yeah, the horseman is gone, so the spears should not be able to do much against this. Now, Wham almost depleted these small wood lines that he had, and Baltoon is now building a ram, or he will be soon building a ram with siege engineering coming in. And I think Baltoon was trying to play wood denial. He's probed this central area over and over again to see if his opponent is chopping trees there. And now I think he's realizing that those wood lines are depleted. He's going to try to just pinch to the south, hit the other wood line. Gotta credit Wham, though, because he's been avoiding this aggression for the last few minutes, and he's slowly built up a villager lead. Now he's up by 10 eco.
Yeah, and these raids are still annoying, right? Like, he needs a lot of wood because he just went siege engineering. Great little micro bat there, but he's still not finishing those spears. So if he gets idled out again, like, it kind of sacrifices something, right? Like, you either lose archer lead or you end up losing ram production.
Still, you do have the military schools working for you, so some of that eco difference is being offset. And I don't like how we're still losing villagers to just 1 or 2 spears over here. Please don't lose a villager to the scout. That would be very embarrassing.
We got a little bit of time. Focus on the ram. I'm sure nothing ugly is going to happen back there. See, like, it's absolutely fine.
There we go.
So, outpost now being assaulted. That's the secondary TC, remember, so not that healthy. Second ram would go a long way here for Baltoon, but he's falling behind on archer count now.
What I would love to see is a couple of Sipahi being sent to the left, though. Because both of the berry patches that Wham had initially, they are on the right side. They're being denied right now. He's able to take food because he's taking the hunt to the left and the berries to the left. If Baltoon sends a couple of Sipahi that way, that could be devastating for Wham.
So the idea here is to shoot so much wood at the wood that it can't move and gives up on life. Totally makes sense. Yeah, Archer's able to rain that down. That's why I was expecting maybe like a double ram, because then you can commit onto the TC, and you can kind of justify diving, right? But like, with one ram, you just have to sit back and let us do its magic. I mean, right there, it's not a good trade, right? You lose 200 wood for 100 wood.
At this point, Baltoon is staying long enough to see his opponent depleting all available wood, except for the one in the middle.
Oi, oi, oi. Village on the front line again. A little bit of a dive underneath the TC. I don't think we got ranged armor activated by the looks of that. Dying a little bit too quick on those Sipahi. Dive's going to come in. Notice the horsemen are not here for Wham, being held back in reserve.
Yeah, it's double matter as well.
Can't snipe that aura. Archer's moving in. This might be the point where it's actually worth switching over to the attack speed. I think he is actually sticking on the ranged armor, though. Final Sipahi about to flop down. Archer mass. Wham, barely having a lead here, but that attack speed aura, it should end up favoring Baltoon.
He detached a couple of archers, though. He's hitting the wheels.
Oh.
He's hitting the wheels while all of this is happening, but Wham, he is fleeing. He did lose quite a few villagers, though. He lost 22 whales overall, and he still keeps losing some. Look at the eco count, though. I feel like despite how suboptimal this fight was for Baltoon, he managed to eco the ecos out.
Yep.
And with the Matter buff, he can run away from this.
And he's still got more archers being annoying on the forward side, right? So, like, the other thing is, with that meta, he'll always get away. It's just wasted time. And if Wham ever has to pull more archers to chase that down, which you'll always have to do, it's an opportunity. The only problem here is Baltoon needs an extra meta for the second wave.
Yeah. Slowly but surely, Wham is
kidding me?
leveraging that eco lead he had. So, like, you definitely feel like Baltoon's push is stalling out a little.
It's actually crazy the way he's just keeping right on the edge of distance here. Bit greedy of a commitment in there from Baltoon. If he just said duck it in the end, decides to commit in with the archers. An ambitious fight, considering he had to clean out.
I don't like this for Baltoon.
Was that a misclick?
I don't know. Maybe
be.
he stopped unintentionally. Maybe he was looking to fight. He was holding the Matter all the way at the back, but I think once he saw the archers dying
no, the
on
villagers!
Matter...
Oh, the Sipahi! Wow!
This is what he needed. This is exactly what he needed.
Fortitude goes hard here. 4 Sipahi get in. More eco damage done. Now, it's still an 8 eco lead for Wham, but the wood is becoming an issue. If you check that backline, he's about to expire there, right? So he needs to win on the forward side. The good news is Baltoon just threw away a critical mass of archers at a critical point.
Yeah, agreed. If Baltoon still had most of his archers intact on the left side, I would say he's in a decent position now. But his archer count is just miserable. It's 23 against 50 on the field. And I don't see him queuing more archers. He might just be hard switching into Sipahi at this point. And that might actually work, because let's not forget, Wham is still being raided on the left side on the food, and Wham now needs to move onto the wood in the middle.
WAM really needs a Camel Archer at this point. They're kind of underrated in these situations. It used to be very popular in Abbasid mirrors, like you just build one Camel Archer, debuff the entire Horseman battalion. Kind of similar here, right? Like definitely runs risks against Sipahi, but when the Archer lead is this big, it's how you protect yourself, because Horseman will never beat Sipahi.
Yeah, those Sipahi could be dangerous. It's 57 archers, but Sipahi count is increasing for Baltoon. Baltoon needs to be patient, though. He can't pull the trigger too soon, otherwise he's just going to get all of his Sipahi butchered by a mass of archers.
He goes in anyway. Fortitude has been activated quite early here. No meta on the front side. 2 more just got pumped, but they're not here yet. And the Sipahi definitely not getting the trades in, but dying fast. On the other side of this, archers get pinched out by the Horsemen.
I think he tried to use this as a distraction to hit the berries on the other side, but he found no villagers. Instead, he ran into Horsemen, and he's going to tap out.
Woo! Baltoon, one of the few players I might trust with the Ottomans in his hands, but unfortunately, just one slip-up, one mistake is all it takes to fall victim to the Canadian and lose out 3-1.
Gotta credit Wham for his resilience, though. He was under so much pressure here, but he kept his composure. And Baltoon was never really able to truly cut into that eco advantage that he had. In fact, if you think about it, Wham was actually able to hit his opponent's eco as well with just a handful of spears and horsemen. Baltoon has shown some very cool things, though, today, KP. I feel like the scoreline doesn't do him justice. It's 3-1, but all of these games were super competitive. Maybe except for the Islands one, but really, Baltoon has shown a lot of good things. And I think he's going to be a dangerous player to play against in the elimination matches next week.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, what? Imagine the map 5 as well. We would have had probably Chinese versus Malians, kind of a spicy idea there, but we don't quite get that far. Crazy how close Baltoon had it in both game 3 as well as game 4 here, right? Against Wham, who most people would easily put top 6 in the entirety of AoE4 right now. He's that much on fire. But can't fault the Canadian, man. Perfect performance in the end in that game to recover a very uncomfortable position up against the Ottomans. But love the creativity, man. I'm always a fan of seeing a way the Ottomans can play Feudal Age, because that feels like the area of the game where they look completely worthless right now. Time to check in on the groups, though, because that is the end of the first weekend of Master of Realms. And I believe we do have our results in to see how each of the players have been performing. So, of course, looking across at the games played in, I believe this is Group D, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's what the big label at the bottom left says.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's on the bottom left. Whoops. I'm looking at top right. What can I say? You know, I don't read bottom left, top right. Right? You know, this is actually a psychological thing that people read top left to right to bottom left. So just saying, you know. But yes, it's going to be a cool result coming in from Lucifer. We saw him perform early today. Really astounding performance up against CSO. Very convincing. Into the Wham performance, got to give it to Baltoon, man. That looked like that could have been a 5-game series. But I think the kind of like biggest surprise actually came in the other group today, right? Like the Anatan series, I think, is what had a lot of people's jaws dropping to the floor.
Indeed, Group C over here. Puppy Paw and Anatan leading out there. And, you know, it's not just the fact that Anatan took out Vortex, but he did so in a 3-0 fashion. And that was probably the biggest surprise of the day. Both of them played very high level, but Anatan might have played the best Age of Empires series he has ever played. It's going to be an absolute banger looking at him versus Puppy Paw, 2 players that have not yet dropped a single game in this tournament so far.
And Recon versus Vortex definitely going to be a true testament to whether Recon has actually shrugged off his bad habits of living in a turtle shell and is ready to embrace the bloodshedding life, because Vortex is definitely the type of player that is not going to play chill and give him time to boom up. If you guys didn't catch the games from yesterday, some cool results coming out there as well. Killjadi able to take a 3-2 win over B. Beastie able to 3-0 Zierton. Meanwhile, across in Group A, Marine Lord was able to get a 3-0 over Cat, and Louis MT coming out ahead against Dumu 3-1. Interesting result considering historically Dumu had still been favored there, but got to give it to Louis. He's on another form recently. If you guys didn't catch those games, you'll be able to see them across on the YouTube side. They'll be uploaded across the week. On top of that, the VODs are going to be available. Reminder, I think Twitch does actually run ads occasionally in VODs, so if you want to avoid that, once again, another reason to subscribe. But Lidda, incredible opening weekend of Age of Empires 4 Action Master Realms. Anything that's been a really big standout for you, like a map that you've loved seeing or a civ that's been surprising you? Maybe a player?
I would hate to say or highlight a single map here, KP. I feel like it's more about the diversity that we've seen And I'm genuinely happy that we are seeing some of these chaotic maps, not just the maps from the chaos category itself, but in general maps that play out very differently from classic competitive maps. I honestly love seeing those, and we've been treated with some very, very unique competitive games this weekend. Games that we don't see on maps like Dry Arabia or the other classic competitive maps.
It's why I think, patches are important to change civs, but also new maps occurring is critical as well. Like, keep some of the original, but definitely offer new flavor. Because the reality is, especially when you're talking about a game that is the size of AoE4, not everyone can dedicate 40 plus hours to playing per week, right? Like, that's just not realistic, especially in this day and age with costs being what they are. People have to go get a job. They have to make sure they can provide shelter for themselves to even play the game. So, like, when you have some creators who are actually able to dedicate that time, it can become an unfair advantage in that, like, they earned it through the time they committed, but it kind of creates a gatekeep. I talked about this at the start of the day. It's why having maps like Moving Out, Capello come back, these type of things where it forces kind of a soft reset, a new assessment, it offers up very thrilling and actually enjoyable situations that I always love to see. And you know what I'd love to see, guys? I'd love to see all those subs coming through, all those raids. Keep up the support. Remember, we've still got a few more weekends of Master of Realms action to come. We've still got the rest of the group stage. We've still got the playoffs. And I'm sure we'll have a fun show match in mind down the line. And once again, check out Surfshark. Like, I cannot emphasize this enough. You know how you actually keep sponsors like this around right now in this day and age, in time where people want to see a return on investment? You prove that it's a good fit. If you guys are considering VPNs, now is the time to check it out. Let them know that you love EGC TV and you love yourself a cheeky little discounted deal or a sneak peek at a movie that you probably shouldn't have access to in your country. These are all things that Surfshark can help you with. But later, I think I've been going on long enough. I think it's time for us to bring the show to a close, rather, and I think we should probably roll them credits.
Indeed, KP. We'll be back next Saturday with the elimination matches and the winners matches from Group A and B, with Sunday featuring Group C and D. Once again, thank you everybody for tuning in today. See you next weekend, but before we head out, let's give some credit for the people that have been supporting us along the way.
Wait, it's 4 months now? Holy crap, I gotta take advantage of that.